Don, it's late. I'm up. Hi. Late-ish, actually. We'll get into that. I've had nothing but technical difficulties today. You guys ever have a tech day where just, computers and machinery in general are just conspiring against you? Had one of those days. Even now, my neighbor's driving by with loud bass music. Like, I don't know if that plays on your audio or not, but it's just one of these days, man. The computers are out to get me. It's like maximum overdrive, except mainly with computers and technology. Anyways, enough of me and my gripes about the future. Um, I was going to, for those of you who are wondering why I'm dressed like this, for those of you in the podcast audience, I'm wearing a leather vest, and that's all, kind of like Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then a captain's hat. Um, but I was going to do a live Oscars watch along, that's that original idea. And I had nothing but problems trying to get that up. I'm supposed to be able to watch that on Hulu, and I have Hulu through Disney, yada, yada, yada. And then they made me download Hulu for Fire Stick, and it became a big thing. And it's just nothing but me sitting here pressing buttons and downloading crap to watch a thing I didn't really want to watch. But I was kind of half interested, and I thought, you know what, I can turn this into content. It's all a big scheme in the end. Hey, people are dropping by. Oh, our friend Rob's Vintage Video is here. Hello, my friend. How are you, Rob? Good to see you, buddy. Rob and our good friend Captain Adam have been doing their show again on Friday nights. The show that Into House, the void that was there when I left Into House because I have all the craziness I've had going on. Rob and the Captain came back, so they did the world a favor. It was time for us to fill our spot, and then those guys jumped in. So be sure to check out their show. It's awesome. I love it. But Rob in general is just the man. I love me some Rob. Lady J Gould caught you. Thank you, Lady J. It's nice to see you. I know I've been doing these late ones. That's usually my MO. But as I was saying, I was going to do Oscars watch along. And then since it wouldn't work, I thought, well, it's always a good time to watch a Batman movie, right? So we're going to watch Batman Begins, talk about the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, et cetera, et cetera. Good to see you. Good to see you also. Oh, my friend Anthony Chabot is here. How are you, buddy? By the way, up to 2009 in the memoirs, and I'm seeing Mickey 17, and I might get a job at the MTA. Well, look at you. Lots of things, lots of, pieces and moving around. I dig that. Um, yeah, that's one of the things that's nice about being on a little bit early is I like being on late at night so the folks who are up late at night and are stuck in that position have somebody to listen to. But at the same time, I get to catch up with more of my friends because more people are bouncing around. So it's nice to see everybody here. Thanks you to everyone who drops by. As I say, the unofficial co-host of the show is always the chat. You guys keep everything moving. Speaking of keeping things moving, have Cheetah View, Patrick, our friend, that guy, man, he's one of the hardest working men in show business. That guy, he's always interviewing somebody, cranking out new videos, going to doing library halls, all this stuff. His content's out there, so be sure to check out Patrick. If you love movies, Patrick does content for movie lovers. Oh, let's see here. Tom Baker says, "Hey, Patrick, Tom, welcome, Tom. Uh, you heard Cena turned heel. I did hear that actually. It's been weird. I've watched the last few pay-per-views, and then I saw on the news today that John Cena finally turned heel, and I was like, couldn't be. So I once again had a bunch of technical difficulties. Peacock wouldn't work for me. It kept kicking me back out to the homepage when I tried to watch it. But I saw the turn. I saw it. I had to. After waiting 20 years for Cena to turn, I had to see it. Oh, Lady J says, happy Sunday, all. Yes, happy to everybody who's here. Oh, there's my man. My brother from another is live. Horror Cat Dad, my amigo and my main compadre, my cohort in the buddy cop movie of my life. Welcome, Larry. Glad to see you, my friend. Batman Begins is awesome. Oh, I know. I love Batman Begins. This whole Christopher Nolan thing, this is to me how you should do comic book movies. The new stuff, what's his name? Matt Reeves, the new one with Robert Pattinson, and then the spin-off show with the Penguin. I'm in the middle of watching that now. Those are great. Like when you do the comic book movies gritty, like how they're supposed to read and they're, just real and they feel this one in particular, the horror elements, like the stuff with the scarecrow, that'll give you nightmares, man. So that's one of the reasons I thought we'd watch this, and we'll get started here in a minute because it is 2 hours and 20 minutes. I love Christopher Nolan, but he has no sense of like brevity. And you're dressed like Bruce Wayne. Oh, thank you, thank you. Mhm. Yeah, like I said, I was going to do the original trope of just sitting here roasting the Oscar winners. Oh, by the way, the Oscars are on. Occasionally, we'll catch up on those winners and maybe have some discussion. But Batman's just so interesting. There's a lot to talk about. Just covered that in my memoirs. Oh, did you? Fans got to see more than Cena turn heel thanks to a mishap during the women's chamber match. Oh, heck no. What happened in the women's chamber match that I missed? I know there was That's the one I fast forwarded through. I wanted to see the Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn thing, and then I wanted to see Cena turn heel, and I watched the whole Chamber match, and then had to wait till the end with the Cody thing, and I was like, these guys are. But it was fun to see. It was fun to see. The Rock and Cena as buddies being like a modern day kind of, Hollywood Hogan NWO type thing is cool to me. I dig that idea. Hey, Larry, my girlfriend IG got deleted. That's terrible. Well, shout out to your girlfriend. I hope her IG gets returned. So anyways, we're gonna watch this movie from 2005. I can't believe this movie's 20 years old. That blows my mind. So, I have it up on. Let's see if, like I say, I've been having technology issues. Let's make sure this works evenly before I go shoot my mouth off. Loading, loading. Yeah, I was trying to get the Oscars to do that whole thing. I was gonna roast everybody, but nothing happened because I couldn't get anything going. So, I don't know if it's tech issues on my end. I don't know if just it must be. I think my Fire Stick's just overworked. I watched too many movies. Um, Yeah, why are you loading, buddy? I already had you set up. Well, anyways, while I'm waiting for this damn Fire Stick to load, I don't know why they're giving me problems. Let's see what else is going on with the folks in the chat. Fans won't let Cena turn. Yeah, they wouldn't forever. Well, it's a merchandising thing too, right? Like so many little kids are buying those shirts and the action figures and da da da. So it's like you keep them good forever because there's money to be made. But eventually, now that he's had that long losing streak and all that, they had to kind to. Same year as King Kong. Oh, this Batman movie. Yeah, I know. 20 years ago. That blows my mind. Like even that King Kong seems like the new King Kong, right? So geez, what are you doing to me? Don't let me back out to the homepage because I will back out to the homepage on you, you motherfucker. Oh, there we go. All right. So fanfare plays. Everybody loves a good HBO fanfare plays. Froze again, you bastard. There we go. Let's see here. Bianca went for a move and she grabbed Liv's bottoms by the front and pulled them to the side. I hope she had leggings or something, because if not, fans know if she shaves or not. Um, yeah, actually, I did see a little bit of that. I was fast forwarded through it, and I stopped when Bianca and Liv, I guess it was slamming each other into the. Well, Bianca was slamming Liv into the cage and the glass, and the cage and the glass, and it was back and forth. It was brutal. It was a cool move to see. Let's see. Why is this? I'm gonna have to restart this. This is going at a snail's pace. What are you doing to me? All right, never mind. Now we're going. Sheesh, nothing but tech issues today. I'm telling you, it's like Maximum Overdrive, except in the computers. Gremlins, man. Oh, our friend the View with Drew. What is up, Drew? How you doing? Anyway, so finally, this damn streaming world we live in, it used to be so much easier. Here's my old man talk. Kids, come on, Dad. We used to put a disc or a tape in, and you would just start and play. And sometimes you need to adjust tracking. But yeah, no, now it's like, oh, well, we've got like 4 devices going. My kids are watching something. My wife's watching something. The baby probably has Mickey Mouse on. I'm live streaming and watching. All right, so it starts off and it has this dope like flying bat scene, um, where they're like going up against the sunset or sunrise or whatever, and there's just so many of them. And then later on, we see what the scene is from. And it's been a minute since I've watched this one. The Dark Knight, obviously, you just watch over and over again because that movie's fantastic. But um, and then I'm a big fan of The Dark Knight Rises as well. That one kind of got beat up because The Dark Knight is so good that you couldn't possibly follow it. Like no matter what you do, it's like trying to follow The Empire Strikes Back, right? Like that's why oh goodness, I get them confused. What is it? Infinity War and Endgame? Or whatever. The one that ends like with dramatic ending and then the one that follows it up. It's like, well, of course the one that follows it up can't be that good, right? Um anyways, let me pause this and see if I can get it. It's been playing half janky. If it don't play through here again, the people at Max will hear from me. I will contact David Zaslav personally. Look at this outfit. I've got the clout. All right, it looks like things are running fine like they're supposed to. So young Bruce Wayne falls in the well, and I wish that girl from The Ring would pop out, the one with the hair all shaking and shit. Um, but instead, he gets terrified by bats. I like this psychological backstory stuff. Fun ideas. Um, Drew says he absolutely loves Batman Begins. Yeah, this whole Nolan verse, man, all 3 films. I just really appreciate them all. I think they're all good. Um, Infinity War is way better than Endgame. Yeah, see, Larry knows. It's because the one has so much drama and so much like, oh my God, to it. And then the other one couldn't possibly compete with that. Resolving that story is just too hard. That's why I say Return of the Jedi took a lot of the flack at the time too. And it's like, well, how does anyone follow The Empire Strikes Back? So The Dark Knight Rises fell into that category, in my opinion. It took a lot of beating. The whole Heath Ledger thing stole a lot of oxygen from The Dark Knight Rises, but this one in particular, like it set the tone. I was funny. I knew they were making this movie, but I was so busy working at the time. I was like working like 60 hours a week where I was at. And I worked for this company that had video stores, and I ran several stores for them and trained people to run the stores for them and stuff. And one day on a Friday, you would get the new releases to come out on Tuesday. And you have to get them like cataloged. So you'd have the new releases for a weekend before the general public had them. So we cracked open the Friday movies to scan them into the computer and get them in inventory. And there's Batman Begins. I'm like, when the hell did this come out? Like, it was around the fall time, around Halloween. So I'm assuming it must have been like an early summer release or something, like an attempt at a summer blockbuster. I never even knew they made it. And I was a big Christopher Nolan mark too. Like I love Memento. I love The Following or Following, whatever it's called. Insomnia. I saw in the theater. His weakest film, but still pretty damn good. So yeah, for this to come out and completely miss my radar, kind of blew my mind. So when I got to finally sit down and watch it, my mind was blown because Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is pretty good at keeping it real, but it still feels comic booky. This feels like a true story that should be in cinema, and it makes the way they used to say for Superman, you will believe a man can fly. Like these Christopher Nolan, and then later on the Matt Reeves ones, it's like you can believe a man will dress as a bat and go out and fight crime. You know. So here's Raj Al Ghul. Let me know in the comments or the chat whether you say Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul. Well, actually, this is Liam Neeson yet to be revealed as Ra's al Ghul. It's one of the twists of this movie. It's got a fun lot of different little plots going on in it, and that's one of the fun ones. I dig the whole thing with him and Ken Watanabe, or however you say his name. Uh, and of course, Rises is an awesome film. Larry gets it. Um, So we see that Bruce Wayne has gone. He wakes up from his dream where he's dreaming about the bats that I was talking about earlier, where he falls in the well from the ring, and he wakes up from his dream and he's in like this kind of, I don't know, prisony thing or whatever. And it's very similar to how it wraps around at the end of Rises, where he ends up in like a prisony thing. And while he's here, Liam Neeson comes to him, and Liam Neeson's one of those character actors or lead actors, really, where when he turns up in anything, you're just like, "Ooh, Liam Neeson's here." So he's a plus right there. When you start adding the pluses of what's good about this movie, this definitely Liam Neeson's a plus. Um, so when he shows up in this, it's like, oh, he's gonna have lots of dialogue, and this is gonna be good. Same with Morgan Freeman when he shows up. You're like, oh, just one hit after another with these people. Katie Holmes, not so much. We'll talk about her when we get to her. Yeah, Liam Neeson with the steely eyes and everything. Um, like I said, there's sort of a weird reveal. Spoilers alert for those of you who've never seen Batman Begins from 20 years ago. Um, there's this whole thing where we don't really know who Liam Neeson is. He talks about the League of Shadows and all this stuff. And then later on, we meet Ken Watanabe, or Watanabe, however you say his name. He got popular because this came out shortly after Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. And he was in that and got a bunch of like acclaim. And people were like, that dude's awesome. And I think he was up for Oscars and everything. So he turns up in this, and there's an assumption as soon as you see him, like, oh, well, he's probably Ra's al Ghul. Um, so it's supposed to be like hidden, and then you assume that's what's going on until the very end, even though it's kind of obvious because Liam's got that crazy goatee that looks just like him, and he even kind of carries himself like him. So here's him getting thrown out of prison or whatever, and he's walking through the barren wasteland of Siberia or wherever the hell. And this is all just helicopter shots. This is Christopher Nolan stuff. He loves these big, huge landscapes, IMAX, what have you. If it can be blown up and shown in 64 millimeter or whatever, 70 millimeter. And here's the stuff with the blue flower, which ends up being like a hallucinogenic. I think that's the whole plot with the scarecrow. Like I said, it's been a minute since I've watched this one. That's part of the reason I wanted to check it out. Um, The Dark Knight, I've seen, I don't know, when I go ahead and watch that one, it's pretty much just gonna be me mumbling the dialogue back to the TV the whole time. That first 10 minutes alone with the Joker and the bank robbery, that's just some of the best cinema there is. It's some of my favorite crime drama stuff. It's great. Let's see here. Drew wants to know what are my top favorite, three favorite superhero movies. There's so many. I love. Obviously, I'm a big Batman fan, but actually, let me keep that up. I love Dark Knight Rises. I love Superman 2 for some reason. The whole when I was a kid, it blew my mind. Like, wait a minute, who could compete with Superman? Three other Supermen? Ooh. So from a time as a young age, like as a kid, I loved Superman 2. I know people think it's not that great, and there's like five cuts now or whatever of it, but I always dig Superman 2. The Christopher Reeves job. Um, and then there's so many for 3, like I said, Infinity War is really great. I like Dredd with Carl Urban, that's a really great one, of course, Batman with Jack Nicholson and all that. There's so much good superhero content. I thought that first Avengers movie was kind of an amazing triumph. Like, the idea that you could have that many leads, you follow around usually one character for a movie, maybe 2, but to have, like, how many, whatever, 5 or 7 or whatever, bouncing around, we're following all these different plots, and it ties together and works at the end, and everybody still gets their moment to shine. I thought that was, like, a masterful movie in general. Like, it seemed like a hard task to accomplish. Oh my goodness. Jamie Hart says, "Yeah." Welcome, Jamie. Nice to see you. I love my friend Jamie. That's one of the reasons like I say, sometimes these earlier shows, I prefer to be, the midnight hour, but, sorry, trademark. I'll say after dark. Um, I prefer to be in that time slot because I keep it real with being a night owl. But the earlier shows, I get to see Jamie Hart. My friends like Sarah. People just pop in who aren't awake that time of night. People can't keep up with my antics. But anyways, my rambling. Jamie, thank you. Welcome for coming. Um, so here's where we meet Ken, and he's got the same little Hulk Hogan goatee dealies. So you're like, oh, maybe this is Ra's al Ghul. And they do this cool thing where they make Batman like a ninja, and he's trained by ninjas and stuff. That's the other movies don't really touch on that. They just kind of jump from him being traumatized as a child to, now he's Batman. This is the first stuff we see where it's like, oh, okay, I see how life has beat him up a little bit, and he's learned to fight, and he's learned apparently a lot of different fighting styles and all that. I just watched The Dark Knight yesterday. Dark Knight is so good. Hi, Jamie. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know. Jamie was going through a lot of health issues there, so we love to know that. Just see Jamie around. I'm home and on the mend, doing much better. Oh, good. I'm glad you're. I hope you're doing better too. While I'm mentioning that, shout out to my mom. For those of you nice enough to pay attention to this, she fell this yesterday, and I think she broke her arm apparently, and She's had a whole bunch of spinal surgery stuff, and it hurt her back, and she's gonna have that tested. So shout out to Don's mom. I love you. I hope you feel better soon. It killed me to see her on Facebook with the little cast and all this. I'm just like, Mom, oh Jesus. So shout out to my mom. I hope she's feeling better soon. Horror Cat Dad says Zod, right? Son of Jor-El, kneel before Zod. Yeah, Terrence Stamp is dope. The Donner cut of Superman 2 was better. Yeah, there's, like I said, what is there? 3. I think there's the TV cut, which has the whole stuff with the French, thing where they blow up the Eiffel Tower, and then some cuts don't have that, and then the Donner cut has like a extended version. Yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, just like I say, the 3 Supermen versus Superman was just an awesome idea for a sequel to me. It's like, oh, now you've got my attention. Lady J. Ghoul, so it has the hearts as well. Yeah. Don, did you know I had a stroke over? Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. That's even a worse development than I thought. Holy shit. I'm so glad you're home and okay. Um, damn. Yeah, well, you've kind of knocked me for a loop there, but I'm glad that you're home and you're okay and you're obviously overcoming it. So I mean, I know you're badass, but sheesh, I didn't know you were that badass. So just take it easy, my friend. We all love you. Please get well soon. Blessings to you around them. Thank you, Jamie. Holy cow, hope Mama Owl is okay. Yeah, we all love Mama Owl. She's a good lady. So, when I got the news yesterday, I was at my mother-in-law's house and we were eating over there. And I get a text from, my mom, who's now 1,500 miles away, fell. And it's like, oh, it was one of the first times I really had those emotions. So it threw me off. Anyways, I was watching Batman. So now we're back in Gotham and we see, oh, God damn it, the Waynes. Oh, the Waynes, the Waynes, the Waynes. I'm so sick of the Waynes being murdered. So we right away, there's Martha Wayne with the pearl necklace. Pardon the, make your own jokes at home. We see young Bruce, the one we see from the beginning. He's got his hair all slicked back. Clearly, they got him going out for a highfalutin event. He's not on a play date. But we see this is one of the things I don't like about this movie. There's very few things I don't like about this one, but I don't like the Gotham monorail stuff because it's so derivative of what like Sam Raimi did with the Spider-Man stuff on the train and all that. Like I feel. I don't know. Train fights are a movie, trope or a staple, right? Like they're, they turn up everywhere. But it just seemed too. I don't know. Find something else. Have a fight on a zeppelin or some shit. So they're at the opera, or yeah, the opera, and of course, after this, they're gonna have to leave and go out. Oh, that's right. There's the whole thing with the bats, and that's what scares them off. So they leave because he turns into a wuss. Um, and then of course Joe Chill or whatever comes and takes him out. In some versions, it's Jack Napier and all that. But I've seen the damn Waynes die so many times, man. Between the comic books, the movies, the various graphic novels, like the best of Batman graphic novels and all that. Oh my goodness, those pearls dropping on that ground. Enough's enough. The death of the Waynes haunts me in my dreams. Jamie says her husband acted fast and saved her life. Jesus. That is awesome, Jamie. Yeah, I was unaware of that. I've been for folks who've been following the show, obviously friends of the show. I've been real sketchy lately with my ability to put out content because I'm a new father. I got a 4-month-old, and then I have a 6-year-old and 8-year-old. So getting them up for school and getting everything taken care of and doing day-to-day stuff and doing job and stuff, finding this time to do the YouTube thing, which is like my passion and one of the things that keeps me happy and kind of grounded. I miss a lot of stuff, but the main thing I miss is like the community. So a lot of things I find out like a week or two later. So that's why it's like, oh, finding out now kind of hurts me. Like, oh, damn, Jamie, I'm sorry. That's terrible. I'm so glad you're feeling better though. Um, so there we go. There's them getting robbed in the alley, and the pearl necklace, and usually the popcorn. Oh, geez. Um, I'm currently in the middle of watching the Penguin series. We're wrapping it up. I got like 2 episodes left from HBO. And just anytime the Batman universe is told with this dark realism, the Frank Miller stuff, it feels like it's I don't know, it's such a great property. There's so much to mine there for emotions and the whole stuff about being traumatized in your youth and it carrying it over into your adult life and the whole stuff with his family and how him being an orphan and being raised basically by his butler and all this. It's just there's so much there that like you can hear. We see Gary Oldman finally for the first time, and these movies really develop Commissioner Gordon. Pat Hingle in the old ones, he's good. Like it's nice to see Pat Hingle. He's just kind of cool. I love him in Maximum Overdrive, the aforementioned Maximum Overdrive. But Gary Oldman feels like Commissioner Gordon, right? He's got the mustache, he's got the strong jaw. He seems like he's a good cop. He's got that vibe about him. So, yeah, seeing him in this right away, it's like, oh, once again, the same way when I mentioned with Morgan Freeman turns up later and when Liam Neeson turns up, it's like some actors, when they show up in this, you're like, oh, we're in good hands again. And I like the whole, Jim Gordon development stuff because he's an important part of the comic books. The old Batman TV series never really had Commissioner Gordon do jack squad. And then, like I said, Pat Hingle never really did much. He's just sort of there looking like Pat Hingle. Good mustache, bro. So here we see the Wayne's funeral, all these black umbrellas. Christopher Nolan is just so masterful. Oh, and once again, speak of all, I was like, oh, people who show up and steal the movie for a few minutes. Here's Rutger Hauer. Like, yeah, hit after hit after hit. It's like Murderer's Row. Yeah. Michael Caine there as Alfred. It's like, how many awesome people can we just cram into this movie? With the exception of Katie Holmes. Let me know in the chat of the comments what you guys think about them replacing Katie Holmes for the second 2 movies. Like, I don't know. It was an interesting casting choice for this one. I don't know if that was a studio thing or what, but I don't know. Maybe Christopher Nolan thought she had that look, but just in general, I don't know. It's strange for this whole thing to be so linear and perfect and almost feel flawless, but out of nowhere they just change what's her name? Whatever Katie Holmes' name is in this. She's an unimportant character, the one that becomes Maggie Gyllenhaal in the third one. Or the second one, I mean. And then in the third one, not so much. Um, Larry says, I feel like Hingle didn't do anything unlike Oldman. Didn't go anything unlike Oldman. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Hingle, I think you're saying do anything, like I was saying. Yeah, like Oldman, that whole Gotham show is based on the idea that Jim Gordon, as a cop, has his own kind of thing. I believe Gordon's had a couple of different, like, comic book adventures. Those kind of spin-offs don't interest me, but um, Gordon is an important character as a cop. Like, he's one of the last good cops in a city full of corrupt bad ones, and that's one of the few people Batman trusts. And they almost have like a secret pact of where he covers Batman's butt for him and everything. But they never touch on that in the other movies. Gordon's just sort of a guy wobbling around doing whatever. So this, yeah, really sets it off. And then later on, in Gotham and um, in the new one, it's Jeffrey Wright. Is that his name? I always get my man's name. I always get him and Jeffrey Rush confused. It's the new Paxton Pullman in my life. Larry's glad Katie Holmes got replaced. Yeah, she feels out of place in this movie. She's a little too cutesy and bubblegummy for this like gritty ass movie. Tom Cruise's wife opened doors. Yeah, that is true. I completely forgot about that. Around this time is when Tom Cruise was jumping on couches because he was in love with Katie Holmes. You could tell it was an obvious like rebound thing after him and Nicole Kidman were like this power couple for years, and they broke up, and then suddenly he's now with this. He dates around for a bunch of starlets. Then he hooks up with Katie Holmes, and it becomes like this media sensation. It was ridiculous. It's like, why do I care who Tom Cruise dates and whether or not it's sincere? Here we see Liam Neeson and Christian Bale fighting on the ice. They're like doing this awesome sword fight, and Liam Neeson has these Batman, gauntlets on, with the spikes, and he's using them to defend against the sword. So it sort of shows later on when Batman has them, like why you would have that as an outfit. Like it's not just a thing to make him look more batty. It's actually like it serves a purpose in his fights. And that's cool. That's little, tidbits of information, geek stuff to throw in there. It's hard not to love. Um, yeah, the fight on ice and all this, like I say, the ninja stuff backstory, because that's one of the Batman has so many cool things about him. Like he's basically the world's greatest detective, but he's also a bit of a ninja or, an assassin who never really kills anybody. He's out for good. He's lurking around in the dark, hiding in the shadows, going on these crazy missions, bouncing around on rooftops and stuff. He's very ninja-like. So to have all this explained, like, oh yeah, that's why he kind of has that vibe. So we get a real Karate Kid vibe out of this whole thing where Liam Neeson's training Christian Bale. He's there. He cuts the ice and he falls through. Let me see. Where am I? Um, 2021, 2022. Shout out to Max. They actually changed. I used to complain forever how Max never really had a proper time code going on for the movie, so it was impossible to ever sync it up. Um, like all DC properties, this one's on Max. That's where I've been watching it. Um, for some reason, The Dark Knight wasn't there the last time I looked. Like every other Batman property was, but The Dark Knight wasn't. I don't know. Maybe they rented it out to somebody or something. But yeah, like I say, this Christopher Nolan directing these movies is just like he's the perfect director because he takes it so seriously, and all the shots look so amazing the way like comic book framing would look without being over the top. Like when Zack Snyder's comic book, style of filming, it's a little too much, just like stealing a panel from a comic book. As where this like plays out like cinema, but everything looks, close. We feel like we know the characters. The people look like they're gritty and dirty, like they do in Gotham, or it's a good story of Batman. I'm waiting for Cillian Murphy to show up. He kind of steals this movie, the whole uh, scarecrow stuff where the hallucinogenics and then Batman turning into the demon and the black stuff pouring out of his mouth. And, like I said, there's a lot of things in this movie that I remember that I loved, and that's one of the ones that jumps out at me. Guy is here, Caveman's movie in there. Hey everyone, congratulations on being a dad again. Thank you, Caveman. I appreciate it, guys. Nice to have you here, buddy. Um, Glad to see you. I hope you're doing well. I know you have health issues as well. So hope all my friends and all my family and everyone I love and everyone you love, I hope you're all doing okay. It's always sad when these things come up. I'm disappointed that I can't find the Oscar streaming anywhere. Um, yeah, that's the thing. I was going to do a live stream of it, and it was supposed to be on. I have Disney Plus with Hulu and ESPN, like that package. But unbeknownst to me, like most older people adjusting to a streaming world, I never realized that the ESPN Plus and the Hulu Plus stuff attached to the Disney Plus bundle are a trimmed down version. Like not everything's there. So there's all sorts of stuff that it's like, oh, that's on ESPN Plus, and I go and it's not there, or that's on Hulu Plus. And that's how the Oscar was. It was supposed to be there, and I watched the red carpet on Hulu. But then when the Oscars came up, it went to 2020, and then I tried to find it on Fire Stick, and I was messing around with downloading the Hulu for the Fire Stick, and it was queued up. I was like, I gave the thing the finger. I was like, let's watch Batman. Jesus. um, yeah, but it was good because I also checked to make sure none of my good friends were doing any streams that I would be competing with, and I saw like 8 people doing streams. I was like, oh, I'd be competing with everyone. So shout out to Zach Attack Reviews and I don't know, all sorts of Kenny Sparks. I saw was doing it, and all sorts of people I respect and love. So shout out to them. So I'm glad I didn't jump into that pond with y'all. I went with counter programming and Batman as part of my never-ending watching Batman series that's been going on my entire life. Um, oh, Miss Caveman had a knee replacement. Well, I hope Miss Caveman is okay. Um, yeah, once again, this has been marred by health issues. But as I was going to say, I was going to cover the Oscars. Let's see where we're at with the Oscars. As long as Katie Holmes has made her first appearance, and really all she's offering is just like a doe-eyed, cute girl next door vibe for Bruce Wayne to come home to when he's like a young man. Um, his as far as like her being like a serious character, that's what I think more Maggie Gyllenhaal provides. Like she feels like someone who's a big deal attorney. Katie Holmes feels like I say, the cute girl next door. She's a bit of a Marianne as far as the Ginger and Marianne debate goes. All right, right now in the Oscars, Best Supporting Actor went to Kieran Culkin for A Real Pain. That actually I'm interested in. A bunch of the movies after I looked up the Oscars this year, there were several I was interested in seeing. I heard a few were terrible, so don't worry. But um, stuff like The Brutalist seemed very interested to me. I would like to check out The Apprentice. Let's see what else. Anyways, we'll talk about it as we go. Kieran Culkin won for A Real Pain, but that's probably also like a award that goes for his role on Succession. People love him, so that helps. Best animated short was In the Shadow of the Cypress. Best costume design went to Wicked. Best costume design had a bunch of cool geek movies, some of the stuff I'd actually seen that were on this list. I saw Nosferatu, I saw Gladiator 2. I haven't seen Wicked yet, but my daughter will want to see it, so I'm sure I'll watch it. Best original screenplay went to Honora. I heard Honora was actually good. I don't know if I'll ever get around to that one. That's not my type of thing. Best adapted screenplay was Conclave. Best makeup and hairstyling went to The Substance. That was another one. Nosferatu was in that one, so I was rooting for Nosferatu and Dune 2, all the nerd stuff. Any genre film that gets lucky enough to penetrate the Oscar snobbiness, I always root for. Um, Best editing went to Honora. Best supporting actress went to Zoe Saldana for Amelia Perez. That one's been controversial. It's about someone who gets a trans operation to hide from the mob, I think. Like, I don't know. Best production design went to Wicked. That was another one that had Nosferatu, Dune, other stuff that I would like to see get something. I watched Nosferatu recently. Let me know what you guys thought of it in the comments or the chat. I enjoyed it. It was a bit of a letdown, but it was also very entertaining. I thought I enjoyed Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula more. It was a very similar type film, the both of them, and I thought I enjoyed Coppola better. But I like Eggers, so I could see me watching that Nosferatu again. Best documentary short was The Only Girl in the Orchestra. Best documentary feature was No Other Land. Best sound, Dune Part 2. Yay! Let's hear it for the nerds. Best visual effects, Dune Part 2. That was another one that had Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Alien Romulus, Wicked. Bunch of stuff to root for in that category. Best live action short, I'm Not a Robot. Best cinematography, no. Uh, nope. So that's where we're at so far with the Oscars. I have found shout out to the Guardian. They have an updated live list of that. So if you're watching along and you really need to know what's going on with the Oscars, you can go ahead and check that out. Um, Let's see here. I enjoyed Batman Begins, but never understood the voice acting choices. Thank you for bringing that up, Guy. That is a controversial part of this movie. A lot of folks, that's one of the things they took away from these films. They didn't dig it. Michael Keaton, well, Adam West obviously has that such gravitas with his voice. And then Michael Keaton, played it very subdued and quiet and really didn't talk as Batman. And when he did, he sort of mumbled and but then when you get to Christian Bale's performance, well, Kevin Conroy comes in there and he really is what influences the way people think of the way Batman sounds. The guy from the animated show, Batman the animated series from the 90s. That's fantastic. That's some of the best Batman there is. But in there, his voice is so good and he does Bruce is like sort of soft and Batman is strong. And so he needs to do something different in this. And the old question is, well, if half of Batman's face is exposed, wouldn't people recognize you eventually? It's not like Spider-Man or some of these other people, Iron Man, your whole face is covered. Batman's, you can still see, like if I was Batman, people would be like, yeah, I see your beard, dude. I know who you are. So I think the idea is try to do something different and have the kind of voice modulator that makes it so it hurts to tell who's who. That makes sense to me. That the idea that he's trying to do this creepy tough guy voice. I don't subscribe to that, but the idea that, he's just trying to disguise his voice so he isn't as recognizable. But people in this with the Batman and then later on with Bane with his whole voice and some of it was very muffled and hard to hear. Some of the like voice choices in these Batman movies are interesting. And I understand the folks who don't like the grumbly Batman, but I personally don't mind it. Um, Great to see all of you. I'll be in and out, Lady J. Okay, thank you, Lady J. I like that you here. Solid 8. Me? Thank you. So here we're seeing the mobsters in town, and I dig. Wow, that guy looked like Fat Conan O'Brien. Uh, Anyways, sorry, I got distracted. We see the mobsters in town. The whole Maroni Falcone thing. That's one of the cooler things about Batman is he has the best rogues gallery with like Joker and Riddler, Penguin, etc. Um, by the way, I had a tournament of all of Batman's villains, the Rogues Gallery, on my channel in the post section, the community section. And after starting a strong 8 field, all 8 were real good contenders. It's ended up being the Joker, of course, is his best villain, obviously. But the Penguin, the Riddler, Bane, Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze made it surprisingly far in that tournament. He was a dark horse. Harley Quinn. There's just so many. Poison Ivy. Batman has probably the best rogues gallery out of any of the superheroes. But then there's also this whole backstory where the mobs in town are having like a mob war. So anytime he takes a break from dealing with these nutcases and their crazy, riddles at every crime scene type thing, he can then go and do like, have these organized crime, subplot stories going on, where he's defeating the mafia. So that's what the Penguin show on Max is very heavily based in. It's basically like The Sopranos. If you didn't care about Batman at all, you could watch The Penguin and enjoy it. It's very good. It's got a lot of twists and turns and, mob people screwing each other, rise to power type of thing. Um, but this is where Bruce Wayne shows up and he's, starts hassling. I think it's Falcone. Um, and they throw him out in the street and he realizes, there's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't have the muscle. And that's when he starts coming up with the idea of being a bat. So it's key scene, but once again, this movie's 2 hours, 20 minutes. It's one of the ones they could trimmed it a little bit. No, you're a 10, my dude. Oh, Larry, I love you. Nosferatu was a solid 8 in my opinion. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Sorry, I got sidetracked with all I'm juggling here. Um, yeah, I liked Nosferatu. Like I said, it was very similar to Coppola's Dracula with like what they were doing with some of the shadows and whatnot. And obviously, when you do Nosferatu, the use of shadow is massively important and all this. But um, as a choice, I could see Eggers making that choice, and we needed an updated version of Nosferatu. The last like good one was probably the what's his name, Klaus Kinski, or no, why am I drawing a blank on the guy who's in it? Klaus Kinski, is that isn't it? Whatever, the Werner Herzog one from the 70s, that one. Like, let me know what's your favorite Nosferatu, the old school, the 70s version. Is it 70s or early 80s? 70s, I think. That one, and then the modern one. Let me know which one your favorite is. I bet most people like the old school silent one. I agree. Kevin Conway is one of the best to ever do Batman. Plus, he focused on playing two different characters, which helped with his anonymity. Yeah, that's what I mean. The way Conroy handled it with, Batman had one voice, but then Bruce Wayne had kind of a softer, more like I wouldn't hit anybody voice. Like he was more of a playboy. He felt like not as tough. So here we're having flashbacks of Bruce when he was doing his criminal thing and how he's part of stealing from some, shipping yard, and we realize he's stealing from the Wayne Foundation, so he's not even stealing, he owns all that stuff. And here's where we get into the early stuff with this hallucinogenic blue flower deal, where people start disappearing into the shadows, and they have like these awesome half samurai, half ninja outfits on where they've got armor, but they also like, have the hoods. Once again, explaining why Batman kind of has a similar to a ninja look. Lady J, great atmosphere songs and audio. Oh, Lady J is awesome. Hey, Lady J, yeah, Lady J's one of the awesome people. I met her and Nate around the same time, and they're fun, awesome people to know. Um, yeah, it's nice. Lady J's frequently hasn't been up as late as I've been up, so it's good to have an earlier show, if for nothing else, than for her to be able to join us. So here he starts tripping balls, as the kids say. He breathes in this blue flower and has flashbacks to bats and the whole trippy thing with his family. And we see Liam Neeson's eyes turn glowing, and we just get an idea that there's going to be like hallucinogenic trip out scenes. And it's like in a Batman movie. It's like you're damn right. This is some grown up Batman boy. Let's see here. So there, all these ninjas run out, and he has to figure out which one is him. These scenes are just really like cinematic and awesome. Of course, it's Christopher Nolan. Um, when I first saw Memento, I just immediately fell in love with that movie, and then after that, I became a big Nolan mark. I even like Tenet. Tenet's not great. It's cool that he tried to make a modern day James Bond, rework the character and stuff, but it's too much with the I don't know the weird the effect used in the movie is cool, but it's too time travel-y or some shit. Um, but yeah, all of Nolan's movies, this whole stuff with the trilogy of these, and um, I had mentioned Insomnia earlier. It's fantastic. Inception obviously is a big deal for Nolan. Inception's crazy. If you're gonna see a big movie that costs like, $200 million to make, and it's gonna steal the screen and like blow your mind, Inception's that movie. Them Transformer movies are all right or whatever if that's what you're into, big theater movies. But Inception, that's a big screen, awesome movie. So yeah, here's Batman just tripping balls trying to have a sword fight. We've all been there, right? And he's attacked by bats. Oh, Batman, when will you ever learn? Anyways, as I was saying, um, I was going to be watching the Oscars earlier, so let's check in on those if anything new has happened. Where are we at with those? Best documentary feature, No Other Land, best sound, best visual effects. So Dune 2 got both best visual effects and best sound. So good for that movie there. I think that's a little bit of like how Lord of the Rings was. Lord of the Rings didn't get a lot of Academy Awards for the first two movies, and then after the series was wrapped up, that third one got like a bunch of Academy Awards. Once they can judge your whole work as a whole, they have a tendency to reward it later. Still no update on Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Director, or Best Actor. Those are the ones that everybody mainly cares about. So here's where we see, yeah, the whole they're trying to run the bait and switch with the fake Ra's al Ghul. Once again, let me know. Do you say Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul? I always feel pretentious when I say it, Ra's al Ghul, and there's the weird accent in between the al Ghul. So it's al. I never know when to stop. Liam Neeson's career has been crazy. He's been all over the place. He's been like lead actor, background actor, relegated to these crazy like red box type movies. He's a guy you never would have thought would have been just a household name, and he is. Like, everybody knows who Liam Neeson is. Those Taken movies probably helped him the most, I would guess. Look at me getting caught watching the movie. This is all cool, like, old kung fu movie stuff. The thing with the masters and staring down at him during his training and them, like, almost knighting him. It really gets into the whole, like, why Batman can fight, martial arts aspect of the movie. It when later on he gets into it, he feels you feel like we know why he's as equipped as he is. It's like, oh, dude's been training. It's like at the point when he's got the at the end when the flaming big like support beam falls on him, and Michael Caine tells like, why you do all those push-ups if you can't if you can't use it. So here's where they basically explain to him, we need you to go to Gotham and wreak havoc on everything, and just um, take over the town and cause chaos because it's time for their, like, reckoning for their whole Sodom and Gomorrah ways or whatever. Horquetas, he's argued Kroll is his best, as his breakout role. Yeah, Kroll is pretty awesome. He's fine in that. He does well. I mean, obviously when he was Qui-Gon Jinn, by that point he was, you know, everybody, he was a respected actor, and you could put his name on something and people would be like, oh, I'll watch that. But then by the time he got to, like, Taken, and then just, I am a man with a special set of skills, all that stuff, that became like a household catchphrase. But yes, I would agree. Everyone should check out Kroll just for the point of checking out Kroll. I like the one-eyed giant guy. Yeah, this whole League of Shadows thing is a good backstory. I mean, there's the whole that's another thing that goes on in Batman stuff. The whole, like, Owl Society stuff and the League of Shadows and everything. Like, they have these like secret societies that he can also battle up against when he's not dealing with Captain Boomerang or something. So there they want him to execute a guy, and he won't because he's good by nature. So then he ends up fighting every ninja in the place, as one does. And he starts a fire in the middle of it. So he's in a burning down building that's just falling apart, and then the ninjas scurry away like scared schoolgirls. It's like, what kind of ninjas are you guys? Do some ninja stuff. Move your sword real fast and put the fire out with the wind. So here, Ken Watanabe and Christian Bale have this, like, epic sword fight on top of this platform, bridge on the loft of a building. So I don't know, all super cinematic kung fu stuff, which adds to the awesomeness of the movie. Like I say, when it's fighting stuff, it's good fighting stuff. But then later on, when it's supposed to be horrific, it is scary. All that stuff with the scarecrow is pretty damn trippy and, frightening. And then the stuff with, like, Morgan Freeman, just the seriousness of it all, and you know business and finance. It's fascinating. Oh, let's see here. High Spirits was early. High Spirits is fun. High Spirits is a fun one. Changed my mind. All right, fine. You guys wanna play this game? We can play this game. Let's see. Liam Neeson films. Taken, Schindler's List. I mean, I would think that's probably his breakout role that everybody would associate with him. And then, people love Love Actually, and my goodness. Oh, that's right. The Naked Gun remake is coming out. Every time I see that, I'm like, I'm part Liam Neeson and what now? Ice Road, Star Wars, Men in Black, Cold Pursuit, Ted 2. Shout out to Ted 2. Um, the Lego Movie, The Gray is good. Taken, Batman Begins, Kingdom of Heaven, Gangs of New York, Love Actually, The Voice in Narnia, The Haunting remake, Les Mis, Michael Collins, Rob Roy, Schindler's List, Leap of Faith. Shout out to that underrated Steve Martin gem. Um, Dark Man. How about Dark Man? Where's anybody going to cape for Dark Man? All right, or Next of Kin with Patrick Swayze. Uh, Yeah, those appear to be the biggies. He was in Delta Force. I didn't know that. And Kroll. Yeah, shout out to Kroll. You can never go wrong with Kroll. So here, he finally throws in the towel on being a wayward bum, and just like that, Alfred comes and picks him up on the personal private jet. Some people backpack through Europe and try to find themselves. Other people train in exotic fighting styles from around the world. To each their own. Once again, they're giving Michael Keaton, Michael Caine, sheesh. They're giving Michael Caine a good chance to chew up some scenery and dialogue a little bit. It's like, here, you just talk for a while. The pacing of the movie's been all over the place. We just got done with a big sword fight and everything. It was a fire and all this. It's like, no, let's just let Michael Caine talk for a while. That'll calm everybody down. High spirits to fun and change my mind. He was hilarious in A Million Ways to Die in the West. I never saw that one. Damn it. I'm missing out. The idea that there was 3 Taken movies still never sits right with me. After a certain point, I mean, if they just keep taking from you know what I mean? How badass are you? Why does this keep happening? You seem incompetent. Uh, I did, like I said, I've been doing all these polls for Batman and on my community page, and I surveyed who was everybody's favorite Alfred for live action. What's his name, Michael Go or Michael Goff or however you say. I think it's Michael Goff, um, from the Michael Keaton Batman's, or well, and the Val Kilmer and the George Clooney, uh, or him, or the old school one from the Batman Adam West TV show. Jeremy Irons, I threw in sort of out of respect for Jeremy Irons, but he didn't really get enough chance to do Alfred stuff for us to have any connection with him as Alfred. And overwhelmingly, everybody said Michael Caine was their favorite Alfred, which is weird because I have trouble seeing beyond the fact it's Michael Caine. Like same with Morgan Freeman later. He doesn't feel like Lucius Fox or whatever. He feels like Morgan Freeman in just a role that Morgan Freeman would be in. So here's Cillian Murphy. He's awesome. He's in so much good stuff. Every time I see him, I'm like happy to, he's Peaky Blinders is the main thing everybody knows him from and enjoys his work from. Uh, but there's a movie called Red Eye that's really good with Cillian Murphy. Let me see. Am I saying that right? I always feel like I should say Cillian Murphy, but I believe it is Cillian Murphy. That's one of those where some people, until you hear them say their own name, you always wonder if you're ever saying it right. 28 Days Later, he was awesome in that. I'm gonna overuse the word awesome. It's gonna turn into the old Chris Farley Saturday Night Live skit. Remember when Liam Neeson was in Oppenheimer? That was awesome. I'm sorry, Cillian Murphy was in Oppenheimer. That was awesome. Oh, that's right. He was at the end of A Quiet Place Part Two, Inception, Red Eye. Red Eye's very good, but Peaky Blinders. If you like Cillian Murphy, check out Peaky Blinders. Dunkirk, uh, Dark Knight Rises, Sunshine's a pretty darn good movie. Uh, Transcendence. I didn't even remember him being in that. Oh yeah, I do vaguely remember him being in that. Obviously not that important. Um, yeah, those are the best. Let me know what your favorite Cillian Murphy movie is or thing. It's probably Peaky Blinders, right? It's got to be Peaky Blinders for everybody. So here, Batman rappels down the well that he fell into as a child, was attacked by bats. Tying up back to the beginning. And this is where he stumbles onto the Bat Cave, as it were. And the way they do this is really cool, where it's like got this giant hole, like cave, but instead of being almost a mouse hole where it's like a perfect arch, it's got these like ugly, jagged rocks. And the way they light it, it looks like these sharp teeth that he's got to crawl into, like he's crawling into the belly of the beast. Nolan's a master director. Here we repel into what will eventually be the Bat Cave. What's your favorite Bat Cave? The Michael Keaton one? My favorite's the Lego Batman Bat Cave. They have like the bat wing over the waterfall, so then the waterfall does like an arch and there's a little doorway. As far as I don't know, the Arkham City bat caves are pretty amazing. Didn't really like the bat cave in the new Matt Reeves one, the Robert Pattinson one. Even that apparently is 5 years old. Is that right? That couldn't possibly be right. I heard that the other day. They were talking about that with the Penguin movie. It's like it's been 5 years since the Matt Reeves one. That couldn't be correct. Horror said he has a good cameo in Tron Legacy, referring to Liam Neeson. So all these bats fly all around him, and it's like this like amazing scene where he's got this fear of bats, but instead he's being engulfed by his fears, and all this stuff coming to peace. What's it called? Immersion therapy. This is a pretty cool shot though, where the bats just surround him and eventually fill up the screen and black it out. Yeah, Cillian Murphy's really good in this because he plays both characters so well. He when he's the like calm doctor psychiatrist guy, he's very like creepy and weird. He's almost like a plasticky version of Tom Cruise or something. But then later on when he puts on the mask and there's all this like worms and everything, it's like holy shit. This out of the three is the one I watch the least, but every time I watch it, I enjoy it. I know this is every most people's second favorite. Um, like I said, I'm a big fan of Rises though because of the whole Bane section, and I enjoy the cameo of Scarecrow popping up at the end as the judge. I thought that was funny. Here we see Wayne Tower and we see the monorail. Like I say, monorail is one of my few things about this I don't dig. Here's Rutger Hauer. That's something I do dig. This movie just so jam packed with actors who make you happy to see them. I don't know. Christian Bale, he's somehow maybe my favorite Batman, but somehow not my favorite Bruce Wayne. Like that's kind of what you cast with Batman, right? You because he wears the mask when he's Batman, you can't really see his face that much, and most of it, like in here, his acting choice is actually memorable as Batman. But like as Bruce Wayne, like probably what George Clooney the best one, maybe Val Kilmer. Michael Keaton is good, but he's also so brooding and quiet, deep in thought, which is good for Batman. But it doesn't feel like this playboy with like three models on his arm at a time. George Clooney does, right? That's why Val Kilmer, I could see that, like him showing up to a premiere with two ladies in evening gowns. But Christian Bale, he does later on in that one scene where they fall in the fountain, and um, we see like him being on Playboy knucklehead and all that. But it feels false to a certain extent. I feel like he's almost doing Patrick Bateman again. Um, we'll talk about Christian Bale's. Well, screw it. Let's do it now. Let's do Christian Bale filmography. See how many people I can lose talking about what movies he's been in. Of course, the big one that everybody knows him from, that I love, I love him in, and most people are interested in him from, is um, American Psycho. Let's see, Pale Blue Eye. That's a decent one. It's on Netflix right now. I think it's a whole thing about Edgar Allan Poe. Vice, he's decent in that as well. Um, let me see, American Hustle. He's good in The Dark Knight Rises. He's good in The Fighter. Terminator Salvation. Interesting. The Prestige. There's another Nolan film I forgot about. That's fantastic. Um, He's also in 310 to Yuma. Harsh Times, that's a good one. If you're into like dirty, gritty cop movies, that's a fun one. Equilibrium, it's a Matrix ripoff, but it's really good. The Machinist is like this trippy Twilight Zone episode where Christian Bale lost like, I don't know, 100 pounds to play whatever role. He's like super grossly skinny in it, but it's kind of an amazing acting job. He's, I think, the bad guy in Shaft, the John Singleton, Samuel L. Jackson one that they made. I believe he's the evil, face of white bad guys. Um, Metro Land Secret Agent Pocahontas. Forgot he voiced in that. He was in Newsies. Shout out to Christian Bale in Newsies and Swing Kids. So I always get Swing Kids and Newsies confused. So that's fun that Cillian Murphy has a connection on those. Anyways, that's enough with, or I'm sorry, with Christian Bale. Jesus Christ, look at me jumping all over the place. So all right, the thing while I was rambling, Morgan Freeman popped up out of the corner of my eye, and it was distracting me because it's like, ooh. Um, I've been interneted on Morgan Freeman dying like 4 or 5 times. He's one of those guys where you turn on a book or something, it's like rest in peace, Morgan Freeman. It's like, did he really die? I'm gonna have to Google this and check your work. When Gene Hackman passed away this past week, that was one of those I had to double check. I'm like, you guys aren't messing with me again, are you? That whole situation's weird. If anybody has any thoughts on the Gene Hackman death, and feel free to put that in the comments or the chat. I don't want to get into it here because I'll be taken away from the Batman talk. But geesh. Um, Larry says Equilibrium is amazing. Yeah, Equilibrium is fun. It's a weird, like I say, it's a Matrix ripoff, but it's a good Matrix ripoff. It's a lot like what's Fahrenheit 451, I think it's called, the Ray Bradbury story. It's similar to that. Pale Blue Eye was pretty good. Weird one. Yeah, I don't know. Between that and the John Cusack movie, there's this weird like thing where they've turned Edgar Allan Poe into like a detective. Like Pale Blue Eye reminded me a lot of Young Sherlock Holmes, which is a fun one from the 80s if you haven't seen that. Here's where they go spelunking, as Michael Caine says. And we see there's like a service elevator and all this. Like, yeah, there's basically the framework for a bat cave is right there. It's got good bat cave bones. And they explain that's cool there. They explain the whole body armor for spelunking, like the cave diving so you can't get hurt and all that stuff. Um, as far as like one of the things with superhero movies, it's always a problem, and that is a turn off about this movie is the origin story. Um, this one, obviously the stuff with Bruce and Martha Wayne, oh my God, enough, it's enough. But this gives us a legitimate origin story where they explain the mask and why you would need it to be like it is. And like I said, they explained the gauntlets earlier, and um, the whole thing with the Wayne having a department of like stuff where they make stuff for the military. So he has all this access to like military grade stuff, and the thing where his cape can become like a glider because they have that for soldiers. All that stuff is just they make things that shouldn't be believable believable, and it's masterful in that. Christopher Nolan loves some helicopter shots. Like I say, he thinks in IMAX, so everything he does is just like these big, huge, like, can we shoot it with a helicopter? So now we're back to Jim Gordon. Gary Oldman is awesome. Uh, What's your favorite Gary Oldman movie? As long as we're in the middle of the film and we're scaring everybody off by going through filmographies. What's your favorite Gary Oldman role? He's had a bunch of winners. Um, the aforementioned Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula, right? Um, let's see here. What's my favorite Gary Oldman? We'll start at the back. Lost in Space for the film version. Murder in the First. Um, the Window. Romeo is Bleeding. Bunch of stuff. The Firm. He was in The Firm. Oh, no, that's a made-for-TV version. Interesting. JFK, Kung Fu Panda, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Dark Knight Rises, Book of Eli, Force One, Oppenheimer, uh, Hannibal. Yeah, he plays that whole in the what's his name? Something Verger, Mason Verger, I think. True Romance. That's probably my favorite Gary Oldman role, right? Drexel. It's not White Boy Day, is it? No, man, it ain't White Boy Day. But he's pretty amazing as Dracula in the Francis Ford Coppola one. You can't go wrong with that. Oh, don't forget the Fifth Element too. Fifth Element he's pretty amazing in. And I'm going to go back to the chat. Let's see how many people mentioned Fifth Element. Oh, of course, Larry did. Professional Fifth Element. Yeah, I still have to go Drexel by far as my favorite Gary Oldman. But Commissioner Gordon might be right there. And Fifth Element, he just plays it so broad and big. Like it's such a departure from the way he usually handles stuff. Um, The one I didn't mention that wasn't on there was Sid and Nancy, the Sid Vicious biopic or whatever. How do you guys say that? Biopic, biopic? I would say biopic. Uh, yeah, he plays Sid Vicious. He's really good in that. Um, so here's where Commissioner Gordon almost catches him, and he just like jumps off the wall and rappels down, and the cops are like blown away, like holy crap, this guy's on another level. I don't think we're quite ready to go after him. I like the whole dynamic between Christian Bale and Morgan Freeman. It seems like they would be friends. Like they feel like they've got a mutual interest. They I don't know. It's believable that this old dude would help this guy, It's like, well, I don't care. Nobody ever talks to me anyways. I'll help you. Fine, let's go the whole route. What's your favorite Morgan Freeman movie? I can't do that to you guys. That's too much to ask of anyone. I would probably Seven is my favorite Morgan Freeman. I don't know. That's a tough call. Shawshank Redemption, right? Kiss the Girls. Mm, what else do I love from Morgan Freeman? Oh my goodness. Uh, oh, he was in Attica. That's a good movie. Let's see. That was then. This is now. Glory is probably the first time I thought of him. Driving Miss Daisy was a big deal for him. Um, a lot of people hate that movie. A lot of people love that movie. Lean on Me. I forgot about that. Where he plays Joe Clark, the principal that locked the fire doors so the kids couldn't sell drugs in school, and he carried a baseball bat around. Robin Hood, Bonfire of the Vanities, Amistad, Kiss the Girls, Chain Reaction, Seven, Outbreak, Shawshank, Unforgiven. Damn, Morgan Freeman just had a lineup of like probably 5 years there where he couldn't miss. Deep Impact, where he played the president, and that felt like super. That was one of the first times they introduced like a black president in film, and it felt like it wasn't a joke. Like no, no, that's a real president. Normally, it's like Chris Rock is president, and he's acting the fool and shit. Hard Rain with Christian Slater. Uh, Rob's Vintage Video was trying to figure out what's the better Slater movie, Hard Rain or whatever the other hard one he's in. Christian Slater's in a lot of hard weather movies. Um, Nurse Betty, Along Came a Spider, High Crimes, Some of Fears. Some of All Fears is a weird ass trippy movie. I don't know. Dreamcatcher, where my Dreamcatcher head's at. Unleashed with Jet Li. If you haven't seen that, that's a very good movie. War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. Wanted, he's in that. Olympus Has Fallen. Oblivion with Tom Cruise. That was a terrible one. Did I just say that? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these newer ones aren't as good. But it's Morgan Freeman. The dude, I used to watch him on the Electric Company. That's where I learned to read. So here we go through what you would have to imagine would really have to happen, and that's one of the great parts about this movie is how many of the Batman masks did they have to get made before they actually had one that wouldn't crack by getting hit with a hammer? Like dude's obviously gonna have to get punched in the face a lot, and he wants it to like break people's hands. So how many do you have to get before you get just the right thing where it sits on your face but still hurts other people? It's a lot of ins and outs with becoming a night-winged vigilante. Uh, we need to do a remake of Driving Miss Daisy and call it Driving Mr. Rob. I would be in for that. We're all on our way. We're all on our way to Chubby's. You liked him in Oblivion? Rob popped up to say LOL. Um, anyways, I thank you for who are still sitting here hanging out watching with me. We're at the 1 hour mark and there's an hour and 20 minutes left in this one. Um, this is all stuff that's like nerdgasm stuff, but I feel like it could be trimmed or shortened. Like that's where Sam Raimi's really good with those like fast montage things where he just like incorporates a lot of storytelling in like 10 seconds. um, Guy Ritchie's real good at that. Nolan is more subdued. He's more Spielbergian. He likes to tell these like kind of slower drama played out. So we have to see where all the Batman stuff comes from and this whole montage. It's like, yeah, 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 just get on with it. When are you gonna start punching Scarecrow in the face? But I dig that, like I say earlier, the stuff with the mob, they keep it real to that. We got this fantastical stuff with the Scarecrow and all the horrors he can put into people's minds, but then they also keep it, grounded in like organized crime reality. If you were fighting crime in a town, organized crime would be one of the first things you'd have to mess with, right? Rob says, "Yeah, I need a lift to the club." Shout out to Chubby's. Hey, Don, looking good. Parts unknown. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, as I had mentioned for the folks at the start of the chat, I was going to do a Oscars live stream, and I just couldn't get the Oscars up and running on any of my devices, and it was very infuriating. And after a while, I was like, I don't like the Oscars enough to be this mad that I can't watch it. So I decided counter programming, Uno reverse card, bam. So since I'm on a never-ending kick to watch Batman movies with all you guys, uh, I thought perfect time to watch this. And I dig the whole thing where they're showing, like, like, batarangs, but they're really, like, bat throwing knives. You know, they don't quite come back to him. We're in the scene where he's in the, shipping yard, and there's all the metal shipping containers that make, like, the giant hallways, you know, like, down at the docks. So he's running through all these, like, shipping containers, and everybody's shooting, and there's this cool, like, ping of all the bullets off of the metal, and, Batman's hiding in the night and popping out of the shadows and grabbing these people one by one. Daredevil copied this scene a lot for a lot of what they do on the Daredevil show. Don, it's Russ. Hey, Russ. Nice to see you. Russ. Why am I drawing a blank? Russ whom? There's the classic, Batman Returns. My man backs up and he's, like, scared to death, and then as he turns around, there's, Batman hanging upside down with his, like, kinda like how Spider-Man was for, um, Kirsten Dunst and, hanging upside down for the kiss, but instead it's there as, like, this terror scene. Uh, hey, Russell, my man. I know, Russell, brother, it's good to see you. Why did you change your name, Russell? Like, that's what confused me for a second. I was trying to remember, like, oh yeah, is this what we were? Parts Unknown 81 MC? Yeah, Russell's a favorite of the community. When I'm up late at night watching movies and talking to myself, Russell's often here for me. He's got my back on these old ones. Russell's the king of finding movies on YouTube. Like if you're looking for something you can't find, he's got it. He knows where it's at on YouTube. So there's the part where Christian Bale gets his chance to say, "I'm Batman." Except he says, "I'm Batman." And he does kind of a weird overbite with his teeth when he talks. There's that Gotham monorail. Yeah, two derivative Spider-Man for me. I would have liked to seen something else. But I suppose in the second one, they attack, there's a whole thing with boats, and then the third one's a whole thing with jets. So maybe they're doing like trains and planes, and so here Gotham's so bad, Katie Holmes is about to get attacked on the way home. On the way homes. But then Batman saves her, because of course he does. Don't worry, girl, I got you. I'm a big fan of the CW. I love disturbing behavior. This is just our friend Russell saying hello to everybody. And this is when we first get a lot of like Batman dialogue, and you realize that this voice is going to be a thing that we're going to have to listen to. Like I said, doesn't bother me that much, but still. And I like that when we get a look at him, he looks scary and creepy. Although he has the same issue that I have with all Batman. The cowl has to kind of come down around the eyes, right? So like it can't be right up on it because you'd be pinching your eyes and you'd be hurting it and stuff, and the actors would be cutting their eyebrows and stuff, eyelids. So they have to put on like eye makeup, like this thick black around the eyes, so when it covers it up like this, there's still black in here. Like, I think Batman would look creepy and scary without it. Like, that's one of the things they do in the, Robert Pattinson Batman was when he has the mask off and he has, like, this goth ass, like, Robert Smith from The Cure eye makeup, looking like The Undertaker after a WrestleMania match, looking like an emo on prom night. Um, I'm not giving up my bed. I finally got the nails broken in. Oh, zing a zing. These shots I've always loved, and this series of movies where they have Batman standing on, like, some pillar of a tall building, or, like, how Batman is in the comic books, always up on gargoyles or on cool ledges. he finds like the most ornate dope buildings to stand on, and he just does like these I don't know, high wire act bits where he's just standing up there for no reason. It's like, dude, a strong wind seems like you're gonna plummet to your death. But cinematically, when they show the helicopter shots of the city and you see Batman just standing there with his cape blowing in the wind, it's amazing. It looks cool in the comic books drawn, so to see it actually in real life is sort of unbelievable. And then there's the first start of the bat signal. They take the crime boss and they tie him to a spotlight and then shoot the spotlight up into the sky. So then later on, they make that into the Batman. So they cover all their bases in this. They really want to make sense of all the silliness, and I like that. So here's where Alfred wakes up Bruce Wayne after a night of out beating people up, and he's like, "3 o'clock is too late, sir." That was the best Michael Caine impersonation anyone's ever heard. Send that to the Smithsonian. It's so crazy to see Christian Bale buffed up like that. Like he gets out of bed in his pajamas, and you can see like he's all bruised, but you can also see he's like swole. And after seeing him in The Machinist, which was only around this time, I'm not sure if it was before or after, but like as he's anorexic in The Machinist, he looks like he's been chained to a wall and starved. So to see him all buffed up like this, it's like, dude, this is crazy. I mean, there's a word for that. It's called steroids, but still. And there's the push-ups that they mentioned later. How does Batman stay in shape? Push-ups. Oh, brother Max wants me to start the damn movie over. All right, let's go ahead and get it. All right, and I've got it on HBO Fanfare. Is that right? No, I'm at the 108 mark. So if you'd like to jump in with me, I'm watching it on Max. Max is the home for all DC stuff. And speaking of Max, brother Max is here. Welcome, brother Max. Group hugs in the shower. No, boy. And just as I say that, people are getting punched in the head. Um, they're explaining here the whole thing with he had the whole the vaporizer thing that can destroy Gotham. One of the bad guys turned it on and like blew himself up. Yeah, I don't know these movies in general. There's almost like one subplot too many in all of them. Like the whole thing with the extradition of I think it's Japanese or Chinese, the Asian criminal from the Dark Knight, where he has to go there and like scoop him up with a hook and all that. It's not necessary. You could have trimmed 20 minutes out of the movie with that whole subplot. Here's where Bruce Wayne shows up at the hotel and plays in the fountain with his two models, and then when they try to throw him out, he's like, "I'll just buy the whole hotel." Yeah, some of these scenes where he's Bruce Wayne, it really feels like he's just Patrick Bateman, except not as creepy. The Japanese kamikaze program was a failure. Most of the pilots are bad. The good ones couldn't get past practice. Uh, yeah, if you haven't seen Godzilla Minus One, that is an excellent movie about the whole situation with you know, uh, dive bombers for the Japanese army, and tells an amazing story about the guy in there. That's part of what really makes that movie the drama of Godzilla Minus One, and then every now and then Godzilla just shows up for awesomeness. It's like, wow, this is a brilliant movie. So there we see Bruce Wayne leave with his models, and he's tipping everybody, and he's being the big glamorous playboy. But we know this is all intentional. He's trying to literally make a big splash. Like he wants to be seen by the local gossip rags, and he wants the rich hoi polloi to think, oh, he's the rich screw up son. So he just goes and makes a big scene so people remember him. And here we bump into Katie Holmes, and she's supposed to be like all mature and grown up. Like, when we knew her, she was this sweet girl and, this kid, and now she's all grown up woman. It's like, no, she still looks like, girl from Dawson's Creek or wherever the hell she's from. Is that where Katie Holmes is from? I don't know. Don, odds of you being available March 10th. Is March 10th? Next Monday? We could probably figure out something. Why, you got plans? You got plans? You got big things let me in on, Larry? What you know? Um, let's do an update on the Oscars. Dun dun dun. Okay, looks like they're still not done. Uh, Best actor went to Adrian Brody for The Brutalist. As I believe he was the odds-on favor, like he was the betting favorite. I also Googled the favorites on the gambling sites earlier to see, so I'd have some idea of what I was looking for. Best original score, The Brutalist. Best international feature, I'm Still Here. Best cinematography, The Brutalist. Okay, so The Brutalist is really starting to pick up some steam now. Um, Amelia Perez, not so much. Looks like they're doing the usual thing where they kind of give out one or two movies, get all the awards, and then everything else gets like, it's sort of like complimentary award. Hey, thanks for coming here. Take your best sound editing award. So now Cillian Murphy's back on screen, stealing the spotlight as he does with what is my dude's name? Tom Wilkinson. Once again, another actor that they have for this movie where it's like, we need the best possible person to play this role. It's like, it seems like Tom Wilkinson would pass on a Batman movie. Instead, he's like, hell no. That's what Christopher Nolan as director will get you. Once again, Cillian Murphy being creepy as hell. He's got like such a soft, gentle way about him, and for some reason that comes off as serial killerish. Like he's very clinical. Well, obviously, he's a psychiatrist or whatever. But here's the first time we get a look at the practical apparatus of the scarecrow mask. It looks like a scarecrow hood, but then inside there's this machinery. And then there he blasts old buddy with the hallucinogenic, and this is when we see the first trip out nightmare scene. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. I remember the first time I saw the Scarecrow in any Batman stuff, like in the comic books, but also in the Batman animated series. I just thought, what an awesome character, but they'll never do him on the big screen. I never thought they'd really do Mr. Freeze. When Arnie did him, it was perfect because, especially after him looking like the Mr. Freeze from the comic books, or from the Batman animated series. So there's where Gary Oldman's taking the garbage out and he turns around. Sorry, Gary Oldman. Commissioner Gordon is taking the garbage out and he turns around and Batman's just sitting up on like a air conditioner, like on a fire escape above him, like hanging out. Ah, I appreciate your ninja ways, but geez, buddy. Come chitter, come chatter, come vicious vampire. If Demi doesn't win, I'm sure they will riot. Yeah, that's another one of the things that people think is a guaranteed to happen is Demi Moore winning. Um, I was able to watch the red carpet stuff. Like I said, I had issues with Hulu and all this or whatever, being able to watch it. And I almost busted out the rabbit ears. Like I got one of those things that you put up on the wall and it's got the digital decoder. And I was going to see if I could get ABC. And I was like, you know what? I just don't want to degrade myself like that for the Oscars. I'm above it. Um, and the whole red carpet stuff, I saw Demi Moore, like they were basically treating her like a queen. So I'm not surprised that she'll probably be the belle of the ball. It's like when Holly Berry won that one year. Everybody sort of know. Pat Master every night has its dawn. Oh, Pap, welcome, Nate. Glad to see you here, buddy. The horror cat dad. Oh, Nate. Everybody loves Nate. Pap. Yeah, we all love us some Nate. Welcome, Nate. What's your order for the Christopher Nolan Batman movies? What do you like? Dark Knight, Batman Begins, then Dark Knight Rises? Give me your ranking. Nate, Dan, anybody in the chat or comments. Here's the part where he grabs this dirty cop and he's like got him attached by the ankle and he's pulling him up and down with like the bat pulley thing. It's always funny to me that Batman has that sort of like pulley system. It's like basically so you're Spider-Man too. You got a lot of things covered, Batman. Bat grappling hook. How much do you weigh? One of the strangest scenes in Batman, and then Vicky Vale lies and almost kills him. How dare you? Mainly about the Oscars. I'm kind of curious to see the stuff afterwards. They've been having trouble finding a competent host for the Oscars forever. Like any of these award shows, whoever hosts it's kind of a big deal. So they got Conan O'Brien this year, and I feel like he's a good host. So I'm kind of anxious to see how that turns out. Did he say anything to offend anybody? Did he make some big gaffe? Did he announce the wrong Best Picture or whatever, like Jimmy Kimmel did? Dark Knight 1 and Rises would be 2. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's pretty much how I do it too. But this is an awesome one. You can't go wrong with Batman Begins. Now, this I wonder, it was probably CGI, but when they show it, it looks like practical, where you see the slums of Gotham and they do it what looks like a helicopter shot. It appears to be practical models, but this was still, it 10 years into the CGI revolution. So the CGI was still spotty on a lot of movies in 2005. And there's where he sees the little boy outside when he's rappelling down the building, and the little boy is Joffrey from Game of Thrones. That little bastard. Um, but he's supposed to be like cute and adult, like adorable in this. You're like, oh, this little like ragamuffin with the big eyes, and it's like, no, he's one of the worst characters. Well, one of the most evil and hateable characters in film and television. Oh, let's see. I'm hitting your merch store next month, Don Mega. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Any of you who like to hit the merch store, I usually pin it up at the top of the chat, but I almost always put it at the top of the comments or put it in the description of the show. Feel free to get yourself some Night Owl merch. Uh, all sorts of T-shirts, blankets, as you can see over my shoulder. Uh, I need to make baby clothes. I realized that it'd be adorable if my daughter had a Night Owl onesie. It's like I'm pretty sure there's baby clothes to make in there. I should get a jumper going or something. So there he almost creeps up on Scarecrow, and Scarecrow gives him the blast, and we get a good look at Scarecrow's face where he's got maggots all over it, and a bat is coming out of his mouth. Like it's straight nightmare fuel. And that's one of the reasons I really was taken back by this movie is it's one thing to take your subject matter seriously. It's another thing to literally set Batman on fire, which he just did. You know, that was one of the things that happened in, like I said, I'm currently watching The Penguin, and there's a part on, an HBO program. I've watched Sopranos and Deadwood and all these, HBO hits, all the Game of Thrones, everything, The Wire. Um, call anybody ever being set on fire and burned alive like happened on The Penguin. I was like, are you kidding me? Jesus, we can get away with a lot of stuff. It's been a long time since Janet Jackson's titty, apparently. So there, Batman's in a state of hallucinatory panic, and he's already been set on fire, and he thinks he's going to die. So he hooks himself up to the batarang and shoots up to the top of the slum roofs where he could let the rain put out the fire. That's like a crazy action scene. Like, oh, and then Batman, puts himself out from being on fire. And of course, they use this to as a chance to like intersplice with shots of him as a child when he's having, his tantrum about his parents dying and all that. Let's see here. I saw on YouTube Return to the Batcave in 2003 with Adam West and Burt Ward as themselves, and Frank Gorshin was a fun watch. I remember the Return to the Batcave. That was a relatively big deal at the time. There was money to be made, so they did. Baby clothes, yes, or pet scarves, right? I do need pet scarves. HBO's True Blood. True Blood is one of the only ones I've never seen. I like HBO programming. I still have never seen True Blood or Boardwalk Empire, but like Oz, I saw most of Oz. Saw all The Sopranos. When I was a kid, there was a show called First and 10 that was like a football comedy, all about like American football. And I've probably saw every episode of that. Same with Dream On. Dream On was like the male version of Sex in the City, but somehow it's been scrubbed because it's just too sexist nowadays or something. So here we established that Batman made it home safely. Alfred came and picked him up, and then Lucius Fox synthesized his blood and made an antidote, as one does. What's your favorite HBO show series? Sex and the City made a bajillion dollars. Not my favorite. How about Tales from the Crypt? Tales from the Crypt's got to be everybody's favorite HBO series, right? Or The Hitchhiker. The Hitchhiker was crazy back in the day. Rachel, that's her name. I couldn't think of what her name was. That's the problem with watching these movies on mute and just watching the captions. If I miss the little descriptor name, I'll have to remember it. Luckily, all these characters are burned into my memory for life. Michael says Owl in the City, right? Oz and The Sopranos. Those are your two favorites. Yeah, Oz was wild, man. The Sopranos is, of course, classic awesomeness. But the Game of Thrones stuff, Deadwood. If you haven't seen Deadwood, Deadwood's fantastic. Like I say, the Penguin's been blowing my mind. I really thought it was going to be. I'd watch a few episodes and get tired of it. It's been holding my attention. But I've been watching a lot of good TV lately, or series. Um, oh God, what was the one I just watched on Netflix about the French one with the people who get possessed? Margaret, maybe something like that. All these foreign horror shows have a woman's name. Um, that one was really good. From was really good. I believe that's like on MGM Plus or something. So here's where we see the throwback. He plays a few notes on the piano when the bookshelf opens, and that's sort of a tip of the cap to the old like Adam West. I mean, there's some of the comic books have him doing that too. The Adam West one has him doing the Shakespeare, where he pops open the statue bust of Shakespeare and presses the button. But it's funny to know that the pole to the Batcave is still behind a pair of bookshelves in the library. And there he opens up the case and we see the signal, the logo on his chest. We see the mask. Like it's funny, we've already seen Batman several times, but there's something about him opening up the war chest and seeing all the bat like armor. It's very masturbatorial for Batman fans. Here you go. Get a good look at the armor, boys. Oh, Kids in the Hall is a Canadian show. Yeah, that was a good uh, his favorite is would I consider Kids in the Hall an HBO show? Yeah, for sure would. It was I think it got most of its viewers from Comedy Channel, but I remember it as an HBO show as a kid. What up, Echo? Kids in the Hall is a Canadian show. That it is. Not much, just planning something evil like make people watch The Amazing Bulk. Oh, I love when Echo does that. There's more info released on Gene's death, I heard, but I hadn't checked it out yet. Echo, did you hear anything today? Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, when I first heard, Gene Hackman and his wife and their dog all found dead, and they're like, police do not suspect foul play, nothing to see here. I was like, well, I want more info on this. So the next thing you know, I'm like watching press conferences by the New Mexico Police Department. It's like, I've gone too deep. Sounds to me like maybe she found him dead and then she took some pills and then she forgot to let the dog out of the kennel, but the other dogs are able to come and go. It's clearly not a gas leak. It's like you're in too deep, bro. I've got like the red strings connecting pictures. Here's Gene Hackman in the firm, and let's see here. 10 years old when I first watched Batman '66. Yeah, that I had mentioned it when I recently watched the Batman the movie, which is the movie version that actually did play in the theaters of the old Adam West Batman TV series. The Batman the show became Batman the movie. And when I watched that one, yeah, we had a few talk about the Adam West stuff. And as a kid, that show was on all the time. Like when I would stay home from sick from school, that'd be one of the main things I'd be watching. It's like in the morning time, there's going to be Batman on somewhere. And I used to love how they'd end on the cliffhanger, but a lot of times they'd bundle them together so they'd have like a Batman hour, and you could watch the cliffhangers follow up right after. It was like the first version of binge watching. Oh, I got to see if Batman survived. Pretty sure he did. So here now, Cillian Murphy's talking to Rachel, and they're explaining, the whole thing where she's kind of onto him, and she gets a feeling he's trouble. And he is. He's going to kidnap you, Rachel. So here's where he takes her in and shows her where they're making all the hallucinogenic, and then they're pouring it just straight into a water pipe that feeds the city's like water supply. That's all it takes is just one crack in a pipe and just pour a bucket of the stuff into the water as it goes by. That's all it takes to make the whole city messed up. I love comic book villains. They always have the best plans. I'm gonna have the whole city tripping balls, man. People are gonna be like, "You ever look at your fingers?" So there he gives Katie Holmes a big blast of the trip out hallucinogenic. And then when she looks at him, his face is just covered in maggots, like always. And then while he's trying to interrogate her using the hallucinogenic, all the lights go out, and we know Batman's here up in the shadows. And this is all classic, awesome Batman stuff, where it's like a tall ceiling, and he's up in like the shadowy rafters, and nobody knows where he's at. And he's dropping down and snatching folks, and that ninja stuff I talked about earlier. He's living in the shadows and attacking. Cillian Murphy is just chewing up scenery. He must have gained like 5,000 pounds after this. So he says he gave her a lethal dose of the things. The mind can only take so much. And really, if she died here, would it be a loss? She's just going to die in the next one. She's pretty much there to get kidnapped and die in these movies. That's her whole role in life. I'm sorry, Rachel, but that's who you are. But I forget decomposed and mummified when found. Yeah, that's part of the whole Gene Hackman thing. Having some coroner on TV explaining the difference between decomposition and mummification. It's like I'm in too deep, man. Can't go deep. Can't go wrong with Batman, Russell. No, you cannot go wrong with Batman. I don't think there's any. Well, there is one version of Batman I don't like actually. I don't like Lego Batman. I know it's a controversial hot take. I'm sorry. Thanks for those of you who didn't leave me on that one. I thank you for hearing me out. In that, the whole point in that is that Batman is like too grumpy and gruesome, and he's just like brooding and angry. So they like the Batgirl and Robin and everybody tries to cheer him up. You know, oh Batman, you grumpy Gus. It's like, dude, your parents died, and you know your whole thing is that you're psychologically scarred. Like, what do you mean, grumpy Gus? You know, so I don't know. Lego Batman from just the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, this movie makes fun of Batman more than it celebrates him. Oh, here's the part where the Scarecrow gets blasted with his own stuff, and Batman looks like a demon. And he's got just this black face with tar pulling out of it, and his hair just like, oh, it's disgusting. The yeah, it's even hard to talk looking at it. He looks like Tim Curry in Legend. Like he just looks like a black devil. It's terrifying. It's the stuff of nightmares. Love the mob vampire film, Innocent Blood. Don Rickles is a vampire. Ooh, I love Don Rickles in anything. As a person named Don Nichols, for me to love Don Rickles, you have to imagine he must be great. Um, yeah, so here's the part where you can see that the police are sort of afraid of Batman and that they're trying to like capture him, but Gordon is sticking up for him and willing to run in and help him out and stuff. It establishes the bond between Gordon and Batman. Ray Oldman looks like the Commissioner Gordon that's generally in the comics and in the Batman animated series. You know, the mustache, the glasses, he looks like he'll punch you in the face. Burt Ward and Bruce Lee were friends and sparred together. That I didn't know. That's cool. All this stuff with the SWAT team trying to find Batman while he's like escaping up through these spiral staircases and stuff is just all Christopher Nolan stuff. You know, how big can I shoot it? Can it be made for the IMAX? But one of the scenes I feel like you could probably trim out to get the this movie's too long. All of Nolan's movies are too long. That's what happens when you become an awesome director is you don't have the fear that people are gonna like give up on your movie because it's going too slow. Like anytime a director hits it big, suddenly all their movies become like 2.5, 3 hours. And then Christopher Nolan definitely suffers from that. This movie needs to be a tight 2 hours. All three of these, if each one was a tight 2 hours, that'd be perfect. But they let some stuff breathe just a little too much for my takes. I don't know. It just seems like the old rule that the no movie should be longer than the human bladder. Alfred Hitchcock, that was one of his things. That's kind of how I feel. Like if you pee before the movie starts, the movie shouldn't be so long that you have to pee again. So there, Batman summons all the bats, and they come flying in and attack the SWAT team. It's like, how are you going to attack a SWAT team with a flock of bats? It's a very strange game of rock, paper, scissors you're playing here, Bruce Wayne. True, true. It is. A lot of things under reconstruction in Gotham. You know, Gotham's got good bones, but it's got a lot of house flippers and stuff. Like there's plenty of these buildings and houses that are just filled with scaffolding. And then here's where he takes the thing that calls the bats and he throws it down the like swirling, spiraling staircase. So they make this like bat tornado. And then he jumps down in the bats and hides in the bats the way a ninja would hide in like a smoke bomb. Unbelievable. Like whoever wrote all this and thought all this up and was like, I got a good way to use CGI to tell the Batman story. Genius, genius, genius. Here, Batman breaks this dude. He cuts through the jail to break out. Gotham has so much steam. Like every time they're out on the street, like every manhole cover, every pipe in an alley, everything is just steam, steam, steam. Everybody in Gotham's got like just big, wide open pores. Very hard on your skin to live in Gotham. There's the first look we get at the Batmobile, besides the training session where he's driving around in circles. We get to see it now in black. The Tumbler. You mean the Tumbler, Mr. Wayne? I used to have a black mountain bike I called the Tumbler. Everybody's like, why? I'm like, because I'm a dork. I like where we can see the build of it. Like it looks like a military vehicle, and you can see that like kind of rocket jet thing. I mean, what do they say it's used for? To like jump across canyons to set up bridges. So that's, I mean, that's an interesting idea for a military vehicle. Kind of this half tank, half Hummer thing that's supposed to be able to jump gaps. You know, and then later on we see that like the motorcycles in it. Once again, just like in the Tim Burton version, Batman has a tripped out woman that he's got riding shotgun in a car. She don't know what's going on. Vicky Vale and Rachel have both been in this situation. It's very common for Batman to be driving these tripping broads around. Um, is that a real background? Yes, it is. That right there is a list of 101 movie quotes. Whose line is it? So you have to read a movie quote and figure out what movie it's from and who said it. And then that's my just junk behind me. I'm in my bedroom. I wanted, like I said, I was gonna do the Oscars, so I thought I was gonna be in here from 7 to 10. My wife put the kids to bed. Now she's hanging out with the baby and watching them, I think, House. Um, and I wasn't gonna be deterred. I already set up the microphone and everything else when I couldn't get the Oscars. Like, well, we're watching a movie. So yeah, I'm in the bedroom tonight. Sometimes I usually watch movies late at night in the living room when I do the shows here. It's weird. When I was a bachelor, doing this show was super easy because there's no one to really wake up, and I'm up in the middle of the night, just bouncing around doing stuff. But being married, it's harder. It's like gotta share living spaces, gotta worry about like, oh, is the baby gonna be needing to be fed soon because she'll be crying. So much audio to take into place with a young baby. But the baby's doing good. We took her to the doctor for her 4-month checkup. She's 2 feet, just about 2 feet 2 inches tall. And for those of you who don't know, she's 4 months old. So then that's about the size of an average 9-month old. So the giant blood is strong in her. She got giant genes. She's in like the upper 95th percentile of the world or whatever. I was like, oh no, I got a giant baby. Attack of the 50-foot baby. But being a dad to a baby has been very, very good for my soul. There's something about looking into a crib and seeing a little tiny face smiling back at you, happy to see you. Long movie gets me hungry, right? That's the thing. If you got snacks, you got a meal. That's why I prefer home cinema compared to theater. For a person who loves movies like I do, I love them at home because I like to be able to pause. I like to, rewind if I didn't hear something. In the theater, it's like, it's like watching a stage play. It's there in the moment and then it's gone. Steam is the Misty Mystique Misty movies, right? The Mist, trust me, it works. Um, Batman meets the Green Hornet videos. Those are classic. A blessing. Yeah, she is. Thank you, Pap. I know. I It makes me very happy to see her. So yeah, it's. I know you understand. Um, so here's the famous scene where Batman's riding down the streets. I believe this was maybe filmed in Chicago. A bunch of this was filmed in Chicago, but I think this is one of the first times they like shut down the highway in Chicago and it was on the news. A bunch of this was filmed in I think Toronto and then Pittsburgh. I know Dark Knight Rises had a lot in. It's so expensive to film stuff in Hollywood, and things look like they look in Hollywood, and they've been used in so many damn movies over and over again. Um, that the fact that they try to find these Midwestern cities that haven't been exploited by films over and over, so they have some sort of freshness, like they feel like they're where they're supposed to be in the movie. So their Batman rushes in, and there's a post-it note from Alfred with the anecdote to give Rachel, and there's a note on it. It's like from Lucius. He dropped this off. Like, oh wow, good timing. Do you have to leave things in writing, Alfred? A lot of this might be criminally actionable. Do you want to really leave notes? I still don't see how pouring it with a bucket into one water pipe can get the whole city completely under hallucinogenic effects. So here's where Katie Holmes wakes up in the Batcave, and Batman's all hunched over and talking to her in the weird, creepy voice. He explains, "You were poisoned. It was Dr. Crane." Yeah, it's hard not to get wrapped up in this. It's hard not to get wrapped up in that black eye makeup thing. He's just at home getting ready to go out and fight crime. Trying to get my game face on, right? Sitting around looking like a raccoon. You've been drugged, so I brought you here to give you an antidote and then drug you again. You're probably gonna need a lot of water tomorrow. I don't know. This is one of the few times you ever see Batman without the cowl on, and he's got like the whole Batman outfit, but then just like a normal head. It looks weird. It looks like somebody took an action figure and popped the head off and put a new one on. So here's where Michael Caine is given, sorry, Alfred is given Bruce Wayne a lecture about being too hot doggy and drawing attention to himself when we see clips of the tumbler driving along the highways. I keep getting caught up by how much this movie must have cost to make. Just every scene is like so big and huge, like from city shots to even the small stuff takes place in mansions and these big office buildings and stuff. Yeah, if you were gonna throw a couple $100 million at a movie and make one of these tentpole franchise deals, you get Christopher Nolan. It's worth it. The money's well spent. There, Michael Caine explains to him how Bruce is all that's left of the Waynes, and he can't be acting like an ass because it destroys the Wayne family name. which is funny because then right after that, he immediately goes in, and this is where it all goes down. So we're at the 141 mark. There's approximately 40 minutes left in this movie, most of which is a big fight inside this mansion and then a fight on a train. Rucker Hauer. Just the hits after hits, they keep coming. Every time you take away Michael Caine, you come back with somebody strong. I love it. Batman says Batman movies are the shit, bro. Yeah, it's weird how many of them are good. Like it seems, like Fantastic Four, like this new attempt to make a Fantastic Four movie. Every other time they try, it really kind of swings and misses. Even if you have one, it's like, well, that one's not that bad. And like Spider-Man, that Spider-Man's generally a good property, but some of them, the Sam Raimi stuff really opened the door for the stuff that comes after. But like all of the Batman movies are good. Well, Batman and Robin is an acquired taste. Not everybody likes it. I enjoy it for what it is, but it's a lesser than. But all the rest of them, man, Batman, he spends a lot of time in tuxedos. What do you suppose Bruce Wayne's tuxedo budget is? Like I bet that's not a clip-on bow tie. He knows how to tie that thing. He goes to a lot of these. Uh, Russell says he didn't like the Green Hornet movie. Yeah, I never actually saw that one. I believe what Michel Gondry directed that one, and I dig him. Is that what happened with that, or did Edward uh, or Edgar Wright direct it? Because that was the thing for the long time. He was supposed to direct that, and I believe he stepped off, and Gondry stepped in, and then that's basically kind of what happened with Ant-Man, something like that. I don't know. All this runs together, keeping track of this Hollywood gossip. So here's the part where he's like, "Let me introduce you to Mr. Raj Ghul." And then this dude that turns around looks a lot like 101 Bronson. Shout out to Jeff. But then behind him, there's Liam Neeson. And this is where Bruce Wayne realizes that Liam Neeson is Ra's al Ghul. He just had the other guy as a fake, out front man. And this is where it all comes to the climax. We see that the League of Shadows is really secretly behind all the problems in the city. Michael Keaton, I'm Batman was an ad lib. Yeah, we had kind of talked about that. I think in maybe the Adam West one. That's one of the most famous scenes in at least superhero movie lore for sure. And that the fact that it was an ad lib is kind of a bizarre. What the hell? Actually, it was when Larry and I watched Batman together live. So if you'd like to see me and the horror cat dad watch the original the Michael Keaton Batman with the Tim Burton job. Batman '89, the OG awesome classic. That's in the archives, along with me watching the Adam West Batman and now this Batman. And I'm going to try to get to this Robert Pattinson Batman. We're going to cover these Batman. And I'll try to mix in some animated so I can get a little bit of a Kevin Conroy example. Because damn, he is good. But here's where Bruce realizes that the bad guys have infiltrated his cocktail party and he has to get everybody out without making a big scene. Like saying like, "Hey, everybody, there's a terrorist in here. You got to get out." And they all scream and run for their life. Instead, he acts like a drunk jerk and tells them all a bunch of like freeloaders. He basically does what Eddie Murphy does in Trading Places. Man, get out of my house. Somebody's coos is on my rug. It's pretty much the same scene. My brother was a stone groove, a righteous. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get the fuck out. Shout out to Trading Places. So now Batman has been completely all the criminals are Liam Neeson's gang is here. So he's got one, two, three, four, five, looks like seven henchmen. I don't know. They keep cutting camera angles on me. So we've got somewhere between 6 to 8 bad guys that Batman has to dispatch with. And now we see that they've infiltrated Arkham Asylum and they're led. Well, actually, I think that's Blackgate Prison. Um, and they opened up all the doors to the cells. Sorry, they're letting Liam do a big monologue here where he explained how like all the times that the different civilizations over society have just been destroyed and fallen, even going back to Rome. That's the League of Shadows. And now Gotham has gotten too big for its britches, and they're going to take it down. I always feel like Gotham is Chicago. Metropolis is obviously New York. That's the big city, and then Gotham is Chicago, I would say. And then I think the Green Lantern lives in like Coast City or something like that. I think that's obviously LA or San Diego. Um, Pap says Keaton definitely is Batman. Yeah, I don't really. I feel like Batman is like Hamlet, as silly as that sounds. Like anybody can play them, and the different versions of them, like all the different Jokers and stuff. It's like I think it's kind of cool. I like seeing different takes on a character that I'm familiar with. It's like I recognize what you're doing enough, so I see what I love, but I also see what you're doing with it. But yeah, Keaton. He hit me at the perfect age, so he's like burned into my consciousness as one of the key Batman. Russell says, "Nice to have you back, Don." Thank you, Russell. It's nice to be back. Like I said, it's still a work in progress. Juggling when's the best time to do shows? When can I plan around them? Should I try to go on a regular schedule? The charm of the show before is it was so loose and freewheeling. So having to like meticulously plan. Okay, Tuesdays at 8 or whatever. It's like, meh. So I'm still juggling how I want to go about balancing real life and YouTube, but I appreciate that the people here I love me back. Don Mega, thank you, Pap. Don Zombie, yeah, yeah. Shout out to you guys. Oh, and Nate, I love that video you made of the pillow. What happened to the video, Nate? You took one a while ago where it's you in the white Night Owl shirt, and I got the Night Owl Movie Talk merch, and you're outside. I was looking for it. I was gonna capture it and use it for a thing I'm putting together for an ad for the T-shirts. So if you got a link to that, if you privated it or if you deleted it or something, I'd love to have the video of that. You can send it to me on Instagram or something. You're a good model, Nate. Let's see here. Fave villain, Riddler, Frank Gorshin. That's your fave? It's tough. Out of all of them, um, Jack is Joker, Heath is Joker, are both iconic. Hardy is Bane is pretty amazing. Um, DeVito is pretty damn good. Um, Carrie is infamous. Like he chews up a lot of scenery and he's fun to watch, but I don't know if he's one of my favorites. Gorshin from the old show, Burgess Meredith from the old show, Vincent Price's Egghead from the old show. How about that one? Yeah, there's a lot of good villains in there. Julie Newmar as Catwoman in the old show. Same with Michelle Pfeiffer. So here we're coming to the climax of the film. Bad guys have, started their plan and orchestrating their big thing to that's going to have to be thwarted by Batman to have a big climax at the end, and saves the day, and Gotham is safe. So here we see Wayne Manor burning to the ground. It's like a symbolic thing where his past and his family and all that's been destroyed, but he would rebuild it. The same way his family was, murdered and taken away from him, and he has to rebuild his life. And then it also explains why then later how they're able to put all the stuff from the Batcave underneath there. They since they have to build it from the ground, they can really do whatever they want with it down there then. What is the point of those push-ups if you can't even lift a bloody log? That was yeah. And once again, the best Michael Caine impersonation in the world, recognized by Guinness. Guinness the beer, not the World Record Company. So yeah, there we see him do the keys on the piano and go down the bookshelf. And I dig that instead of the barber pole like they had in the Adam West Batman, it's like a service freight elevator type deal. Once again, making it more believable. And we get a feel for how far down is. Like it's several stories down. Like they're probably what looks like 200 feet down below the ground, at least 100. So here we have the all is lost moment. In all of our stories, we play to a peak in the climax of the movie where the hero defeats the bad guy and whatever. But you have to have the moment where the bad guy or the hero doubts himself. Like it feels like all is lost, as it's referred to in the script writing lingo. So we have these all is lost moments where it feels like our hero right at the end, nothing can be done. Everything's at its lowest. Life sucks. But then he rebounds back. So here Batman is stabbed and explaining how he tried to save Gotham and he failed. And Michael Caine's giving him this big, like, fatherly pep talk. Katie Holmes just tells a cop, he's like, nobody's allowed to go this way except for cops. She's like, I'm a district attorney. He's like, oh, go right ahead. Really? The rest of them are wearing like riot gear, and she's got like a short pump and like a mild business suit with a trench coat on. Look like a cub reporter. Hot to trot. John Candy is a talking horse. Don the talking horse, of one of my favorites. Bobcat Goldthwait. Sometimes my baby, she'll be like, "Ah, ah, ah," like when she lays in the crib. Like I'll be laying in bed and I'll just hear her just. "Ah." I'm like, oh, she's doing her Bobcat Goldthwait. Ah. So here's the Gotham monorail. Like I said, it's a cool look because they have like the 3, 4 tiered thing, and it would play better on a video game than it would in a movie because it just feels too much like the Spider-Man thing. But um, there's Joffrey again, you bastard. Um, yeah, the Gotham monorail deal. It just feels. I mean, it's a good way to have high tension and high action, and this is like the first big action movie Nolan did. So I'm sure he just kind of went back to the old trope of the fight on the train. So here they pay off this whole subplot where there was like this sort of half nuclear reactor thing that was on a boat that got destroyed and yada yada yada. So now we see that Ra's al Ghul's going to put it on the train and blow up what may City Hall or Wayne Tower or whatever. Vincent Price's Egghead, Roddy McDowell is the Bookworm. Yeah, the Bookworm was a fun oddball one. Who was the dude that played King Tut? He was good too. I grew up watching Francis the Talking Mule and Mr. Ed. Yeah, I used to watch Mr. Ed late at night. Uh, Wilbur. Francis the Talking Mule, he was more in just like feature length movies. So I didn't watch as many because Mr. Ed, he would just be like in between stuff I dug. So there we see Katie Holmes comforting Joffrey. No wonder she got fired. Maggie Gyllenhaal wouldn't comfort Joffrey. So here's where everybody's just tripping out on these flowers. The steam has burst through the manhole covers, and the whole town has just been like engulfed in like a fog of hallucinogenic. Well, at least the poor part of town, the Gotham ghetto area. Um, and we just see it like covered in smoke. It looks like a Cheech and Chong movie. It's like Method Men and Redmen are doing a concert. Sorry, that's a data reference. Travis Scott is doing a concert. There, is that better? Is that maybe young and hip? That was mediocre compositing or CGI. When the tumbler comes jumping out of the waterfall cave and then goes flying up onto the ground, you can kind of see the matting outline around it. That's one of the only effects complaints I've had in this whole movie so far, and it's an effects heavy movie. This whole thing where the scarecrow and they get the horses involved, and the scarecrow's on the horse and he looks like Ichabod Crane, and it's like terrifying. Nightmare fuel, friggin' nightmare fuel. Bamboo Harvester was the name of Mr. Ed. Didn't know that. The Narrows, that's what they called it. I knew they had some sort of special name for the poor part of town. And in the Gotham show, they call the like sort of the poor part of town Crown Point. They do a really good job on that show of tying it together with the Robert Pattinson movie. Like the stuff that happens in that then translates over to the show, and been very taken back by how good it is. I was taken back by how good Gotham was. I still never seen Pennyworth. Only seen a few episodes of Birds of Prey. If you've never heard of Birds of Prey, that's like a Batman spin-off show that takes place like 30 years in the future after Batman's gone, and it's got the Oracle in it and stuff. Gotham is the story of young Jim Gordon, but we also see young Catwoman, young Poison Ivy, young Joker, young Penguin. Um, see young Batman in there. Um, Pennyworth is just like basically Alfred as a spy before he becomes a butler. Like so it looks like the Kingsman or something. I don't know. I did not my thing. I'd never seen Pennyworth. Um, never watched Gotham Knights. I heard it's good. So here all these criminals are out of the jail or Blackgate, I'm assuming, and they're walking through just tripping out in this like cloud of smoke in the poor part of town. And Batman rescues Katie Holmes. Oh, and Joffrey. Batman rescued Joffrey. This is all his fault. I told you he'd come. Now I'm going to make everyone's life miserable. Yeah, this Batman outfit out of all of them looks the most like a demon. He looks scary. Out of all the Batman on screen, I find him and probably Keaton's the most scary Batman. Affleck's Batman's all right and scary, but he looks like bulky. I don't know, but Affleck's Batman looks the beefiest of all the Batman. I don't know if that's the suit or if Affleck just got kind of heavy and they built the suit around him or what, but he looks like stocky. So here's where Batman, we see that his cape can be made into a like a paraglider, but because everybody's tripping out in this like hallucinogenic fog, when they look up and they see Batman flying along like a winged demon bat with his eyes all burning and flames, just nightmare fuel stuff. Awesome. And here, it's one thing. See, he's got the gravelly voice. I buy that, but there's also like sort of a lisp to it. He does a thing with his upper lip that looks weird. So here, Batman is in the Narrows and like these like back alleys fighting with these sort of armored up ninjas, but it's all just to sort of waste time so the bad guy can try to get away with what he gets away with. So here's Gordon driving the Tumbler. It's always wacky when we let someone who's not Batman drive the Batmobile. Like, oh, this is a fun car. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is all, yeah, it's almost like Blade Runner-y. Like the way they show the Narrows, and it's all like smoky and heavy duty like a Tony Scott film, but it's also got like this crazy neon in the background to get through the fog. Batman just gets ganged up and mobbed by all the dudes who escaped from prison. More just slowing him down so he can't get to Liam Neeson. Yeah, if I was gonna cut stuff out of this movie to speed it up, I'd leave all this. This is good stuff where it's like building pressure of him just not being able to catch up to the crime that he wants to catch up to. So now once again the steam is popping out through the manhole covers and the city is just becoming like, infested with the hallucinogenic smog. This is all too much. The whole thing with him hanging on to the train by the rope and banging into stuff, and I don't know. Like I say, the train is really my only issue with this movie. Everything else I love to death. I mean it, bro. Um, Mr. Ed, Leave It to Beaver, Lassie the Rifleman was the Monsters was my jam, amongst others. Yeah, all that old school stuff that used to be on syndicated television. You know, even other folks, like a lot of people grew up on Nick at Night, so they know all those. But I remember back in the day, like, once the main shows that everybody was watching went off late at night, it'd be those old black and white shows from the 50s because they probably cost TV stations nothing to run. You know, nobody's going to pay a lot for Mr. Ed, but it's good to throw it on. Somebody will watch it. So now Batman, or I should say, Liam Neeson and Christian Bale are having this big fight out in the train. And it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, classic, old school silent films, just something about fighting on a moving train. Why don't you guys get up on the roof? Do it for real. Don't do it the coward's way. Yeah, see, some of the shots I think they're practical. They look like miniatures. Because usually CGI scenery jumps out at you. Like it's very beautiful. Like that looks like it's CGI, the shot of the tower and everything. But the shots where they show the Narrows and some of this stuff with the train, I would have to get that. That's probably practical. It looks like it. Let's check in on the Oscars, shall we? As Batman and Ra's al Ghul punch each other in the face on this train. Uh, no, let's go with the New York Times live updates. Uh, Trump and politics were largely absent from the ceremony. Good. Uh, what is all this? This is New York Times. Your Oscar coverage is garbage. Let's go to the BBC. They'll know. Give me the full list, BBC. Okay, so yeah, they gave me the list. For this year's Oscar wrap up, we've got Best Documentary Short, The Only Girl in the Orchestra, Best Animated Short, In the Shadow of Cypress, Live Action Short, I'm Not a Robot, Best Visual Effects, Dune Part 2, Best Cinematography, The Brutalist, Best Film Editing, Honora, Best Sound, Dune Part 2, Best Production Design, Wicked, Best Makeup and Hairstyling, The Substance, Best Costume Design, Wicked, Best Documentary Feature, No Other Land. Best Original Score, The Brutalist. Best Original Song, El Ma from Emilia Perez. Best Adapted Screenplay, Conclave. Best Original Screenplay, Honora. Best Animated Feature, Flow. Everybody thought Wild Robot was going to win that one. Best International Feature, I'm Still Here. Best Director, Sean Baker for Honora. Uh, Best Supporting Actor, Kieran Culkin, A Real Pain. Best Supporting Actress, Zoe Saldana for Emilia Perez. Best Actor, Adrian Brody, The Brutalist. Best Actress, Mikey Madison for Honora. Best Picture winner, Honora. That kind of came on late. Emilia Perez was a big talk up front. A lot of people thought that was going to be, and people thought Wicked was going to make a big splash. I enjoyed Dune Part 2, but I don't know if it was the best picture of the year. Um, I wanted to see The Brutalist and I'm Still Here. The Substance I still haven't seen. I heard The Substance is good. Um, so Demi Moore didn't win Best Actress. Wow, Mikey Madison for Honora did. So Demi's that's going to be probably the big talk as Demi was shut out. And okay, finally we wrapped up the big fight on the train, and we see Gordon pop out of the Batmobile. Um, let's look and see what we got here. This movie is an 8.2 out of 10 on IMDb, which is a super high score for IMDb scores. Um, Rotten Tomatoes, it's an 85% audience. That's also a really high score. Um, Prime Video, 8.2 out of 10. Since when do they show Prime Video on Google? Um, yeah, pretty much critically acclaimed across the board. Budget, 150 million. So that's pretty damn impressive. Um, what about Is it box office 373.7 million. So it barely made double its money back, an extra 73 million on top of making double its money back. So a mild box office success, but the if it set up the groundwork for The Dark Knight, which became like one of the highest grossing movies of all time, it's a great first step. Yeah, let's look and see. The Dark Knight made The Dark Knight was 185 million to make, and it made 1.6 billion dollars. So yeah, that was probably a good investment. And then Dark Knight Rises was somewhere between 250 million and 300 million, and it made 1.15 billion. So Dark Knight Rises actually made more money than The Dark Knight at the box office. That's kind of amazing. Well, the worldwide box office. I would have guessed that The Dark Knight made more. But I guess so many people probably watch The Dark Knight on home video. Um, when Blu-ray won the format war, um, and finally became, it defeated HD DVD when things converted from HD past the regular DVD discs. There were two formats, HD DVD and Blu-ray. And Blu-ray won the format war primarily because Batman, The Dark Knight was out on Blu-ray in like 2009 or something. And that was when Blu-ray just blew up because this Dark Knight was the main movie that helped push that format over. So I imagine my point was that The Dark Knight Rises probably did make that much money because so many people saw The Dark Knight on home video. Uh, Russell says he doesn't care about the Oscars. Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. I'm interested because it's a blessing. Like it's like being a made mad in the mob or whatever. Like when your movie gets made by an award show, whether it's the Cannes and you win the Palme d'Or, or if you win the Golden Globe, whatever, that's a brand that goes on the movie and at least makes people interested in it. There's some folks who only want to see that Oscar stuff. I generally find a lot of the choices the Oscars make are very pretentious and not really what I'm into. But you know, uh, it's also it's historically important. The movies like The English Patient or Shakespeare in Love, like they never would have gotten noticed if it wasn't for the big Oscar push. Later on, we found out that was all just money. You know, the people at Miramax would pay off people and buy votes and do everything they could to lobby for these films to win Academy Awards the same way you try to get a politician elected. So since that stuff, the luster of the Academy Awards is kind of lost its thing. But for 50 years there, the Academy Awards were sort of a staple of what you could go by for a good movie, even though they made tons of mistakes. There's all sorts of famous films that didn't win best movie and some other movie that sucks did. It's part of the charm of the Oscars is how bad they historically get it right or wrong. So here we see the burnt down Wayne Manor, and the headlines are, drunken playboy burns down own mansion, and he kind of explains them. We're going to build it back brick by brick, improving the foundation, sir, especially the southeast corner. And we get the idea that this is one of many. I like the idea of a movie that knows it's part of a trilogy, or at least there's going to be a sequel. They build to come back and see another one instead of we're going to put this movie out and hope people like it, and then maybe we'll make another one. I appreciate the storytelling that can be told when you have another one locked up. So here we have one last meeting between Gordon and Batman at the Bat Signal. This violates one of my problems I have with most horror movies. The classic rule in a horror movie is once your bad guy is defeated or your monster is done, your movie's over. Every kind of like talky scene that happens after the bad guy is defeated is just sort of like, okay, let's go. I don't need this epilogue stuff. And that's how this is, Gordon and Batman discussing. It's like, yeah, we could have mixed this into the story somewhere. We do the bad guy's dead. Let's go home. Except we get the the sort of cliffhangery thing where he's like, we found this at this crime scene. It's a Joker card. So we know there's going to be a sequel and it's going to have the Joker into it. But pretty damn good movie. Um, it's hard to follow up Burton's Batman films and even Batman Forever. I know Batman and Robin. It's hard because you can't follow up Batman and Robin or Batman and Batman Returns because they're so good. But you don't want to follow up after Batman and Robin because it was such a flop. It feels like it's a damaged property. So to make this and have it like such a triumph is pretty amazing to me. And that is Batman Begins. There's Christopher Nolan's credit, and we see Batman fly off into the night. So, story by David Goyer, of course. For those of you who don't know David Goyer, he's in all sorts of comic book movies. I believe he's the guy that wrote The Crow and a bunch of other stuff. The film adaptation of The Crow. But anyways, it is late. I need to eat something, get up, take a shower, get ready for bed, get up early, take the kids to school, all that. Oh, let's see what we got going on. Pissed Wrestler didn't win Best Picture. Oh, you still mad about the Mickey Rourke thing, huh? Batman Begins is better than Batman 89. Oh, Patrick, that is hot takeism at its finest. I'll pinch your cheek. No, that's the beauty of film is everybody gets to have their own opinion. You can't argue over art, but Patrick's wrong. Anyways, you weren't wrong for hanging out with me. I appreciate the heck out of you. Not the usual late night stream, although we're wrapping it up at 11:30 Eastern. So we're up a little bit late. Sorry, it's not later. Maybe next time we'll do it later. But I appreciate you for hanging out. I appreciate you being part of Batman Month and all the other Batman content that will and has already come. Be sure to check into it. Like I said, there's a video of me and Larry watching the Batman '89. I already watched Batman '66, I believe it is. And now I've watched this. So I thank you for joining me, for hanging out. Um, I'm going to wish all of you green grass and high tides forever. And adios, amigos. Thank you. See me here next time. Same bat time, same bat channel. Goodbye, my friends. I'm Batman. It's late. I'm up. Hi. All right, enough of that gag. It's worn thin real quick. I'm Don. It's late. I'm up. Hey, how's it going? I'm here to do my usual thing where I watch a movie, one of my favorites usually, and just talk over the top of it because, I'm rude that way. Usually, folks in the chat come in, they contribute thoughts and opinions on the film. I give my thoughts and opinions on the film. Sometimes we point out things that are silly. Sometimes we point out things that are awesome. This movie's got a whole bunch of awesome in it. This is Christopher Nolan's superhero masterpiece. As far as I'm concerned, probably the best superhero movie ever made. Avengers, Endgame, Infinity War. Sorry, that's right there. But anyways, we can discuss that as we go. All sorts of stuff with the chat. It's late Sunday night. I believe tomorrow is it St. Patrick's Day? I think tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. I don't know. I'm not Irish, but I don't have any green on, so feel free to pinch the screen, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to be watching this tonight on Max. They, of course, own all the Warner Brothers properties, and this is one. They also are connected with DC, and this is one. So, yeah, this will be on Max. Although I was having trouble finding The Dark Knight on there for a while. I don't know. Hey, Russell's here. Welcome, my friend Russell. Nice to see you. Sorry, we give Russell a shout out. He says, "Evening, Don. Evening, Russell. Nice to see you, buddy." As I was saying, I'm gonna be watching this on Max. This is all over the place. Most people have it on home media. This is one of the most highly bought films on physical media in the history of physical media. This movie actually made Blu-ray defeat HD DVD, which is kind of a weird trivia about this movie. In the format wars, when this movie came out, it chose to be on Blu-ray. And that Christmas, this was like blockbuster sales because it came out right before Christmas time. So a lot of people bought people a Blu-ray player and The Dark Knight, and that ended up kind of putting HD DVD out of business. Um, Cheetah says the bat phone is ringing. Welcome, Patrick, my friend Patrick. Cheetah, have Cheetah will view. Glad to see you, my friend. It's on YouTube. The Dark Knight is all right. Thank you. Is it a freebie with commercials, or is it one of those you got to pay for or whatever? That's one of the things about Russell. Russell knows all the stuff that's on YouTube to see. Hey, Patrick. Hey, Patrick. Anyway, so I'm going to watch this on Max. This is a long one. We'll talk about why it's a long one, et cetera, as we get going. But I'm going to get started on this. I've got it stopped at the rustling whoosh going on before the Warner Brothers logo. So I'm pressing play. I'm pressing play. I'm going to press play on this right now. Um, so there's the Warner Brothers logo. And it's got the cool, like, dark blue overlay. A Time Warner company, of course you are. What's the secondary one? What's the Syncope or whatever it's called? Legendary. Nice, nice. Okay. So two production cards. And here's the DC logo. So, okay, only two production cards. You would figure a movie this big, high profile. Um, I previously did a watch along of Batman Begins, I believe a week ago. I did it in lieu of watching the Oscars. I did alternative programming and decided to watch Batman Begins. So this is the follow up to that live stream, and this is the follow up to that movie. Here we start with the big overhead shot of Chicago pushing in, helicopter shot. This first 10 minutes was released as like a trailer, like a bonus type thing or whatever. They do that with movies every now and then. And this is one of the first times that really got done, where they released the first 10 minutes of this bank heist scene with the Joker. So people would just get their mouths wet for wanting to see this movie. Batman Begins had been a pretty big success, but not like a monster success like this was. This is a $1 billion movie. Oh, let's see here. Russell says it's on YouTube Premium. All right, there we go. Patrick says Russell knows all, right? Russell always knows what's up with the on YouTube. He'll always let me know the things I can find for free. That's a good skill to have in the internet era, especially since streaming services get on my nerves with what they have on their services and what they don't. I was kind of mumbling about it earlier when um, I was going to watch The Dark Knight one other time because I love this movie and this is a great one to watch. And Max didn't have it, but I couldn't find it on any other streaming services. You guys own it. If you're not renting it out to anybody else, why aren't you offering it up on Max? So this whole thing with the multiple people in the clown masks and like we don't know that the Joker is the Joker until he pulls off the mask. Oh, this is all just brilliant. There's what's his name, William Fichtner, whatever. He's traditional movie douchebag. Uh, Patrick says The Dark Knight is excellent. It shows why Batman is not the hero we think he is. Yeah, this movie. I bet you actually like this as well for a lot of the political undertones and things. This movie has, for the many reasons people love this film, it's also got a weird sort of political message and stuff that was going on at the time this movie was made, the legality of wiretaps and whatnot, um, illegal extraditions and all sorts of stuff that was going on while this movie was going on. So yeah, this bank robbery scene, just this 10 minutes alone is just an amazing short film. The way it's shot, the speed of it, it makes you so like excited for this movie. You understand that it's not going to be your usual dumb superhero movie where Batman's fighting crime and punching people with biff bam boom pow or whatever. This is right up here with Heat. Actually, I would argue this and Heat have probably got to be the two best, my favorite two bank robbery scenes. Put in the chat or the comments, what's your favorite bank robbery or bank heist on movies in movie history? Yeah, I would say this or Heat. I can't think of another one that jumps to mind that's really as amazing as these two. I mean, Dog Day Afternoon and stuff, but that's a little bit different. Let's see here. Defunct, this film is in reverse. That's crazy. The last Avengers movie was meh. Yeah, we had kind of talked about that at a previous time. I felt like Avengers: Infinity War was so good that Endgame just couldn't possibly be anything but of a letdown. Um, this movie was so good. This was a classic example of what I call the Empire Strikes Back syndrome, where this movie was so good it was just impossible to follow. So Dark Knight Rises was actually really kind of heavily panned when it came out. A lot of people were like, not as good as Dark Knight. It's like, well, of course not. This is one of the best movies there's ever been. Um, just the ability to take the assignment of, I'm going to tell a Batman and Joker story, and then you make just this like heavy duty crime drama that's got a bunch of emotional strings in it, and it's packed with action. And uh, I had mentioned it during the Batman Begins stream. The Superman slogan was "You will believe a man can fly." In these movies, it's like you will believe a man can dress up as a bat and fight crime, or you will believe a man will put Joker paint on and as war paint. They make the unbelievable seem totally reasonable. I think that's part of the amazing thing of this movie. And there we've seen like, I don't know, our 10th or 15th death, and we're only 5 minutes in. And the selection of this, like the masks they wear, the rubber ones, that where it's a totally different type of clown than the Joker, but it still has like this creepy, sad, like I mean, this is theoretically a children's movie. It's a superhero movie. And the guy's got a barrel of a gun in a guy's mouth right in the first like 10 minutes. There's the big grenade. Uh, Dog Day Afternoon with Hal. Yeah, I mean, Dog Day Afternoon's right up there, but that's a whole movie long story as opposed to like just a scene. But yeah, I mean, Dog Day Afternoon's right up there for sure. Inside Man. That's actually the other one I was thinking of. I was like, what's the Denzel one? Yeah, that's Denzel's pretty awesome in Inside Man. I still am taking this and Heat over those two, but um Late Night Stream is back. Yeah, yeah, it's been long overdue. Like I say, last Sunday, I think it was, I did the Batman Begins in lieu of the Oscars, and it felt weird to be on in prime time. If it's not past 10 o'clock, it feels strange. Oh, our friend Nate is here. Don Mega, what is up, my friend? I should say, yeah. Nate is the man. Love us some Nate here on this channel. The Mask had a fun bank heist team. Yeah, I do recall that one actually being pretty good. Like you say, it was fun. It wasn't like as heavy duty, like holy crap. But I also like I don't know, is Killing Zoe a bank heist movie? I think it is. It's a or is that like a diamond shelter heist movie or some technicality? But yeah, it felt like a bank heist movie. Um, JCVD, that's a good bank heist movie. Parts unknown. Just started Caligula, the Ultimate Cut in Three. Whoa, wow, really? The Malcolm McDowell one, I'm assuming. So there we see Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon. I took a series of polls regarding the Batman universe on my uh, community tab, and the overwhelming choice for the best live action Commissioner Gordon was Gary Oldman. The dude from Gotham finished second. Actually, no, Michael Caine, or no, I'm sorry, Jeremy Irons finished like, not Jeremy Irons. What's the dude's name? Why am I drawing a blank? Oh boy, Jeffrey Wright, right? Yes, I always get Jeffrey Wright and Jeffrey Rush confused. Anyways, um, yeah, as far as Commissioner Gordon's go, I feel like he's the best. Old buddy from the old TV show, The Batman Show, was fun. Um, Pat Hingle got a lot of love just because he's sort of throughout that whole Burton series of Batman films, but he doesn't really do nothing. He's the most like ineffectual Commissioner Gordon since the TV show. But this is like the Gordon I know, where he's like a cop who's one good cop in a field of dirty cops, Serpico or some crap. Here's where we see Batman and attacking these criminals, and we realize it's not Batman. It's a bunch of like copycat vigilantes. And we see their suits are just slightly kind of bobo. Like, where's my mask I had on to start the show? Like, just slightly, cheap and wrong looking. Like, here, like that. Like everything's looking just like I'm not wearing hockey pads. There are these fake knockoff Batman. Um, Patrick says Gary Oldman was great as Gordon. Yeah, I love him as in this. He looks like Gordon. I mean, just got kind of the same face as the Gordon in the both the animated series and the comic books. The big mustache and the glasses, and he looks like a middle-aged guy, but he still looks like he could punch your lights out, buddy. Chief O'Hara from 1966 was a buffoon. Yeah, that's the thing. They kind of just had them there. Commissioner Gordon is the old man, and then the chief of police was just kind of stupid in there. And they sort of make it seem like that's why Batman had to do what he had to do on that old show. Like the police were just morons, as opposed to here, where it's like, well, most of the police are either corrupt or scared to speak out against the corruption, so the crime sort of prevails. That's why a vigilante can get away with whatever they want. He can't be bought, especially a dude this rich. So yeah, here's the famous scene where he goes to the center of the parking garage and it's like a loop-de-loop thing, and we do like the look down and see this crazy swirl throughout the screen, and he jumps down and lands on top of this kind of white moving van thing, and all the windows crush out. And we see he's captured the vigilante Batman just like he's captured Scarecrow. I like the callback of Scarecrow throughout these movies. Like in the first one, he's one of the main characters, and then here he has this little snippet in this section, and then in the third one, when he shows up as the judge in like the post-apocalyptic Gotham under the thumb of oppression, it's kind of a hilarious pop. Like, oh hey, the Scarecrow's back, crazy bastard. Yeah, there's Oldman as Gordon again. When the new Batman, the one with Jeffrey Wright as Gordon, came out, I dressed up as Commissioner Gordon, went and saw Batman. People just looked. It's like Commissioner Gordon, big mustache, tie, thick glasses. Oh yeah, my phone. I was going to look up. So here we see Gordon and Bale, or Batman, I should say. Bale as Batman. It's kind of hard not to be distracted by the way he holds his face. Like he almost does like a weird underbite when he does that strange voice too. And I agree with that choice because he is trying to disguise his face as best as possible. It looks like he has adult braces on, is what it looks like. Like he holds his jaw different. I find the weird, scratchy kind of mechanical voice. It's a good choice. It's something different than the Kevin Conroy deep voice. I mean business. It's a different way to go, and especially in the dark, you hear that creepy ass demon voice. It seems like it's not the best choice in this movies, but it's one I also don't totally despise, like a lot of people do. There are people who write off this whole trilogy because of that, the way Batman talks. He doesn't have a lot of dialogue. He's busy punching people in the neck. So here we see Michael Caine coming down to the temporary Bat Cave or whatever, the little armory, because at the end of the first one, we saw the Wayne Manor get burnt to the ground, and they discuss how they're going to be building the new, better Bat Cave underneath it and everything. Bale as Batman is an interesting choice to me, and I really feel like he got this role because he was Patrick Bateman. Like in the same way, Patrick Bateman and from American Psycho, for those of you, uh, the the film American Psycho is about this serial killer who's basically blending in with the sort of corporate douchebaggy, suit and tie. They're all nameless and faceless because they all just look like robots. And that's sort of what Batman is doing. He's blending in with sort of these rich people in suits and not really, being more. The biggest thing that stands out about him is he's drunk and likes to party. So it throws the scent off his trail. I feel like they're almost kind of like a flip sides of a coin, Patrick Bateman and Batman. They're pretending to put on this fake veneer to like be like a big fake smile, and then when nobody's around, so, and this is long form storytelling right here. We see Bruce Wayne's back is all beaten up, like he's putting on his business attire, and his back is just totally bruised up and cut up and scarred and stuff. So, by the time we get to the third one, when they explain how he had to retire because his knees are destroyed and he can't really barely walk, let alone fight crime. Oh, let's see where we at here. Russell says Gary Oldman flatly refused to play Sid Vicious and Sid and Nancy until the director Brian Cox offered him more money, and Gary never heard of Sid Vicious and Sex Pistols. Still our favorite film. Yeah, I enjoy Sid and Nancy. I have that on DVD. That was a weird ass movie. That was the first time I'd ever seen like the craziness of heroin addiction and withdrawals. Obviously, Train Spotting and a couple other things later on really kind of took to the top of the best type of movie like that. But the Sid and Nancy withdrawal stuff is just brutal. That's a crazy, almost early version of Natural Born Killers in a strange way. Um, Jeffrey Wright was so good in the Hunger Games. Yeah, he is good. Jeffrey Wright's good in everything. I've always liked that dude. He's good in Westworld, um, the modern day updated HBO series one, not the classic. Gary Oldman did Dracula because he wanted to work for Coppola. I could understand that. Oldman's kind of like, I don't know, he's like a modern day De Niro almost. Like everyone everywhere pretty much respects Oldman. There's a apparently I think Oldman was married to like Uma Thurman for a while, and there was some issue with like maybe domestic something or other. I don't know. So there's a subsection of folks who don't like him because of that. But other than that, he has a pretty high approval rating as an actor. And here we have Aaron Eckhart as Harvey Dent. This makes me laugh because Aaron Eckhart's playing a big role in this, and then in the Batman '89, the worst of the corrupt cops is a guy named Eckhart. See, it all ties together. Um, American Psycho was all in Bateman's head. Yeah. We won't get into that till we watch American Psycho. But yeah, there's a lot of to interpret with that movie. Tim and I watched the first episode Batman teleseries. Yeah, I remember. I've talked about that. We watched Batman '66 as well, Batman the movie. Um, uh, Before Batman Begins. I've been on a Batman kick lately on this channel. So if you like Batman, be sure to subscribe, like, tell a friend, see somebody in a Batman shirt on the street, yell at them, whatever. Um, I've been doing this Batman stuff, and when I did the Batman, I believe Russell was here for that. The old Adam West Batman, I talked for hours about how just much I love that character and the sort of mocking society through the prism of a square in the world of the hippies. How cornball he was, but at the same time, he was still always a hero. It's an interesting show with a lot of cool things going on in it. I like Aaron Hart quite a bit also, so good. Yeah, first time I saw him was in a movie called Thursday. If you haven't seen that, I recommend it. It's a weird off the it's a hidden gem in my opinion. Um, Him and Thomas Jane. It's like a kind of a Pulp Fiction ripoff. I'm sure it got greenlit because of Pulp Fiction and all the Pulp Fiction rip-offs in the late '90s and early thousands. But it's a good like crime drama thing, and Eckhart and Thomas Jane are both excellent in it. And then every time I've seen Eckhart since then, thank you for not smoking or thank you for smoking and um sorry, Eckhart and Oldman are like going on and they're like cutting back and forth and their faces are getting more dramatic. And a lot of times when I watch these movies on mute, when I talk to you guys, I can see the performances and the actors so much better. Like um the scenes really jump out at me and the seriousness of the facials of the actors jump out at me really heavily when I watch these movies in mute. We're often captivated by the dialogue and the sound effects and music and whatnot. Uh, we need some creature features, Don. Yeah, I'm over to do some monster movies. Um, like I said, I've been on this Batman kick, but I've already been planning to get back to some of my favorite monsters. I saw 1 hour 15 minute bio of Gary Oldman on YouTube. Interesting and learned a lot. Yeah, he's a very interesting guy. Super smart, and he's been in a bunch of great movies. And part of the reason those movies were great is because he's in them. Now here's Morgan Freeman. He's an interesting character. He's not really covered in Batman lore, like on screen until this. Lucius Fox, the guy who works for Wayne Industries, who, because they have an arm of the corporation that does, arms and all this stuff, he's been managing all this like military grade equipment, and he gives it to Batman to do. So that's one of the many things I love. They explain like, oh, his cape has this electric thing in it, so it can, go stiffen up and it turn into a glider. Or the Batmobile is really just a version of an old military thing they used to jump canyons. And they really do a good job of explaining the improbable. Morgan Freeman, and speaking of somebody who on mute just like steals the screen, like as soon as he comes on, he has such a, I don't know, he has a regality about him, but he also has like a condescension. He feels bigger than the people around him always, like more important. It's like it's just a dude. He's on the electric company, for God's sakes. No disrespect to the electric company. I grew up in the electric company. The Fifth Element was so much fun, and The Professional is top drawer. Yeah, The Fifth Element. Gary Oldman in that is magnificent. And then, yeah, as you say, The Professional too is great. Going back to what Russell said with Sid and Nancy. Every time Gary Oldman turns up, a Drexel in True Romance, right? The Gary Oldman hit list is quite a long and fancy one. So here we see Maggie Gyllenhaal. She's replaced Katie Holmes from the first one. Um, we talked about that when we watched Batman Begins, like how out of place she feels. She feels like the only thing kind of cheap or low grade about that first movie. She feels like someone who came from a CW show and dated Tom Cruise and ended up in one of the biggest movies there is. Um, I'm not the world's biggest Maggie Gyllenhaal fan. She's good. She's like super solid. She's, like a perfect average at everything. Like she's very pretty, but not too pretty. She's very talented, but not like, chew up the scenery talented. She's just a competent and good working actress. So she feels in place with the people in this movie. Uh, Hey, Xavier Pierce, Geek Archivist. Nice. I recently made a connection with one scene from The Dark Knight and how it was a reference also to Batman Returns trailer. The flipping of the truck and the clown goon he missed, because he missed. Yeah, that flipping of that truck in this, after that happens in this, we see it in so many movies. Like the scene where the truck topples end over end, kind of somersault style. Um, that scene became in like every movie. I don't know where the hell it people thought it was okay to just do and everything. They're like, but we need that flipping truck in our movie too. Hannibal, Outer World, aka the Fifth Element, Air Force One, True Romance, Leon the First One. Yeah, Air Force One. I forgot about that. He's good in that too. Nice to meet you, Xavier. Yeah, Xavier, nice to meet you. I was kind of caught off guard by your question there. Yeah, thank you for dropping in, Xavier. I believe you're new to the show and the gang. It's always nice to have people new in the crowd. In the trailer for Batman Returns, the clown sees Batman fires up the gun and supposedly misses. The clown is holding Selina hostage. Batman pulls back a chunk of the wall, knocks the clown out. Yeah, that was one of the classic scenes in that. Like he's like, ha ha, and he turns his head and it goes into the wall. And when he gives it the jerk, the pops him in the back of the head with the loud clunk. So here's one of the best scenes in this movie. This movie's got so many great scenes, but this is one I think people remember: the introduction of the Joker, where Ledger comes in and he's got the pencil in his hand and he wants to make his pencil disappear. Ta-da! To come in dressed in a clown outfit and a purple suit and everything and just like steal the room from Eric Roberts and Michael Jai White and a dude on a TV. This is the only part of this movie I would probably get rid of. I have somewhat issues with this being 2.5 hours. Like, I don't think you need 2.5 hours to tell a Batman story. The fact that the Batman, well, whatever, it's like a couple of years old now, a few years, the Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves deal, that's 3 hours. That's absurd. So this one being 2.5, just slightly too long. So one of the things I would cut is this whole subplot where I believe he's Japanese. I don't know. The Asian businessman who's the head of the mob, and he steals all the mob's money and flies it away so the police can't confiscate it under RICO laws, yada yada. And then Batman has to go there in the jet and do like that grappling skyhook thing and like do the extradition. Oh, man, cut all that. That's a good like 10, 15 minutes of the movie that's just not necessary. So here it is. They're all, I love the hidden mob places in movies. Like movies will have you think that every restaurant, the back room, in the kitchen, there's some sort of illegal card game, some sort of mob meeting. So here's where he sets the pencil down, and the one of the goons walks over to rough him up, and he slams his face down into it, and he goes, "Ta-da!" The idea that Ledger could kill this role the way he does, like, sort of blows my mind because Jack Nicholson already sort of made this role his own, and it was hard to imagine any other version of the Joker. Even when Nicholson came out, people were like, "Well, he's just going to do his version of Caesar Romero from the show," and it was like, "No, a totally different take on it." And at times, Jack overshadows the Joker, which is my only knock against Jack's performance. Like Jack is always Jack. It's like De Niro and Pacino. After a while, they're just only De Niro or they're only Pacino. And Jack is like just always Jack. It's not Jack playing a role. It's what if Jack was in this situation? And this is what if Jack was the Joker? And it's kind of amazing. So here, for him to do, I should say, in that one, he's the Joker. And then here, when Ledger comes in and has to do a new take on the Joker, a now third version, it seemed highly improbable. And the whole thing with the smeared makeup, and he looks sort of grungy and like he's almost like a lunatic who escaped from the mental asylum, which is what he's supposed to be. He doesn't look clean the way Jack Napier did in Batman '89. So here, yeah, you're seeing the mob families. I just got done watching the Penguin series on Max, and seeing the mob families in this with Eric Roberts and um, what's his name, Tom. Oh God, never mind, not important. But like the gravitas of the actors they get to play the Maronis and the Falcones. Speaking of gravitas, Michael Jai White, am I right? There he is, Spawn himself. It seemed like he would have had a bigger career than he did. I mean, he's in a lot of like low budget, like martial arts movies because that's sort of his forte. But he can carry movies, you know. The times he turns up and stuff, I always find him charismatic. I think he's a little too swole to play your average sort of Joe, so he gets stuck in action movies and he's not quite Wesley Snipes. Uh, let's see here. Joker versus Spawn. Yeah, Patrick's right there with me. What's interesting is in The Dark Knight, the mental back and forth between Joker and Batman during the interrogation scene was fascinating to watch. Joker alludes to Batman not killing. Yeah, I mean, this whole movie back and forth with just not only the Joker playing games with, his crimes as he's wanting to do, and in the silliness of just not even wanting the money, he'll set the money on fire. He just likes to cause the chaos, just all that, and the dialogue with Batman and the lengths Batman has to go to capture him. And if you're a person whose job it is to enforce the law and you have to break the law to enforce it, why aren't you a bad guy? There's all these different like intellectual questions in a dumb superhero movie, but that's one of the reasons I say it's one of the better movies ever made. This is all absurd. These three men are talking on a rooftop and one of them is dressed as a bat, but it makes it believable. It's like, no, he's kind of like in black knight suit, thus the Dark Knight. Who else would wear a helmet with horns besides someone from the Loyal Order of Water Buffalo? Shout out to the Flintstones. And Joker killed with a pencil before John Wick. See, there you go. John Wick needs to write residual checks to Joker. Don't pretend you're one of them. You're not, even if you would like to be. The way the Lord delivers that part, considering the Joker represents arguably chaos personified, unpredictable, hard to read. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing with him. Like I say, this has subtext, and sort of a lot of people at the time thought there was subtext to 9/11 and the Joker being like a Bin Laden type character, and a lot of people thought Batman was this like George W. Bush type character with all this like how far will he push the boundaries of the law to get this crazed villain. And I mean a lot of that was discussed at the time, but I mean I think it was just things that were on people's mind after a traumatic event, and it stuff started to fall into place. Same with, I mean, in The Dark Knight Rises, there's a whole section in there regarding Occupy Wall Street. And the movie came out right around the time Occupy Wall Street was going on. And it's like, well, obviously the movie couldn't have copied Society because it takes a year to make a movie. You got to write it and shoot it and everything. So how did The Dark Knight Rises predict, the takeover of like Wall Street by muscle or by force? These movies are incredibly like tapped into the pulse of society at this time, which was like a super turbulent time post 9/11. So here we see Michael Caine and Christian Bale discussing plans. I uh I think Michael Caine might be my favorite Alfred. Him or uh Michael Gough or Go, however you say that. Gough, I think how you say it. From the Burton movies and the Schumacher movies. His elderly Alfred really feels like a certain type of Alfred, as where the Michael Caine. I don't know. I never really felt the Jeremy Irons Alfred. Plot: two brothers discover that the residents of a small southern town are being infected by a form of toxic waste turned into blood-ravenous zombies. Film creature with Wings Hauser, Bo Hopkins. What did I miss? You give me one to watch. Great soundtrack. Nice to meet you. What flick are you talking about, Russell? Rip Heath Ledger, great Joker. Yeah, yeah, that was part of one of the many things that influenced the cultural mania around this. Is Ledger? is playing a villain in a superhero movie, yet he's giving an Oscar-worthy performance, and everybody's blown away by this movie primarily because of this guy's performance, and then he drops dead at a young age. Like, for those of you unaware, Heath Ledger passed away, drug overdose, pills, I believe it was. And I looked it up earlier today because I couldn't remember the whole details around it. Apparently, at the end of his life, he was dating Mary Kate Olsen from, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen fame. And there was a rumor at first when he died that he was found in like her apartment or something, and that's been like debunked. The Olsens don't own any real estate in that area or whatever. But then there was some discussion that maybe the pills he died on were her pills. Um, she I read, an internet thing, I may have got interneted, that apparently in the investigation, Mary Kate Olsen didn't want to cooperate with the investigation into the death unless she had total immunity. So it seemed to me like most likely it was culpability of who gave whom drugs and pills and whatnot. But this was at the beginning of kind of the opioid crisis in America before that really became an everywhere news kind of thing. But Heath Ledger at this point had already been in what, A Knight's Tale, and 10 Things I Hate About You was probably his big hit at this point. Um, what's the one he did where he's like a priest? Right. Show. Heath Ledger is the best Joker. I would argue yes. Um, he was the overwhelming, when I did the poll on the channel, he was the overwhelming winner. Um, I would say him, he's probably the best. Jack 2, Caesar Romero 3, um, and then maybe the Joker from Gotham, or no, Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill's actually probably before Caesar Romero even. And then I can't remember the kid from, oh God, what's his name? I can't think of it. There was a hidden scene at the end of Matt Reeves' The Batman that they released later, where Batman goes into Arkham and he meets with the Joker in like solitary confinement. Um, oh God, what was dude's name? I can't remember, but the guy they had playing Batman, was it Barry McKeegan or whatever? Was that who it was? But anyways, they had like some young actor to play the Joker, and he really kind of stole the role. You notice Jared Leto's Joker is way down on my list. He was visually interesting, but they just never did anything with him. You know. Russell says, "Rip Heath Ledger, great Joker." Yeah, I agree. Michael Caine was awesome as Alfred. He fits perfectly. Yeah, he brings that like wisdom and gravitas. Like, Batman whoever he's listening to has to be like an Obi-Wan Kenobi type character for Batman. Like Batman's been around the world and has all the money and done all the things. So who's he going to listen to? It's like, well, I guess Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine seem like two reasonable mentors to have. Her real last name was Schumacher. Really? Any relation? I'm interested when Bruce Temperley echoes what Ra's al Ghul said about the criminals not being complicated before Alfred encounters, with his story leading to some men just want to watch the world burn. Yeah, that whole thing. Some men just want to watch the world burn. That's emeralds the size of tangerines. Um, that whole scene, it really explains the philosophy of just how do you reason with people who are insane. Like normal people who are committing crimes, like Catwoman. She does what she does because she wants the money out of the safe. But people like the Riddler and the Joker, even the Penguin, he usually wants to be like mayor or some crap. But like, the Joker and the Riddler in particular just want to cause chaos. They just like watching people freak out and be confused, and the terror, their victory is watching terror. Once again, in this movie, much like in Batman Begins, all this stuff that's shot clearly like live and practical, not a green screen, with him up on these buildings looking over these ledges, and like him standing on gargoyles with like the wind blowing. I'm sure it's a stuntman, that they have out there doing some crazy tightrope walking thing or whatever, but they like make my palms sweat, some of these scenes. Yeah, here's where he does the skyhook thing and does the extradition of the mob boss. And yeah, all this, just get rid of this. You can save 10, 15 minutes out of this movie. Interesting, Bruce Timberlake. So that Frank Gorshin was the best Riddler with his laugh. Yeah, I like Jim Carrey as the Riddler, and a lot of people that's their favorite. But Carrey was kind of doing his own version of Gorshin. Like he's even wearing the same like spandexy tights and like a lot of his outfits and his movements with the lanky kind of Jack Skellington arms and everything. That all feels like Frank Gorshin when Jim Carrey's doing it. Um, as where Paul Dano's Riddler, that's a scary Riddler where he's almost basically Jigsaw. Um, that Matt Reeves movie was really good. I was watching it again the other day because, like I said, I had watched The Penguin, and it's uh, basically The Penguin is a sequel to the Batman movie. And I was watching the Matt Reeves one again, and it's really good. It's just too long. It does the same thing this does, where it just makes absurd nonsense seem believable. Actually, their take on it, which is a much cooler take even than this, where it's like here they show you something absurd and they make you believe it could actually be a real thing. The Matt Reeves ones is like, well, no, this stuff happened, but by the time you heard the story, it was different. So, yeah, this dude's the Penguin, but really he's just a fat mobster with a crooked leg, so he waddles. Or, yeah, this lady's Catwoman, but really she's just a cat burglar who wears, a motorcycle outfit so she can get away fast or whatever. The Matt Reeves version takes the idea that the legend has made you envision the comic book version, which is kind of cool. It's you know, the lore of it all. So once again, now Batman's just beating people up. It's one of the things I like about Batman. He can save the galaxy. He'll team with Superman and the Justice League and them, and he'll save the whole planet. But sometimes he likes to just get out and punch a purse snatcher, beat up a room full of cronies. You got henchmen. Batman will gladly beat them up for you. Jim Carrey's Riddler, yeah. I was saying that Keanu Reeves was actually enjoyed Jim Carrey's performance as Riddler from Batman. I think he did a good job with his improv, to be honest. Yeah, at the time, in particular, like Danny DeVito is the Penguin. There's just inspired casting throughout that entire series of films. Michelle Pfeiffer is, pretty damn amazing as Catwoman. Um, Chase Meridian is but when you consider they needed to do like someone to mirror Vicky Vale, I guess. You know, but Chase Meridian feels very soap opera-ish to me. Um, yeah, Tommy Lee Jones replacing Billy D. Williams. Tommy Lee's way over the top in that movie. He's a walking comic book in that thing. But he does a fun job too. Tommy Lee was huge coming off of The Fugitive and all that. That The Fugitive sparked his career again, and he could get anything and make a ton of money. So of course, he went from being in kind of indie art house movies to suddenly being in Batman features. All right, so here's Jake Gyllenhaal, Maggie Gyllenhaal, Jake's sister, doing her interrogation thing after the mob boss has been delivered to her. And you can just feel that if Katie Holmes was trying to do this scene, she just wouldn't have the gravitas. Like it doesn't seem like she could bully a mob boss with like her dimples and big eyes and stuff. Like, you know. I did too, as earlier reminded us of Frank Gorshin. Yeah, for sure. Uh, so Keanu Reeves was playing Constantine in part two again. Oh, I didn't know they were making a Constantine 2. I knew they were talking about it, but that's one of those things I wasn't sure if they ever got around to it. Um, yeah, the pencil in the head. Yeah, classic. So here we see Eckhart, the Harvey Dent. I always regret that we never got to see the Billy D. Williams Hart version of Two Face. It's that's a strange turn of events in those Burton Schumacher movies. Like we sort of set up a character that people are interested in. It's like, damn, there's Lando Calrissian just hanging out in the background. But no, we just never get around to it. I don't know if I could imagine even Billy D's version of Two Face. I can imagine the smooth suit wearing side, the Harvey Dent side, obviously, but what would they even do for his face? Kim Bessinger was the worst actor in a Batman movie. That's ooh, Kim Basinger, Katie Holmes, or I don't know, man. Uma Thurman, she was hamming it up pretty bad. I like Uma as Poison Ivy. Like I find her to be like a seductress. That's what she's supposed to be, like a woman who could seduce Batman and Robin and then turn them against each other. But like the Bane in that is interesting. Um, a lot of people would say Arnold is one of the worst in there. I kind of love Arnold as Mr. Freeze. Those bad dad jokes, that makes that's the engine of that entire movie. Chill out. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Everyone freeze. I could just sit here. I'll probably watch the Batman and Robin sometimes, so I can just sit there and do the bad Arnold impersonations of one-liners. I learned from watching a docuseries called Icons on Earth for Batman. Billy D. Williams became Two-Face in the Lego Batman films. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, those Lego Batman. I have a couple of Lego Batman games and Lego Batman 2 for PlayStation 3 for some reason. I started having my kids play and they love it. It's when I'll sit and play with them. And um, the the game itself, the story and the playthrough is so interesting and fun, like the silliness of it all, that they ended up making those Lego things into, short movies and like little 40-minute kid-friendly specials with silliness. You don't even have to play the game to watch the stories. And I knew that they got, various people from the old show. Same with those Arkham Asylum games, got a lot of people from the Batman animated series. So that's cool. Basically, was the whole point of that rambling is that Billy D. Williams is in those Lego ones, finally getting to play uh, Two Face. I loved Arnie as Mr. Freeze, right? He steals that whole movie. Film mistake, but keep it when he could get the detonator 2 weeks and the bomb exploded. And the hospital. Oh, you're talking about the part where he's walking away and yeah, he's like smacking at it and it won't work, and then it actually does work. So now here's we see the Joker has killed one of the um, fake vigilante Batmans, the knockoff copycat Batmans, Batman, Batman's is. Um, and by doing that, Batman knows, like, okay, now he's got to protect these imbeciles as well. Shout out to Hobbs Horror. Is Hobbs here? Anyways, shout out to him. I like Hobbs. Heart of Ice was my introduction to Mr. Freeze as a character, Batman, and for the Batman Beyond, they did a good job with the episode Meltdown. Nice tribute to Mr. Freeze. Yeah, that's the Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero, whatever, from Batman the Animated Series. Like, yeah, that one is basically kind of my favorite telling of that story. But there's been a ton, even in the comic books. When they had to rethink why would Mr. Freeze be a character anyone would ever care about. You know, he's kind of a generic dumb supervillain. It's like he's a guy who likes cold. So it's like, well, no, give him a little more depth, make him have a whole backstory of. I actually blame that Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero, him and his wife backstory on a lot of the modern, like, villain forgiveness movies we get. Like, I like that the Joker here is a complete nutcase and there's no telling what's going on with him. At no point do I ever root for him. But like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, you kind of feel bad for him. It's like his life's hard. He's got mental illness. He's poor. There's, the funding for the programs that would keep this dude out of trouble aren't available, yada, yada, yada. There's some empathy or sympathy for that Joaquin Phoenix Joker. This Joker is like, no, I got none. He's nuts. Gonna stay away from that guy. And same with the Penguin. That show, even though he's a complete psychopath and you couldn't possibly understand his point of view because he's nuts, he's a cold-hearted sociopath. Uh, there's still parts of it where you're like, oh, he comes from a dysfunctional family and his mommy issues, and people were mean to him because he was fat and had a bad foot. It's like Batman with Vincent Price's Egghead. Yeah, I always liked the Vincent Price Egghead. That old Batman show had a lot of fun villains. They had the classic villains, as Catwoman, Joker, Riddler, Penguin, but then every now and then they would, yeah, mix in the Mad Hatter or King Tut or whatever. Kingpin and Mr. Freeze had similar backgrounds. Yeah, that Daredevil show, the show in particular, the one that was on Netflix and now they've rebooted onto Disney. They really make uh Kingpin, kind of like a sympathetic character. And in the comic books, it was always just like, nah, he's a big fat mean mob boss who's just like a brutally strong. And Michael Clark Duncan, that was a weird choice for the first time they put him on screen. Good point on the comparison Phoenix versus Ledger on Joker and the differences. Thank you, Xavier. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into these performances if you want, or it could just be very simple. Oh, and it was my lovely wife, Kayla Cintron. Penguin was pretty good. Well, glad to have you with us from the other room. She's supposed to be sleeping. She's in there sitting with the baby and making sure she doesn't cry while I'm doing this. So thank you. You're the secret glue that holds all this together, my love. I prefer Ledger. Yeah, like I said, I think Ledger's probably the best, followed by Nicholson. Uh, yeah, Nicholson, then Hamill, then Cesar Romero, then who was that in that damn the end of the one? I think it was Barry McKeon. I can see where the sympathies of Billy would not make an actual sense in reality. Yeah, I mean, it's good for like Game of Thrones. I blame Game of Thrones for this. That's like before that, good guys and bad guys were pretty cut and dry for a long time, and then Game of Thrones became super popular, and everybody was both good guy and bad guy depending on what you had going on. And that like professional wrestling changed and went that direction instead of just clean cut good guys and bad guys. Everybody had to be shades of gray, and that's how this is. They Star Wars used to be cut and dry. There's the rebellion, and then there's the Empire, and then after a while, it's like, well, the rebellion's not all that great too, and the Empire's just doing, there's all this shades of gray to try to tell stories. I'm a simpleton. I like good cowboy, bad cowboy, white hat, black hat. This movie, like, just the production value of just all the police officers and the way they show City Hall and stuff, it all feels like I say, the absurd feels real. Speaking of the absurd feeling real, where's the part where this mayor shows up? This mayor's got, like, some crazy eyeshadow or eye makeup on. He's got, like, mascara on. Hi, everybody's saying hi to the missus. Hello, Kayla. Hi, Kayla. Yes, the lovely woman I share my life with. I'm very lucky to have her taking care of me, and it's because of her I was able to get this show on tonight. So, like I say, she's the secret glue that holds all this together, both in my life and even this show. Um, Roddy McDowell as the Bookworm. Yeah, there's another classic, weird, old Adam West Batman villain. Did they ever make the Balloon Man? That's one of my favorite, or Captain Boomerang. Batman's got all sorts of weird ones. I'm surprised Killer Croc never really showed up on that old show. Michael Clark Duncan was great as Kingpin. He was he was good because it was so interesting. Like it's an interesting take, and but his like strength, like the idea that Michael Clark Duncan could pick you up and throw you across a room, very believable. That's the thing with D'Onofrio. He definitely brings like a strength to he doesn't just seem like a dude who's riding around in a scooter in a Walmart. Like he feels like a dude who will kick your ass. It's like looks like King Kong Bundy. Rip Michael gone so soon. Yeah, I was Michael. Celebrities pass away, and I don't know them, right? So when they pass away, it's sad, but at the same time, it's not real sad because you don't totally know them. But every now and then, one gets me, and Peter Falk, I often use as an example. When I heard Peter Falk passed away, or Betty White, when Betty White passed away, I was like, oh man. When Gene Hackman passed away a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh, Gene's gone. So when Michael Clark Duncan passed away, that was one that just like I was like, no, not him, man. He's such a lovable. He makes Armageddon. Big jacked up John Coffey. Yeah, rip Michael gone so soon. Shout out to absent friends. I agree. I just got your monster back to sleep. I'll be joining her soon. All right. Well, thank you, my love, for taking care of our baby and taking care of me. If uh, if you need at any point, feel free to stop by and say hi. Otherwise, I'll be in after this is over. Speaking of this movie that I'm not watching, shout out to Mrs. Zombie. Exactly. She's if there anybody gets a sloppy hand heart, it's that lady. Um, I recall hearing from the late Colin Conroy Rip, another one that was a bummer when I heard he passed away, that he was curious how the ventriloquist would have been adapted for Batman Beyond. When I asked him and Will Friedle about favorite villains, yeah, the ventriloquist is another like oddball. That's one of the things I really enjoyed about that Gotham show. I didn't think I was going to like Gotham at all, but it was one that just kind of pulled me in, and I dug it a lot. It had a lot of the oddball Batman characters, like the ventriloquist and what's his name, the Puppet Master. I don't know. But like I said, Captain Boomerang or the Balloon Man. shows up in there. What's his name? KGB, something like that. Michael Clark Duncan really hurt. Yeah, some of them, when the celebrities pass, like I said, you don't know them, but you kind of feel like you know them, but you only know their on-screen persona. Any relation to King Kong Bundy? No, but he took my wife's nickname. I love a good Married with Children reference. Wasn't King Kong Bundy? Didn't he eventually show up on that show though? So here's the part where Joker invades the dinner party and he puts the knife in the one old man's mouth, and then he sees Maggie Gyllenhaal and he kind of falls in love the same way Jack Nicholson's does with Vicky Vale and all that. And he saunters over and he tells this insane story about how his father slit his mouth open or whatever. And then later on, when he tells a completely different story of how he got the scars, we realize, oh, he's a totally unreliable narrator. He's both insane and a liar. It feels weird watching Ledger in this makeup now because I've seen so many t-shirts and tattoos and bumper stickers. Those big black eyes with that round red smile with the grin, man, that thing is everywhere. I've seen the one time they did a thing about NBA tattoos, and there was something like 13 different Heath Ledger Joker tattoos in the NBA, usually some variation on why so serious. This character just like really inspired folks who, kind of mad at society and felt like outsiders and why take things so seriously, even if you have to do it to the point of being insane. I think every wrestler in Playmate was unmarried with children. Yeah, it's very possible. And Playmate. What were the penthouse ones called? Pets or whatever? Yeah, Playboy was probably too high grade for Al. Here's another scene where Maggie Gyllenhaal's playing this, and I couldn't imagine Katie Holmes trying to play against Heath Ledger's Joker right here. She's got the big dimples and the soft voice and like the big Bratz eyes. I don't know if she would Bratz dolls, not like Bratz children, because Bratz children have big eyes too. That's what saves them from getting killed. Um, so here Batman's fighting with all these damn Joker henchmen, and he's got the knife in the boot, and we see that Joker. Oh, which is weird. Here he's kind of like goofy. He can't fight, and in some other scenes he's goofy and can't fight. But then there's other times where he's like totally competent with. I don't know. I can't tell if that's supposed to be a choice, like he's being a goof or whatever. So here's where he throws Maggie Gyllenhaal out the window and drops her out a damn skyscraper. Classic supervillain move. You take the hero's love interest and then you put her in danger, and then you're unable to escape because they're too busy saving them. Sorry, I captivated by the movie. The special effects in this are really good. One of the things that this does that like horror movies do is that hides things in the shadows. Give me an idea of what's going on, and then let my imagination sort of fill in the rest. If things are too bright and too big, they look fake. But if I kind of think I saw what I saw, it feels more real. Like I said, that's what you do with monsters. A lot of times in horror, show me thing that's about to happen that would be gruesome, and then cut away from it. Let my imagination, fill in the actual violence. Aaron Eckhart's chin could bench 450. That is a strong jawline right there. All this stuff with Michael Caine, explaining to Bruce Wayne. I almost feel like Bruce Wayne should be slightly younger in this movie. Like, I mean, well, I don't know. I guess in the first one, Bale does play really young, like way younger than he is, and here he's playing to age, and then in the Dark Knight Rises, he plays beyond age. Some fake grays and a weird limp and everything. So it tells like the story of a adult man's kind of heyday, but I don't know. I still feel like Batman's a little young in his Batmaning to be looking as long in the tooth as he is here. Uh, Cheetah says, Patrick says, Mark Hamill's second favorite Joker. Yeah, that's hard to believe that Luke Skywalker would be such a great Joker. But that performance, can you count animated performance in a same like category as live action? Like I kind of feel like you can't, but also I whenever I think of the greatest Batman, I always think of Kevin Conroy. Favorite Batman since I'm on it. Let's go with I'm gonna go Bale, Keaton, uh Pattinson, West, uh, Affleck. Um, yeah, I don't know. I would probably actually probably go Bale. I would probably go Conroy, Bale. Yeah, I'd probably put Conroy first. So yeah, I'll go Conroy, Bale, Keaton, Pattinson, and then Batfleck. Batfleck was interesting. It was like an interesting experiment, but it felt like surreal. He never felt like he was really Batman. Like it felt like he's already been replaced as that character, and it was just sort of a weird fever dream we all had that for a minute Ben Affleck was Batman. Where's the world stand on Batman versus Superman or Superman versus Batman versus Superman? Yeah, right. Where's the world stand on that these days? When that movie came out, it was like a huge flop, and everybody talked about how garbage it was and how they hated it. And over the last couple of years, I've noticed sort of public sentiment like shifting a little bit regarding that movie. Like people point out the things that they thought were pretty good about it and stuff. Let me know in the chat or the comments what you thought of Batman versus Superman with Batfleck. Not a Batfleck fan. Yeah, like I say, it was a weird, surreal time in our life. Hello, Polly. This is a dead parrot. If you don't know a person we played the other day, it's fucking stuffed it. Yeah, love me, Monty Python. Affleck was a better Daredevil. Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, that Daredevil movie was a bit of a fever dream as well. Like we were just talking about Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin, and Colin Farrell, the Penguin, as freaking Bullseye or Deadeye, whatever. Deadeye, right? Bullseye, Bullseye, Deadeye, whatever. Um, uh, like he's in there. That movie, yeah, it feels like a fever dream. John Favreau's in a superhero movie that's kind of eh. Um, there's another one, that Daredevil movie. Folks hated that when it came out, and then since then, there's been sort of a group of people who grew up with that on TV and are like, it's not that bad. I've watched it on TBS a handful of times. Here's the scene where old buddy comes to Morgan Freeman and explains to him how he's uncovered basically the secret of Batman, and he knows that Bruce Wayne's using all the stuff from the military division to do whatever. And he's like, so let me get this straight. He's like, I want $10 million. Let me find the Morgan Freeman line here for a year for the rest of my life. And Morgan Freeman says, let me get this straight. You think that your client, one of the wealthiest, most powerful men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his nights beating criminals with a to a pulp with his bare hands, and your plan is to blackmail him. And then he just does that Morgan Freeman laugh. Like for everything Morgan Freeman says, it has like this deep gravitas and it feels so important. But when he laughs, it's always so high and silly. It's like that's Morgan Freeman's laugh. I was caught off guard by that. Ben Grimm says Elektra was better. Welcome, Ben Grimm, friend of the channel. Martha. That is the Batman versus Superman. Yeah, welcome, Ben Grimm. It's always nice to have Ben here. Ben has knows a lot about a lot of stuff, and he's usually into the same stuff we're all into too. So Ben Grimm first steps. Elektra was better. Louise Young is great as Elektra. Is she the one that's in the Daredevil TV show? I'm assuming. After season one of that Daredevil show on Netflix, I kind of wasn't as interested, and I'm still haven't gotten around to the new stuff that started on Disney. My friend Pugwall, Matt, Pugwall 316 here on YouTube, he's been reviewing them as they come out. So if you're interested in the new Daredevil stuff on Disney, be sure to check out Pugwall's channel for the weekly reviews. I believe he's doing them. Kiss' first live appearance was on Paul Lynde Halloween television special. Really? Paul Lynde? Oh, well, that's silly. Kiss was kick ass on Scooby Doo, right? Scooby Doo when I was a kid, part of the reason I loved it is because of the weird cultural crossovers. Batman was on Scooby Doo many times. The Three Stooges, Mama Cass. Why Mama Cass? Um, Holy cow, it's Don Knotts. Oh, look, it's um, Buddy Hackett. Like, why the hell are these people in my cartoon show? This is all awesome. This like police memorial parade, and they've got all these cops in their like military dress, and they're having this big parade for them. And there's this chaos scene. What's his name from uh, Late Night with the Devil is in this. It's like a real small part. What is old buddy's name? Chat beat me to it. David Dismalchin. That's why I couldn't remember it. Dismalchin is really hard to remember how to spell. Uh, Russell says he grew up watching the Electric Company. Yeah, me too. It was on when I was a little kid. Obviously Sesame Street, but it used to run as like a package deal with Sesame Street, and they had Spider-Man on there. That was the first Spider-Man I remember seeing as a kid, live action. And then there was that Spider-Man live action stuff with that Australian dude, Tom. What's his name? And then or Andrew was. I don't know. I'm getting all the new Spider-Man confused with the old Spider-Man, but the Adam West live action, that was like the only Batman live action until Michael Keaton. And now we've had so many damn Batmans it takes me a minute to keep track of them all to rank them. So here we see Batman. He's in his Bruce Wayne outfit, like clothes. He doesn't have the Batman outfit on, and he finds a bunch of cops tied up with their eyes closed or whatever, like wrapped up, blindfolded. Jesus, Don. It's the problem with doing a show late at night. The words don't be wording sometimes. So these cops are blindfolded, and he just instead of like worrying about them seeing him, he just trusts that the blindfolds are solid, and he comes walking up to him, and like, "Hey, it's me, Batman. What's going on?" It's kind of this weird like ventriloquism act. It's like for a quick second, he turns into Jeff Dunham. And this is super cool with Ledger's face being flesh toned. And we see the stars in his face. And I just hit the little thing holding my bottle there, scared the hell out of me. Um, we can see his face is flesh toned, so the scars look more real, and he's got the police outfit on and stuff. So it kind of reminds me in the Burton Batman when Jack Nicholson puts on the like face base makeup and he looks human, so to speak. So here's where they have like this big shootout at the parade. And even now, there's more shots. And Eckert just like walks or whatever, Harvey Dent walks through the like line of everybody, completely focused as shots are going off, and he like still focused on David Dismalchin here. Um, really, David Dismalchin's probably best role besides Late Night with the Devil was Polka Dot Man in the Suicide Squad. Speaking of more Batman adjacent stuff in the universe, that's the Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad. I hate when they do that. Let's see here. Jinkies, it's Buddy Hackett, desperate for money, right? They had the Japanese Spider-Man live action with a giant robot. That's what I love about the Japanese. They're like anything. Anytime's a great time for a giant robot. You know, Reading Rainbow. Oh, for sure. Pap knows. Thank God they're not remaking the Incredible Mr. Limpet with Jim Carrey. Don't mess with the OG. Yeah, I love. I did they. I thought they did make it. I don't know. I remember they were going to. Yeah, because Jim Carrey was trying to fill in that Don Knotts role. They were even talking about remaking The Ghost of Mr. Chicken and a bunch of that stuff. Um, Classic line. Eric Roberts is with this bimbo in the nightclub, and she's like, "Can we go somewhere more quiet? We can't hear each other talk." And he's like, "What makes you think I want to hear you talk?" And this is a super cool scene. Batman works his way through the club, fighting everybody with the strobing lights and everything. So it's almost like this like techno fight scene a la Blade, but it's all done in strobe. So you only see once again just like brief glimpses and flashes. You think you see more than you really see. Nicholas Hammond. That's the guy I was thinking of. Thank you. When I said Andrew, and then I was like, no, that's Andrew Garfield. And I was like, Tom, no, that's Tom Holland. Yeah, Nicholas Hammond. He was like playing Peter Parker, who was supposed to be, I think on the show he was supposed to be in college, but yeah, Peter Parker, the charm of him is that he's a high school kid, and Nicholas Hammond was like 30 something. I used to watch a show called Herman's Head. Yeah, I remember Herman's Head, where like it was kind of like oh god, what's that? Inside Out or whatever, that Disney Pixar stuff. Like this dude's emotions lived in his mind, and there was like a big husky frat guy, and then there was like a very like thoughtful woman, and then there was and his mind and emotions would have like this tug of war, and you would see it played out with the characters in his head. Good pull, Pap. I haven't thought of that show in years. How about Indian Superman? Funniest thing ever. Yeah, I've seen most of the oddball when other countries rip off like what is it? Turkish Star Wars, Turkish Batman, uh Spidey. I've been done a couple times. There's a pretty sexy like Batwoman one I think from somewhere in the Middle East. I don't know. And that too, Pap Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah, Schoolhouse Rock. That was on Saturday morning cartoons here. So Batman versus Eric Roberts, or as I like to call him, Julia Roberts' brother. I like also that the Michael Keaton slash Val Kilmer. I forgot Val Kilmer and Clooney in my Batman discussions, so I'm gonna have to completely rework all this, guys. I'll get on the whiteboard and get back to you with my favorite Batman. But with the those Batman, they had like the cowl neck, and the neck was very like stiff, so they had to like turn their whole torso to look and move. And this was the first Batman where they're like, dude would have to be more mobile than that, and they do like kind of a helmet, as I said, going more with the knight motif, the Knight, like he's the knight defending the city, so therefore he would have like a knight's helmet on. But the idea that yeah, he wouldn't be able to move his head, it's like yeah, it seems like it's hard to fight crime if you can't turn to the left and look. So here's the part where Aaron Eckhart is interrogating Dismalchin, and he's flipping his coin. He's explaining the whole thing where he's got this lucky coin, and if it's a heads or not. And so we start to see the idea that perhaps Eckhart or Harvey Dent is living a little bit crazy. And when he flips the coin up to decide if he's going to kill little boy, Batman steps in and snatches it. Once again, Batman in the shadows, barely can see him. This is all great work by Nolan. Nolan's just a master director. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Nolan film I didn't think was pretty brilliant visually. Even Following, I think it's called, the black and white one, was early one. Obviously, Memento is what got him on the radar. And then the remake of Insomnia with Robin Williams, that's probably his worst film. Um, The Prestige, Prestige is pretty amazing. All three of these are pretty amazing. Well, they are amazing. Tenet, people don't like Tenet that much. I think Tenet's pretty good. Um, what do you call it? Inception. Inception's pretty amazing visually. Uh, a lot of people thought Inception had all this groundbreaking visual stuff, but a lot of that stuff that to me is looks like a better lit version of Dark City. Dark City was way ahead of its time. If you haven't seen that, watch that. But as far as Christopher Nolan goes, yeah, he's basically this generation Spielberg. He can he's got the golden touch. He seems to know how to make films that look the way people like to see them. And he's got, because of who he is and what he's accomplished, he's got basically endless bank account money. Like you can go to any studio and just be like, "Can I have a bajillion dollars?" They're like, "Yeah, just a second. We got it downstairs. Somebody will bring it up." So here's this like sexy kind of it's a shame we never got hooked up like we wanted to scene between Rachel and Bruce. And it's in this like big picture window, so we see Gotham like all picturesque out the giant floor to ceiling windows. She looks very old-timey movie star there. I could see why you would want her in this and there. I felt like they kind of just cast her because she was sort of the like thinking woman's actress at the moment. For a while, Amy Adams kind of fell into that role. Um, it's women in roles like in Hollywood, they often either play up their sexiness or they play up their like smarts and strength. Someone like Tilda Swinton obviously plays up her smarts and her strength, but someone like Megan Fox or Angelina Jolie, they play up their sexiness. It's kind of hard to walk the line of doing both. Katie Holmes is a lot more cute than she feels like she has, actorial chops. As where Maggie Gyllenhaal, when she speaks, she sort of commands respect. She feels, like she feels like someone who could be the DA. But there, they had her very glamorous, lit in a way with her hair and stuff. She looked old timey Hollywood. I liked it. Uh, The Ghost of Mr. Chicken is our favorite Don Knotts film. Yeah, that's my favorite Don Knotts film too. Followed by Mr. Limpet right behind it. But Ghost and Mr. Chicken, that's one I would like to see remade. But the problem is, it would be like, you know, Andy Samberg or something. It would be somebody who wouldn't be anybody I'd want to see probably in it. Nothing wrong with Andy Samberg, just not what I would like to see for the Ghost and Mr. Chicken. John Astin from Madden Family replaced Frank Gorshin as the Riddler in the '60s. Yeah, I forgot about that till I was doing research for that Batman watch along of the old Adam West one. Um, yeah, I forgot for a while Frank Gorshin had stepped away. I don't know if it was a contract deal or what. And then John Ashton's in there with his mustache or whatever. For those of you who don't know, John Ashton was Gomez Adams. He was also, I believe, Judge Harry on Night Court's dad. That's a strange pull for you. Why so serious? They're only as good as they allow you to be. Kal-El Daly. Welcome, Cal, our friend. Can't do a superhero movie without Cal popping in. No remake. I feel you. Hello, Cal. Gomez. Yeah. This is one of my favorite parts. There's this line in here that throws away. No one ever, like, out of all the quotable lines in this movie and all the memorable scenes, this part where Eckhart's holding a press conference, Harvey Dent, he's explaining, how Batman's the problem and, Joker's the problem, yada, yada. You hear somebody in the crowd announce, like, real loudly, but things are worse than ever. It's hilarious. It makes me laugh every time. It's just like you can tell it was ADR. Like they thought we need more like crowd sound while Harvey Dent announces that he's Batman, and instead you just hear this like sad off-screen ADR. But things are worse than ever. It's like, what are you, a 12-year-old girl? Pull it together, reporter. So now here Rachel is arguing with Alfred because we have to make sure everybody has their big acting moments together. This is more crap that could be totally cut out of here. 2 hours and a half is too long for this movie. It needs to be a tight 2 hours. Get rid of the whole subplot with the Asian crime lord. Get rid of this stuff with well, I suppose this is the part where Rachel gives him the letter that explains that she can't be with him, and then when she's no longer around, it's extra heart wrenching. Aaron Eckhart's butt chin is amazing. It's the second best butt in Hollywood behind J Lo. I don't know. Is J Lo the best butt in Hollywood anymore? I don't know. I think that reign has probably been turned over. I just don't know who it belongs to. Please send me your favorite butts in the chat and the comments below. I'll turn any discussion into butt talk. So here's where they're walking Harvey Dent out and the cops are cheering him and stuff like yeah, we appreciate you, buddy. Eckhart's weird. He's got leading man good looks, but he feels more like, yeah, he should play villains or like corporate, bad guys like in Thank You for Smoking and stuff. He feels more suited to that than like I don't know. I don't see him as a leading man of too many movies. His personality or I can see him on series definitely, but yeah, leading man in a movie it's hard. He's probably ready to move into the dad of a haunted house movie role, right? He's probably at that stature of his career. There's the part I remember that part, like it's a jump scare in this crazy movie where this cop walks up to the like semi truck parked outside of the police station or whatever, and the cop walks up and says, "Hey, you can't park here." And there's this old like trucker sitting there staring down on them all like blank faced, and out of nowhere, Joker pops out from behind him with a sawed off shotgun and blows the cop's face off, like he shoots the gun right into the camera. And it's such a like gripping scene, like damn, jump scare. So there's the fire truck on fire. We kind of see that Gotham is really got problems during this transport here. This whole stuff where they're driving underneath the bridge and like underground parking areas and stuff where it's they're driving but they're indoors. Like it feels like the awesome chase scene in Blues Brothers or something. And I love this part coming up when he sees the Joker and he's like, "He's what is that?" Like, he's got a bazooka. Uh, Cal says Tisha Campbell, nice booty. Well, I can't argue with that. Attaboy Luther. There's a classic Ghost and Mr. Chicken line. Dark Knight is perfect, Donnie. Don't do that. Oh, no, the Batman was too long. It was, man. They need to get these movies 2 hours, 2:10 tops. Man, the 3 hour movie, the 2 hour 40 movie, and all my favorite directors do it. Like, the Tarantino. I love Tarantino, but damn, every one of his movies has to be this big epic. Same with Nolan. I believe the old Alfred Hitchcock adage that a movie should be as long as the human bladder can hold. So if you pee before the movie, you shouldn't have to pee before the movie's over. You should be able to sit there and watch it the whole way through. Unless there's an intermission, like when they used to make them big sweeping epics like Gone with the Wind or Dr. Zhivago or whatever, and there'd be a damn intermission where people could go out and get more popcorn and take a leak and come back. But yes, Cal, I would say this movie is damn near perfect otherwise. That's my only complaint about the movie Heat. We were talking about Heat earlier regarding bank robberies. I love Heat, but I almost never put it on because it's too long. Goodfellas is one of the only movies that's really too long, but I can watch it every time because it doesn't matter where I jump in on. It's like, yeah, it's like 3 hours, and I'm already 45 minutes into it, but that's fine. Let's see. That girl from Substance, I read that the director, a woman, hired a second camera person just to get ass shots. 70% of that movie is butt shots. I wasn't aware of it. I haven't seen the Substance. I mean, I know it was a big deal, just the Oscars and stuff, Demi Moore and all that. Um, but I'll have to check out the Substance. Especially, I love a good ass. He makes good leading action movies. Oh, Aaron Eckhart. Michael Keaton's "I'm Batman" was an ad lib. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I think we discussed that when we were watching the other Batman. Hi, Ben. Parasite 1982 was Demi Moore's first horror film. I didn't know that. I did love Snyder Cut was awesome though. Couldn't complain with runtime. The Snyder Cut isn't that the 4 hour version or whatever? Um, that one a little too long, but that's another one where he intended it to be two films, so technically you should kind of almost watch it. And there's the one with the chapters, and you can kind of dip it in chapters. I don't know. Never seen Heat. Never seen Heat. Wow, yeah, Heat's a great one. If for nothing else, then it was the first time Pacino and De Niro were in a movie together, at least like on screen. They're both in The Godfather, but Heat was the first time they actually had dialogue back and forth, and um, Heat's good because it's a good ensemble film and it's really well written. Michael Mann, can't go wrong with Michael Mann. Casino's very good, can't complain on that. Yeah, that's another one. Well, basically, I consider Casino to be Goodfellas Part 2, pretty much. And it's the same thing. When Casino's on, if I flip it on and it's been on for an hour and 20, I'll still just start watching it because it's like, oh, here's the part with Joe Bob Briggs. Cal, check YouTube for Heat. Oh, I didn't know Heat was on YouTube. I think Ten Commandments is perfect as well. People say it's long, but it flies by for me. Really? The old Charlton Heston one? Kal-El, Jesus loves you, my brother. Wow, Pap, and spreading the love. Nice to see it. Oh, stretch my legs a little bit. So here comes Batman on the tumbler. All this stuff with the helicopters and everything. They shoot these big, huge action sequence and like um, the major city thoroughfares. It makes it hard to believe that like it, I'm sure some of it has to be CGI cars and whatnot, but like their ability for them to do this much destruction in like actual lived in urban areas is kind of amazing. Part of the reason I like John Carpenter's Escape from New York is that they were able to use a section of St. Louis that had been abandoned after a fire. And like there's all these horror movies that take place in Detroit right now, like a Barbarian and um, uh, what's the one with the guy who can't see, whatever. Um, and It Follows is Detroit, yeah, because they can use these big sections of like abandoned areas of towns, which have a natural like eerie, life after people feel to them. But to see these big like action scenes with just folks everywhere. Like I said, we were talking about Blues Brothers earlier, where they drive the police car through a active shopping mall. They also do that in Invasion USA with Chuck Norris. Like the amount of danger that goes into these action scenes, it feels like civilians got hurt. So here's where Batman and Batman's on the tumbler and Joker's driving the semi truck and they're getting ready to just go head on, and Batman or Joker's going, "Come on." I like all this where he's got, the cable on the tumbler, and he not the tumbler, the bat pod or whatever it's called. And there's where they flip the truck. After they flip this truck in this damn movie, they do it all sorts of action movies over and over after this one. Because it's such a dynamic, amazing scene to see a truck go ass over end. We've all seen them jackknife, but we've never seen it do a flip. Uh, Joker saying, "Hit me" is awesome. I like it. Who wins the gunfight, Ledger or Long Pistol Jack Nicholson? That's a tough one. Here's the famous scene where Ledger's walking down the middle of the street holding the machine gun, and he's like, "Come on, come on." He like has this death wish that plays out in front of you. It's kind of amazing. Gangster Bert in any video is funny. Bert is voiced by De Niro, and Ernie is voiced by Joe Pesci doing the scene from Casino. Hilarious. Yeah, Pesci and De Niro. That's uh that's coffee and sugar right there. That's bread and butter, peanut butter and jelly. Somebody died to suffer those scenes. I think I remember hearing about it before it came out. Yeah, they actually um these scenes are so big. I think the scene with the flipped truck, I think that part, some of the explosions in there, I think they might have actually lost a stomach. I do remember hearing that. But here's where they finally capture Joker, and it's Commissioner Gordon. One cop finally gets through that he doesn't kill, and then we see it's Gordon. And now we're getting ready to cut to the famous, awesome meme. So yeah, here Eckhart kind of explains that he's working with the Batman and he trusts him and all this, and um, that Joker's been captured, all is right with the world, but there's still an hour and 8 minutes left. So we're an hour and 23 in. So we know obviously Joker hasn't really been captured. No, this is kind of like Seven, if you've ever seen that. Like halfway through the damn movie, the criminal just shows up and gives himself up. And that's damn near what Joker does here. It's like even though he puts up this crazy fight and he tries to kill everybody and take out half of Gotham, he still pretty much was trying to get kidnapped or trying to get arrested. Sorry, the mayor's on here. That weird guy who was on Lost for a while. I swear his natural eyelashes look like he's wearing mascara. So every time I see him, I'm like, did you just come from a Cure concert? Is there a Smiths reunion I didn't hear about? Stage diving off a Fall Out Boy gig somewhere? Where do you hold this among the best superhero films? Let me see here. Let me go back to that. I'm as old as the Commandments. You're as old as the Ten Commandments? I didn't know you were. Oh, yeah, I guess I did know you were born in '68. So, but Russell, what do you think of Ten Commandments? That's your jam too? Where do you hold this among the best superhero films? I would probably say this is number one. I was discussing that earlier. I think Infinity War is pretty amazing. Um, I have a soft spot personally for Batman '89 and for Superman 2. We discussed that during the Batman Begins stream. Like, I don't know, Superman 2 came out just the right time for me to be amazed by the concept of Superman fighting three other Supermen. Um, I liked Carl Urban's Dread. I liked the first Avengers was really good. Um, yeah, I liked I like Thomas Jane's Punisher. I liked yeah, I don't know. I would probably have to say this is probably my favorite, followed by Infinity War, followed by Avengers, the first one. Sure. But that Carl Urban Dread is right there too, though. That Christopher Reeve Superman, I know your jam. That first one, that's right up there. That's pretty amazing. Um, Into the Spider-Verse, that first one, I haven't seen the second one. That's a kind of a beautiful movie about, changing wishing you could have the power to change the mistakes in your life, and it's more than just a animated kids movie. It's a really kind of beautiful, thoughtful film. It's like early Pixar standards of animation, emotion type film. Sorry, they were doing the Commissioner Gordon interrogates Joker scene, and the way they have Joker completely in black with just his face. So it's like this floating head explaining like his apathy and his insanity. And then they turn the lights on, and Batman's right behind him, and he starts smashing his head into the table. We saw the part too, like when they're arrested him, they're like, nothing in his pocket but knives. Like, yeah, it says a lot about the character right there. Um, Superman 2 is my favorite film. There you go, Cal. Yeah, I loved Superman 2. When I was a kid, like I say, the first Superman where he battles Lex Luthor, and it's cool how he flies around the Earth and all that, and just the production quality and the ability to see Christopher Reeve fly and it not look like hokey. But then Superman 2, to have him battle three other Superman. As a child, I was just like, how could Superman possibly win? You know, and the whole story with Zod, Terrence Stamp is just such a powerful character. Like, he talk about gravitas. When we were talking about Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine earlier, Terrence Stamp's got some gravitas. Kneel before Zod. Superman Returns is underrated. Really? Oh god, what's that dude's name? Brandon Routh? What's his name? The mayor is Dracula for sure. They're probably gonna do that. LOL. Yeah, the mayor in this with the weird eye makeup. Worst superhero movie is Superman 4. Oh, don't you guys start Pat and Cal. I I love Cal, so he and I have agreed to disagree on Superman 4. Uh, I just saw try psilocybin and I'm going with it. Well, my favorite Batman Returns in '89 slightly more than Dark Knight, and biasly, it's the best Batman film. Easy. People who don't like these type movies enjoy and hold it up. Yeah, this one, like I say, its ability to translate to people beyond superhero fans. Like this feels just like a really well told action crime drama movie with insane people. Even Burton's version felt somewhat comic booky. Like the Danny Elfman score has like a little whimsical silliness to it, even though it's awesome. It feels like a bizarro surrealist version of this. Superman 2, he gets down and dirty. The fight was everything. Yeah, yeah. And the whole plot with Superman giving up his powers to be with Lois Lane. He had to be a real man, like not a superhero. All that. He basically gives up being a god to be with a mortal woman. All that's very compelling and interesting to me. Cartoon Adamant. Kneel before Zod. Tom Welling might be my favorite Clark Kent. Really? Cal, where do you stand on that one? I'm still Christopher Reeve all day. I go Reeve, Cavill, uh, Reeve, Cavill, shit, maybe Dean Caine. I don't know. Rosenbaum is my second favorite Lex Luthor. Benny's absolutely the best Ken. Rip Genius Rosenbaum is my favorite Lex. Like these guys. So here's where, yeah, once again, when I was talking earlier about um, the political stuff that goes on in this, a lot of people took the subtext from this film to, make Batman George Bush and Joker Osama bin Laden, and then the whole stuff with the war on terror and the yada yada yada. This whole scene where he's interrogating him by beating the living shit out of him. That falls under the auspice of that whole thing. The illegal tapping and other stuff. The concept of the ideas that Homeland Security was doing at the time play out through what Batman has to do to capture the Joker. Like I said, this movie's resonant on a lot of levels. It's good for Batman fans, it's good for crime drama fans, it's and action fans, but it's resonant of the time period it's in. There's a little bit of art there. It's just an amazing movie from top to bottom. It's definitely one of my top five of all time, I would say. So here was where the classic James Bond hero has to make a choice thing. It's like you got one, you can't be in two places at once. You can either save this person, you can save that person. And Harvey Dent gets turned into Two Face. Harvey Dent as Two Face in this mildly horrifying. Like it's horrific, right? Like his whole face burnt up, and you can see the musculature and the jaw and everything. That's one of the things that got me about Batman Begins is the stuff with the Scarecrow is like nightmare fuel. The maggots on his face, and like when he looks into Batman and he sees this black demon with black goo pouring out of his mouth and all that. So here, all this stuff, this feels horrific too, like just like a half a zombie man. Never heard that take up little stuff. Wow, it seems like a reach. Yeah, like I say, I don't know if I agree with it, but that was the discussion at the time. Because the whole movie, basically at the end, Batman catches Joker by doing illegal wiretaps. Like he turns everybody's cell phone in Gotham into like a radar thing to help figure out where the hell he's at. That whole subplot where he, takes the bat hook and takes the dude. I don't know where's dude go back. Japan, I think. The one criminal who steals all the money, and then Batman goes and brings him back to America to Gotham. Like they say all that stuff to do with like illegal, arrests and illegal detention and out of jurisdiction policing and all that stuff. I don't know if I believe it, but it is a weird coincidence that all this came out around the same time. But as I pointed out too, in Dark Knight Rises, there's a lot of stuff that alludes to Occupy Wall Street, which hasn't even happened when that movie was written. So I just think Christopher Nolan strangely had his fingers on the pulse of everything when this was getting made. Sorry, I'm being entranced. This is Harvey Dent. He knocks over the fuel that's going to be used to burn him up, and it gets all over his face. And you can see him spitting it and stuff. So later on, when the flame comes through and burns off his face, like the effects, really good for 2008. That's three times I've hit this damn table that I have my water on. Least I could do is drink it. Cheers. That drink of water was brought to you by Night Owl Movie Talk Merchandise Store. Get yourself a Night Owl shirt or a blanket or some other thing. Link at the top of the description in the chat or in the usually I put it at the head of the comments as well, but it's always in the description of the show as well. So check out some Night Owl Movie Talk merch. All sorts of fun stuff over there. And while I'm at it, and shilling, be sure to look for me on your favorite podcast provider. The show is now available on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, iHeartRadio, you name it, the show's available there. So be sure to add us on your favorite podcast provider and say hi. Give us a 5-star rating. Tell everybody you know everything about how great I am. Back to the movie. Here's where Joker is escaping now. They had the one dirty cop in there, kind of like roughing up Joker doing the interrogation thing, and Joker ends up using that his anger against him to break out. This is the part where this is a heavy duty dramatic scene where Harvey Dent is like getting ready to be burnt up and he's over the microphone or the walkie-talkie telling Rachel he loves her and it's going to be okay. And it's not going to be okay, Harvey. You're about to get your face charred into musculature, homie. This whole thing too, where the dude's got the cell phone sewed into his stomach in the police station, and they lift up his shirt, and you can see the cell phone going off, and then it ends up triggering a bomb. Stuff that shouldn't be in a children's superhero movie, you know? As if the half zombie faced man isn't scary enough. And that dude's eyelashes, that alone, terrifying. Uh, rank top five Bat films. Ooh, that's a toughie. I would go this. Batman 89, Dark Knight Rises, uh, uh, Batman Begins, and then uh, I would say the old Batman, the movie from '67 with Adam West, just because I love all that. But probably the Pattinson one. The take on the Pattinson one was really good. Just the whole stuff where like the Riddler is basically Jigsaw and all the other stuff that goes on there. Um, but as my gripe has been all along, too long, too long. 3 hours is too much Batman. Russell says he's not really a superhero fan. What are you talking about, Russell? I can't agree with you. Russell likes the Green Hornet, the old school with Bruce Lee as Kato. Superman 78 is my favorite film. Watchmen as well. Watchmen's an excellent superhero film. Watchmen's hard though. It's a surrealistic, complicated watch. So it's you have kind of have to understand that the superheroes are supposed to look silly and that the weird the movie taking place 30, 40 years ago or whatever, that's part of the strangeness of it. Here's where after Ledger escapes from the police station, it's like the early dusk or in the morning, and I should say dawn, and there's all these fires and everything, and he leans his head out the window, and he's like a car going, or a car. He's like a dog going for a car ride. He's like hanging his head out the window, and the wind's blowing his hair, and he just looks totally unchained and insane. Another iconic shot. Batman standing by the girder as the police put out the fire around him, and he's kind of got like that muscular pose with the flat or the cape blowing in the wind. Early morning golden hour. And there's Harvey Dent's coin. Damn, bro. Uh, what did you think of the Gotham show? I enjoyed it. I never finished it. I think I saw the first 3 seasons. They spent a little too much time with the Jada Pinkett character. That got a little old. I thought the stuff with the Penguin in the early seasons was really good, and then I knew they got into the Joker later on, and maybe like what season 4, season 3, so I'm sure. Um, but that stuff and started to intrigue me. But I enjoyed it as far as just like a. If you said we're gonna make a Batman show where Batman isn't even really in it, Batman's a little boy, I'd be like, no thanks. But it's interesting to see like their take on little kid Poison Ivy and little kid uh Catwoman. That girl that got to play Catwoman has like looks like a cat. But I enjoyed that show. The idea that like Poison Ivy's like a hippie who wears like hemp sweaters and stuff. Like it's a fun show. If you need something to binge and you're a Batman fan, I recommend it. Penguin is better as far as a Batman series goes. Um, I never haven't seen an episode of Pennyworth yet. Been meaning to. Um, haven't seen. I saw 1 or 2 episodes of Birds of Prey back in the day when it was out, but I haven't. I never tracked it down and watched it since then. The old TV show. Um, Otherwise, I'd have to say probably best Batman TV show is Batman, the animated series, and then the Adam West stuff, and then all the other cartoons. I never got into Batman Beyond. Batman Brave and the Bold, I've never watched either. The animation looks weird, but it looks more like something I would enjoy than Batman Beyond. Here, like to see this scene is another scene where they really play up the night aspect of it. Like he's sitting in his high rise after he's been basically been defeated. Joker's blown up the police station, he's gotten away and everything. And he's sitting there like in his Batman uniform with the or outfit, whatever, and he's got the helmet off. He's not wearing the cowl, so he looks like a knight, like post jousting or something. Like you can see his armor, but it's just a normal man's head on it. It's sort of surrealistic. Really plays up, like I say, the knight aspect of Batman. I really dug Gotham. Yeah, Gotham's one of those. And then mentioning the Penguin earlier. If I think something's gonna suck and it turns out to be good, it's extra good. But if everybody tells me how great something is, it's like it's never gonna live up to this. Gotham didn't look like anything I would like at all, so it had a lot of leeway to win me over, and it did. I enjoyed it. Uh, Gotham was awesome. Best superhero show after Smallville, in my opinion. Yeah, like I say, very good. Um, I still haven't watched Smallville. You guys are really selling me on it, Ben and Cal. Uh, Ben, the Mafia stuff was great in that show. Yeah, the whole Maroni and Falcone stuff. That's what I was explaining to my wife when we were watching Penguin. Is like, there's the regular Batman's rogues gallery. Joker, Riddler, Catwoman, etc. Mister Freeze. Um, but then there's the constant like underground crime family war, where it's basically like the beneath the insane villains, there's the regular street crime villains like the mob and everything. Um, I think it's even Falcone in the comic books. They make him look like Marlon Brando, like in The Godfather. Like he wears the tuxedo and he's got the big jowls with the mustache and the flower lapel. Uh, I like Brave and the Bold, but when they fracture up sure characters, they 50% don't know about the dead man. Yeah, I would be interested in watching Brave and the Bold. The new Batman that Prime put out, that was mildly interesting. It was like an 8 episode deal. I can't remember. Caped Crusader, maybe. I think it was like a J.J. Abrams joint. That one wasn't bad. Loved HBO's Gotti, but not Travolta's film. Oh, the Armando Santi Gotti. Birds of Prey was good as was Titans. I still haven't watched Teen Titans or Gotham Knights, I think it's called. I've never seen that either. I heard that's good. Um, but I never got into any of that CW stuff. I never watched any of the Batwoman. Um, I never really even any of the Teen Titans stuff. Like I enjoy the idea that Robin eventually became Nightwing and did his own thing, but it's not ever any stories I'm interested in learning about. Like I don't know. I like the idea of Kid Robin being like Batman's son, like surrogate son kind of thing. But like when Robin grows up and becomes Batman, that feels like a natural progression and it's an interesting part of the story. It's just I don't necessarily want to watch it. Uh, I'm probably the biggest Smallville fan. Yeah, I've known a lot of people who love Smallville. My friend Justin is a huge Smallville fan. He kept, telling me, anytime you want to borrow the series set, I've got them all. And I'm like, yeah, I know it. They're streaming somewhere, but shows that have a lot of seasons like that are hard for me to get excited about to watch. Anything less than like 5 seasons, I'm usually like, oh, I can crank this out pretty fast. But if there's a lot of seasons, I'm not. I'm overwhelmed. My wife watches what's it called, Supernatural, and there's like 23 seasons or some shit. It's ridiculous. Smallville is really good. There we go. Another vote for Smallville. If you're a fan of Smallville, be sure to put a chat or the comments why you love it or the fact that you love it. Like I say, Smallville seems to have a quite a loyal fan base to it. And maybe the second, I don't know. Blur. Dead Man is an interesting character. Titans had an episode where Robin killed Batman. It was Titans had an episode where Robin killed Batman. It was Fire. Um, really? Was it what Jason Todd? That one? Um, I need to watch the live action Titans. Yeah, I've never gotten into it. All that CW stuff, I never got. What is it? Legends of the Future or something? Legends of Tomorrow? Something? The Flash? All that? Green Arrow? None of that. I've never gotten into any of it. I'd like to. Um, as I was explaining once before, it blows my mind being a person who loved superhero movies growing up and then into the 90s. Like at one point in my collection, I owned virtually every superhero movie, like in my physical media collection. I had all the 4 Supermans, I had Supergirl, the 4 Batman, Swamp Thing, the Dolph Lundgren Punisher. and it was like I'm slowly accumulating all the superhero movies. And then it got to the point where now I won't even see all the superhero things in my lifetime. Like there's just too much. There's damn near infinity superhero stuff at this point because I'd never be able to watch it all. That's how Star Wars has gotten. Like at one point, there was so little Star Wars that what there was seemed like perfect and precious. And now there's so much Star Wars, it just feels like, drops of rain, grains of sand on a beach. I'm looking in your direction, Andor, Acolyte, Skeleton Crew. I really like Doom Patrol. Yeah, I heard Doom Patrol was good. I think Doom Patrol's on Max also. I think that was like a kind of a hidden down low one that people said was very good. Winchester, let's go. My second favorite show. I've never seen Winchester. Yeah, I tried to watch Supernatural, but after five, oh, he's talking about Supernatural Winchester. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I tried to watch Supernatural, but after 5 seasons, I still had over 100 episodes and quit. If I watch 4 episodes a day, it'd still take me 6 months to watch. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some shows, like I like when I binge series. Like right now, I'm trying to watch Succession. That's a tough one late at night. Succession. I'm trying to watch Succession with Brian Cox, and it's only like 4 seasons, and it's like not too daunting at the idea of trying to get all those done. But yeah, jumping in on like she also watches House, and I watch that with her sometimes. It's like how many ever seasons that is, 15 seasons or some nonsense. Some shows just feel like more than I would ever be able to get to. I'm overwhelmed at the prospect of starting them. Like I'd like to go back and rewatch Lost. Lost was excellent television. I thought that was fantastic. But the idea of going back and watching 23 episodes per season or whatever is like, no way, man. So in this movie that I'm watching and not talking about, we're at the 146 mark. All the people are being brought into the hospital. So we know what's going to happen. Joker's going to be dressed up like a nurse and walk away from an explosion. It's pretty damn amazing and memorable. Uh, there's this old filmmaker, Howard Hawks, and I love him. He's brilliant, but he's like kind of the master to all the people that I consider to be my masters. John Carpenter and Tarantino and all them all look up to Howard Hawks. And one of the things Hawk said was definition of a great film is 3 good scenes, no bad ones. Meaning like a handful of times where you're like, ooh, this is good. And then at no point where you're like, this is boring and stupid. So this movie really doesn't have a lot of boring and stupid and has a whole bunch of, oh, this is good, like memorable scenes. And this is one of the memorable scenes. Him, Joker, dressed up in this nurse outfit. Hi, I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't even know what to do if I caught one. Yeah, this CGI on Eckert's face, where it's just completely burnt up and you can see the eyeball kind of floating around inside the eye socket and everything. It walks a fine line between being like grotesque and like so believable that it's almost too believable. Feels like he would die from an infection or something. I don't know. It looks painful. Where were we? Titans is HBO, not checking CBS. Oh, Teen Titans is an HBO also. Yeah, with Max. My bad. Like I say, that when they started making all of these damn Doom Patrol is also Max, right? When they started making all these damn shows that I could keep track of, like Batwoman. If you told me there was a Batwoman show, it's like sounds great to me. And it's like, well, they start talking about kind of what's going on with it. So I'm like, sounds of the time, but not quite something I'd be interested in. And then same with like Supergirl and The Flash and all those shows that they made that I couldn't keep track of them all. There's so many. I still haven't even watched what's it called? Peacemaker, the John Cena Suicide Squad stuff. Still haven't watched that. Doom Patrol season 1, season 2 was booty juice. Need to catch back up though. Um, yeah, I heard season 1 was good for Doom Patrol. I would like to check that out. They say The Boys and the Watchmen TV shows are unbelievable. I still haven't seen The Boys. That's on my to-do list. Watchmen was really good. But they also said you didn't need to see uh the Watchmen movie, the Zack Snyder Watchmen film, to enjoy the Damon Lindelof Watchmen show. And that's kind of a lie. Like I don't feel like you could understand the Regina King show without seeing The Watchmen, because there's a whole stuff with like Osmondeus and characters that you wouldn't know who they were if you just watched the show. I don't know. If you only saw the show and not the movie and you were able to understand it, let me know. But yeah, I feel like that goes for everybody, not just Cal. Um, Supernatural main actors. One was in the Friday the 13th making. One was the My Bloody Valentine make. Oh, that's right. I knew that the taller dude was in the Friday the 13th movie, Jared, whatever. And then I didn't know the other guy was in the My Bloody Valentine remake, which is weird because I own both of those. You're trying to watch Brian Cox. That just do my commute. That just do my commute right, Don. Yeah, Brian Cox, man, he good. He good. Um, don't commute right, typo. Um, don't just do my commute right. Don't commute right. Parts, yep, Jared Padalecki and Jack Garrett Ackles. Brian Cox's Hannibal and Manhunter. Yeah, I was explaining that to my wife the other day because I had shown her Silence of the Lambs and she really enjoyed it. And then we watched Hannibal and she thought that was good. Another Gary Oldman classic role. Him as Mason Verger. He's awesome in that. Uh, and when we were watching uh, Succession, I told her I was like, "This old guy was the first Hannibal Lecter." She was like, for her to wrap her head around." Favorite HBO teleseries: True Blood, The Sopranos, and Sons of Anarchy. Here, Sons of Anarchy is FX. I don't know where in Canada how they do it there. That's one of the things I've learned is things are all over the place in different countries. Um, my favorite HBO series probably Game of Thrones, followed by Sopranos, maybe Penguins in there. I really liked The Leftovers. The Leftovers is good. Deadwood is good. That's the thing with HBO. They're good about some quality TV programming. Even The Wire, The Wire is an acquired taste, but if you like it, you love it. And I enjoyed The Wire quite a damn bit. Ruby Rose is terrible. Couldn't watch Batwoman one day. Well, yeah, that's what I kind of heard. That Ruby Rose is apparently very like controversial, or that people didn't like her or whatever. So it just seemed like something that wasn't necessarily made for me, or what I would be excited about for a show. But one day I'd like to see that secret Batwoman movie that got canceled, the one that nobody's ever going to see the light of day of. I have a feeling that'll end up in, bootleg copies will end up at Comic Cons at some point. Here's where Joker's walking away from the exploding hospital, and he's got like this carefree, whimsical, silly look about him as he's just waiting for the big explosions. And he's also got I never noticed he's wearing a Harvey Dent for Mayor sticker on there. He's got a um, campaign sticker on. Gotham General Hospital. This is one of those this scene where we blow up this hospital and stuff. That's all like in the making of the this is a scene. Sorry, I was distracted by this. When this movie came out, it had an IMAX showing that was a big deal, and a lot of the movie was shot for IMAX specifically with IMAX cameras. A lot of it was shot with regular cinema cameras as well. So when it came out in the home presentation, and I've noticed this because I have like 3 or 4 different physical media copies of this movie, and some of them, when they go to the stuff that was made for the IMAX screening, the letterboxed frame screen opens up big and wide. And then when it doesn't, when it's just regular, it just sits there letterbox. So some scenes, like the first 10 minutes, is generally all big full screen. The hotel or the hospital blowing up is like big screen. But then like the close up dialogue stuff is all in like the 1.8 or 2.35 aspect ratio. Sorry, we got real deep in the woods on technical talk there, but I'm always fascinated by aspect ratios that change within movies. For it to be look thin and then all of a sudden like the landscaping, and all of a sudden it's big and explodes and then shrinks back down. It's a definite choice in the presentation. This yeah, Anthony Michael Hall, right? The the nerdy kid from the Breakfast Club. Later on, he was the psychic detective on Dead Zone, the quarterback in Johnny Be Good. Yeah, here's where we see the whole uh, elaborate like radar thing with using the cell phones to track down where everybody is. Very complicated, and I'm not even sure I still understand it after seeing this movie like 20 times, but still. Um, let's see here. Love Storm of the Century. Yeah, I love Storm of the Century. My mom was watching it the other day on Hulu. She messaged me. She's like, "Have you ever seen Storm of the Century?" I was like, "Yeah, the old Stephen King thing is good." Westworld's my favorite HBO show for 2 seasons at least. Yeah, the first season was really good. I don't think I ever saw anything beyond that. Um, still haven't watched Boardwalk Empire. Um, like I said, The Leftovers was good. Um, The Watchmen and The Leftovers are very similar because they're made by the same showrunner, Lindelof, the guy that did Lost. Well, him and J.J. Abrams did Lost together. Um, but even Sex in the City, like all first run, I enjoyed most of Sex in the City after it became like a cultural phenomenon and there was movies and people were having like themed parties for it and stuff. It's like, okay, we've jumped the shark on Sex in the City. But prior to that, I mean, HBO just makes quality series. I've talked many times about the old football show I've watched probably every episode on First and 10. Um, same with uh, uh, Dream On. We've talked about with this on this show before. I often consider Dream On to be kind of my life, where like this dude's having conversations, but in his mind, he's like thinking of scenes from movies and old TV shows and stuff. There's always like a third character in the room, my memory of old TV shows and movies. Fave HBO shows are Martin and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Martin wasn't an HBO show. Curb Your Enthusiasm. I need to watch those. Um, uh, I've always loved Seinfeld and Larry David's brilliance, but that show just seemed like not interesting to me. And then after it became like huge cultural event, everybody's like, "Did you see the new Curb?" Like, no, back off. You're like a zombie cult. Um, I'm also less excited to watch a bunch of comedy. Like action and suspense and horror on series always intrigues me because I know there's going to be like cool cliffhangers and plot developments. Like comedies, the plot developments aren't as developed. I don't know. Yeah, so there's Chicago with the Green River. Speaking of the Green River, happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you. I believe it's on St. Patrick's Day, right? Let's see. Yes, today is St. Patrick's Day. Jeez. So, man, sometimes life be life and I don't remember what day it is. So happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Shiver me timbers and Blarney Stones and whatnot. Oh, that way, that's pirate talk. Never mind. Yeah, this mayor with the mascara. How can anybody take him seriously? I've read somewhere that that's actually not mascara. That's just the way his eyes look. But it clearly, unless he has black eyelids, that is mascara, bro. Don't come in here looking like Brett Michaels. Gary Oldman got us his voice in Hannibal. Oh yeah, the Mason Verger stuff in Hannibal. I have no clue about her blogs, but it was her acting for me. Yeah, I mean, her. I've never heard of her. I'd only seen her give interviews, and I know that like she's kind of at least the characters and most of the publicity, I should say. I've heard that she's talks about her politics and whatnot. That's Disney's going through the same thing with what's her name, Rachel, whatever, for the Snow White movie. Like everybody's all excited about this live action Snow White movie, but then the woman who's playing Snow White has been like a mess politically, like out in press junkets and stuff. So she's already turned off like half the audience into go seeing the movie. Any thoughts on JC's Ghost of Mars? I personally don't like Ghost of Mars, but I'd like to watch it again. Even though I've seen it like 3 or 4 times somehow. Every time I watch it, it's just terrible. But I love Pam Grier so much that I keep wanting to give it a chance. It's a good idea. It just needs to be remade. They should remake Ghost of Mars as a Netflix series or a Prime series. Episode one, they're on their way to Mars. They get there, it's a mystery. They find out there's zombies there, etc. If it played out slow, it'd be better than it was basically Assault on Precinct 13 in space. The Wire was good too. Yeah, The Wire's. I was explaining to my wife about The Wire, what a weird phenomenon it is. It's like everybody agrees it's a good show, but everybody also kind of agrees you have to spend 2 or 3 seasons getting into it before you really love it. That's how Mad Men is too, apparently. I've never been able to crack Mad Men season 2. Usually around there, I just get too bored with it and quit watching. This whole thing too is amazing. All right, we're at the part now where we've got 2 boats, and then the one boat is full of prisoners, and the other boat is full of civilians, and they let the civilians. They have a bomb that can blow up the other boat. Each boat has a bomb that can blow up the other boat. So the villains can decide to blow up all the civilians, or the civilians can decide to blow up all the villains. And it's like this, I don't know, character study of humanity that ends up with an awesome cameo by Zeus. There he is, Tiny Liston, the what is he, the supreme president or whatever in Fifth Element. Uh, Martin was HBO, but aired on Fox. Oh, Entourage was good too. Um, Yeah, I was gonna say I thought Martin was it was never on HBO. It was on Fox or the reruns were all over the place. But yeah, I believe it was probably owned by him. Uh, love the Kids Monster Telly Show, hilarious House of Frightenstein from Ontario, Canada. Was 15 when first watching 70 fun. Um, Never heard of it. Vincent Price was the host. That sounds good, actually. Gerard Butler is a great actor. I would agree. Random, but what do you think of Alien Romulus? That is random, and I do have an opinion. Um, I watched that one probably about a month ago, maybe. Um, it was good. I enjoyed it. It wasn't as good as I had hoped. Um, it told a decent story, and like there was a certain amount of the characters were well fleshed out. It was better than either Alien versus Predator movie. It was better. I liked it better than Alien Resurrection, but I still think Aliens. It's Alien 3 is maybe a little. I like it more just because I've seen Alien 3 so many damn times. Alien Cubed. But I liked Romulus. I thought it was a good story. It's a good standalone story. I thought part of the problem with Prometheus and whatever was that they were supposed to not be prequels, but they were prequels, and it was kind of relatively weird and confusing. I don't know. But yeah, Romulus was one I've been waiting to see, and when I finally got to see it, I enjoyed it. It's in my top 4 Alien movies for sure. Debo, yeah, exactly, Zeus. Um, yeah, as soon as he turns up and is that right? Either I don't know. Either there's a wind blowing leaves against my window, or there's a killer outside gonna kill me. So tap it on the window. So maybe this will be the best live stream I've ever done. Did you ever see the one where Don gets murdered? Um, Parts Cop Shot was dope. Never saw that. Uh, Cop Shot. Oh, gotcha. Cop Shop. Yes. You guys. I like this version. Here we get our first good look at Two Face. Um, where you can see like part of his suit is burnt and part of his face is burnt. It's not as like bright and comical, obviously, as the Tommy Lee Jones version and the Schumacher one. Um, it looks believable. I mean, still looks insane. I feel like that this dude would just die of blood loss or whatever, unless his face is all cauterized or something. I don't know. I've never known anyone who lost all the skin and muscle off their face before. And here we got the part where the Joker henchmen are holding the police hostage or whatever, and then we realize that really the Joker henchmen are actually the cops, except they're taped up. This movie's got a lot of like cat and mouse trying to trick you and swerve you type of thing. So yeah, here's where the people on the civilian boat are making their vote whether or not they should kill the people in the prison. And then there's the whole thing where Zeus is the voice of reason. Debo comes over. It was my bike, punk. Those men on that boat made their decision. Uh, it was good, but looks like Predator had better come back with Prey. Romulus was good, some stuff mad, but overall they used the stuff that we're supposed to use for Alien 5 and redid Resurrection stuff. Yeah, I mean, I thought the whole stuff with the girl and her brother, kind of a what do you call it, almost Blade Runnery or something. I enjoyed all that. Uh, I enjoyed the stuff where they were trying to rob. Basically, they were breaking into a house that was haunted. To cut to the point of the what they were up to. They were going up to this spaceship to get stuff, and then they end up getting caught in this alien mess. I like that. I feel like too much is connected to the Wayland Watani or whatever and all that. It all has to go back and be connected, for generations. It's like some stuff can just be they found some damn aliens and the aliens attacked them. If it wouldn't end in a tragedy and it would basically just be the alien version of that Thing prequel they made, I would be interested in seeing a movie about the colony that Aliens takes place on before uh, Sigourney Weaver and them show up to rescue Newt. I would like to see the people living in there and get attacked. That'd be a good TV show. If you want to make an Aliens TV show of that colony of those people slowly getting murdered by the aliens. So there's the big reveal. The clowns are the hostages. John Doe has the upper hand. Yeah, and you can see like where the hostages have their hands taped up to hold the guns, and then the masks are taped on. Oh, Joker, you're a scamp, you. We're coming down to the finale here. We got 25 minutes left. We're at the 206:40 mark. This I don't like about Batman. This is in most of the video games now, and in a lot of the like Batman stuff they do, where Batman has like computer vision. So like he goes to detective mode in the video games or whatever. Like the eyes on his suit seem to be some sort of like computer readout, like Google glasses or something. I don't know. I don't like that. I like that Batman is basically what if Sherlock Holmes was a ninja? The world's greatest detective is also a badass who sneaks around and hides in the shadows and has ears everywhere. But then he's also got a little sprinkle of Iron Man. He's got that rich guy solve any problem with your wealth thing. So yeah, here they're taking the votes. I want to know. I want a prequel about Debo in this movie. Like, what was up with Zeus? Why has he got that big scar on his face? What did he do to end up in Blackgate? That's the thing with Batman too. For the deep cut folks, there's most people often think Arkham is the only spot and for the bad guys. Like, no, Arkham is the mental insane asylum. That's where all the criminally insane go. The Blackgate is the prison. That's where usually the henchmen are and stuff. The low level thugs. Should also show why Alien got beef with Predators. Did the Predator get the mother alien pregnant or something? What started the war? Yeah, I'd be interested in more like deep cut Alien Predator stuff told differently. Um, I enjoyed that Predators movie with Adrian Brody, the one where they're on the Predator planet and Lawrence Fishburne's like a serial killer or whatever. Like, oh, that's good. Loved Cop Car with Kevin Bacon. Two boys steal his car and goes looking for them. Plus Death Sentence. Yeah, Death Sentence is very good. I still haven't seen Cop Car. It's been on my Netflix queue for like 5 years, something. I think it's that whole send the young warrior to hunt a lion thing. Yeah, that's like that's one of the things I liked about Prey is they also had the thing where the young the young folks in the tribe had to like go do their challenge against death or whatever, hunt an animal that hunts you. You know, I was trying to remember the other day. I was watching some. I think it's called like Man versus Alien or something like that. It was a net one I saw on Netflix, and you could tell it was a total like somebody wrote a movie for Predator, and then Predator just never made it, and they just decided the same way Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon was clearly a Star Wars movie, and they just made it into a different thing that's like kind of Star Wars-ish. That's how this is. It's like this dude goes camping to do a survival show, and an alien attacks him, and then he's got the two battle it out in the woods. It just felt like an unmade Alien movie to me, or an unmade Predator movie to me. So here's where Debo's decided he's had enough, and he just comes over and takes the takes the switch away from old buddy. Shout out to Debo making Lazy Eye seem scary. Tiny Liston, Lister or Liston, Lister, right? Tiny Lister. Uh, Tiny Lister. He's really good in Jackie Brown. Also, he has like he plays Robert Forster's like henchman, the dude he does bail bonds with, and it's like as soon as he turns up, it's like, oh snap, Debo's here. And I enjoy when, like I say, he's the president in Fifth Element, but nothing can top No Holds Bar. What's that smell? Dookie? The young predator have to hunt the wild animals. Xenomorphs as a transfer to manhood. Yeah, I can see that. Is Netflix worth it? It depends. Most streaming services, I think they're only worth it for a couple months, unless they have a program that you really enjoy. That's like you know coming up, and there's more you want to see. I feel like you can do Disney Plus for 6 months and be done with it, or Hulu for 6 months and be done with it. 3 4 months should be fine. So like Max, you can probably get HBO Max, and if you just watched Max stuff for like 2 3 months, you could crank out all the Sopranos and Deadwoods and Boardwalk Empires and all that. And then after you've seen all that, then move on to Netflix and do Stranger Things and Ozark and Narcos. And but for the long haul, keep for years and years, probably not. You can turn it off for months at a time, I would think. Critters was fire, so underrated. I needed a sequel to that. Eric Foreman as a serial killer. Yeah, next thing you know, Fez will be a Rambo character. Yeah, I know. That's what I meant. That one caught me off guard. Like the whole like I'd heard it was good, and I heard Robert Rodriguez was gonna do a Predator movie, and then he handed it off to like whoever. Um, so I was discouraged right away. I was like, oh, I was looking forward to the Robert Rodriguez Predator movie, and then yeah, it still held my interest. The Adrian Brody one. Star Crash is a Star Wars ripoff. There are a million Star Wars ripoffs. So Alien vs Predator was mad, but AVT part garbage. Oh, for sure. Requiem sucked. The first one, the purple one, the one with Lance Henriksen in the pyramid up in the Frozen and all that, the snow. I liked all that. It was cool. It wasn't a great movie, but at least it was fun and different. It was a novelty to see Alien versus Predator. But Requiem, woo, especially Requiem, not as bad as that what was it? Predator? Or is it The Predator? Predator is Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Predator is the 2017 one or whatever with Key from Key and Peele. I think that one had Thomas Jane too. Man, that's it. Talk about booty Jews. There's your booty Jews. Whew. So here's the part where Batman catches Joker, and then he um, strings him up by his heels or whatever, by his ankles, and he's dangling there upside down. And he says, "When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, you are truly incorruptible, aren't you?" And it does this cool thing where he's hanging upside down and dangling, and his hair's going upside down and everything, and his jacket's hanging upside down. But then the camera turns, so now he's right side up and talking to us, but his hair's blowing in the wind and his jacket's blowing up behind him. The Joker explains how you're too much fun. I think you and I are destined to do this forever. You'll be in a padded cell forever when I get this Invisalign off. The rate the city's inhabitants are losing their minds, this city just showed you it's full of people ready to believe in good. Damn it, this overbite. It makes me wonder what would have happened if there was more Joker in this, story to be told. That's one thing I don't like in superhero movies when sorry, I just keep being captivated by this upside down Heath Ledger performance. Like he clearly had to do this while he's hanging upside down and the blood's rushing into his head. And he's given this like pained, overly dramatic, kind of whiny, you know. um, Fifth Element, aka Outer Roll Gary Oldman, Fez did a great Freddie Mercury. Still waiting on that Robert Rodriguez RoboCop they were talking about, supposedly direct sequel to the first movie. I I enjoy Robert Rodriguez, so I'd watch him do anything. I know he did like some Boba Fett or what he's like Mandalorian stuff or whatever. Um, it I didn't know there was a new Spy Kids. When I saw that, I was like, there's another group of Spy Kids? So I don't know. Robert Rodriguez used to be one of my favorite directors of all time, and now like he's done so much stuff I haven't even kept up on. Shorts. You ever see Shorts? I think I saw it like once. Harvey's my ace in a hole. I read that Reacher guy really wants to be the new Batman. Yeah, I heard that too. He's like really campaigning for it. It reminds me of when they made Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman for Burton's films. Sean Young, who was the woman in Blade Runner, Annie, what's her name? I forget. But Sean Young was like she was in a ton of stuff. She was popular in the late '80s. She was in what the Presidio with Kevin Costner, I think maybe. Um, she wanted to be Catwoman really bad. She went like on some talk show, Joan Rivers show or something, dressed up as Catwoman and sleeking around and carrying a whip. And like sometimes these actors just really campaign for roles. I remember one time seeing Keanu Reeves on Arsenio Hall. Tells you how old that interview was. And Keanu said, "Right now, I'm really hoping to land this kind of sci-fi kung fu movie." And I remember thinking, that sounds terrible. And didn't Johnny Mnemonic just flop? And then, of course, it turned out to be The Matrix. So before The Matrix ever came out, Keanu knew that shit was going to be good. So here, Harvey Dent's got Commissioner Gordon's wife, and he's doing the same, kind of make a choice that he was put in earlier with Rachel. They don't really explain why he goes insane, though. Like just the loss of his woman, or is it how much blood he lost with his face being burnt off, or what? I don't know. Joker was supposed to be in the third film. Yeah, that's what I had heard. Is he was like they had to kind of rewrite it and install the whole Bane, Talia al Ghul stuff because he was supposed to be in the third one. I wouldn't be surprised if they probably still had um other stuff. I had heard that they wanted to do was it Robin Williams as the Riddler? Was that for this set or was that for the Burton set? I think maybe that was for the Burton set. Um, or was that for this? I think this might have been for this. Whatever. At one point, they wanted Robin Williams to play the Riddler. Um, but yeah, I know that they had originally planned to have Ledger be in the third one, and I don't know if he would have been the crux to the plot or what. But Ledger got his super hands our first Oscar. Yeah, yeah. And then he, opened the door for the Black Panther to be nominated, and because before that they would have just ignored it. They're like, "Well, it's a superhero movie," and then the Dark Knight was such a big deal, they had to expand the Best Picture nominees to a maximum of 10 or whatever it is. It used to only be like 5. So yeah, this movie basically helped change the Oscars as well. It made $1 billion, changed how superhero movies are made, changed how the cinema would change for the next 20 years, and also influenced how the Oscars were made. Pretty amazing piece of cinema. The Invisible Giant Rabbit, Harvey with Jimmy Stewart. Yeah, I remember. I used to love Harvey when I was a kid. That was one they made us watch in school, the old black and white. I dug it. It's like you're gonna Instead of teaching us stuff, you're gonna let us watch a movie about a crazy guy? I'm in. Reacher Guy was awesome as Aquaman in Smallville. Made me realize Aquaman could be cool. Great episodes. He also played Hawkman in Titans. Oh, I didn't know that. Reacher Guy. That's a good name for him. Reacher Guy. Reacher Guy's white Michael Jai Powell. He's or Michael Jai White. I mean, um, he's he's too too buff in military. He can't play like your average Joe. You know, there has to be something to be a relatable everyman. You know, sometimes that's the thing with like Arnold and Sly. The movies they made were for dudes who look like that. But normally, action heroes look like Bruce Willis or Keanu, or they look more like a person thrown into a situation instead of like the most jacked, unstoppable person. That's how I felt about Reacher Guy. It's like he just looks too actiony. I don't know. He's too on the nose. So there's where Batman saves Gordon's kid at the expense of himself and falls through and like cracks his body all up. I don't think they say he breaks his back, but he basically does. It's like the end of Halloween. Gordon's like Loomis. He looks over and sees Batman, and then Batman has to escape. I loved him in Blue Mountain State. Oh, Reacher Guy? I'm not familiar with him. I'd rather Jensen Ackles as Batman, even though he'd be better as Hal Jordan or Red Hood. I could see him as Hal Jordan. They dangled Robin as his Joker to make Jack Nicholson take it serious. Seems like it hurt his feelings. They always talk to him for being the Riddler. Um, yeah, I was gonna say I couldn't remember who they wanted it. There was posters floating around of like Robin Williams as the Joker. I think they were some internet stuff, but so here they kill off Harvey Dent. I'm torn on that. Like, in the comic books, the idea is that, especially with Batman, he keeps sending the criminals back to the, Arkham or back into the criminal correction system. And then they end up getting back out in the street and he has to fight them all over again. And it just goes around and round and round. But in the movies, it's always like he's forever killing off his villains in like one film. Oh, remember that time I killed the Joker? Remember that time I killed Two-Face? Remember when Penguin died? It's like, nah, he's supposed to, you know, it's gonna seem like they die, and then they end up going to Arkham, and then oh, the Riddler's out again. Oh, when will those damn parole boards ever learn? Or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. There it is. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And I like that that's where this one ends, where like Batman isn't the celebrated Adam West hero where he just walks down the street, people are like, "You're the best," and little kids got Batman t-shirts on and shit. Nah, here like Batman is a crazed vigilante. He has to go like stay out of the eyes of society because he's the bad guy, like Razor Ramon. Western film, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance with Jimmy Stewart and John Wayne, Lee Marvin as Liberty. Yeah, that was one that when I got into films and old film history, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is one I wanted to check out. High Noon, um, of course, the um, spaghetti western stuff with Sergio Leone. A lot of those old westerns, awesome. So yeah, here's where when Morgan Freeman signs out, like he agrees, I'll help you catch the Joker, and then I'm leaving. I can't agree to the illegal stuff you're doing here, so I'll help you on this one thing, and then I'll sign out. So when he signs out to quit his job for Wayne, the Wayne Corporation, you see all the computers like blow up, and Lucius Fox has like his faith in Batman restored. Like he doesn't want to believe that he's going into the down the road of being a bad guy. So there, now Batman's running away in the dark and the cops are chasing him. Our hero has become the villain. The villain. Because he's the hero that Gotham deserves, but not the ones it needs right now. And then he hops on the bat cycle and he's up skis. And then here we are back in the Chicago highways. I lived around the Chicago area when they were filming this, and they would report like on local talk radio in the morning or local news reports like last night, such and such was shut down as they filmed a new Batman movie on certain parts. So there it is. Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight. Batman runs off and rides his motorcycle, the bat cycle off into the light. Story by Christopher Nolan and David Goyer. Produced by Emma Thomas. Whoever thought you'd see Emma Thomas as an executive producer on a damn superhero movie? Have Insomnia DVD, big Pacino fan. Yeah, I've still never seen the original Insomnia. What is it, like Swedish or Finnish or some Norwegian? Um, Robin Williams was always a dream casting with a Nolan tone image that he did with Insomnia or Laura as a Riddler in a Nolan film, classic in the making. Pacino is the man. Film where Robin runs a camera shop. Robin. Um, yeah, the what is it? 1 hour photo, I think it's called. Um, so music by Hans Zimmer, et cetera, et cetera. That's been the amazing, outstanding, awesome on multiple levels Dark Knight, starring Christian Bale, directed by Christopher Nolan. As I said, I previously watched Batman Begins as well as a couple other Batman things. Larry and Horror Cat Dad myself watched the original Batman '89, all sorts of stuff floating around in my live uh, catalog for you to check out. So if you're into these Batman watch longs, be sure to give that a look. Otherwise, I thank all the people in the chat who hung out. My buddy Patrick, Kal-El, Ben Grimm, always the man. Um, uh, Folks far and wide being here tonight, and I appreciate it. Sorry, I got distracted. These credits, something about how they do these slow, like giving everybody their due. Like if there's only three names at a time while the credits are going on, it's kind of hard not to get your get your spotlight. Um, but yeah, that will do it for tonight's show. I thank you for hanging out with me and watching another Batman picture, my favorite superhero, the king of the late night superheroes. If you have insomnia, you love you some Batman, and I love you some you. So thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. The show's nothing without the unofficial co-host, the chat, and once again, you guys killed it. So I thank all of you for joining me, and I wish every single one of you green grass and high times forever. We'll see you next time, same bat channel. Sleep well, my friends. Oh, I should say adios, amigos. I'm Don. It's late. I'm up. Hi. How the heck are you guys tonight? Oh, I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm assuming you asked. I always assume you ask. I like to assume the best of you. Tonight we're going to be finishing up the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy that I've been doing on my channel. This is the final one, the Dark Knight Rises. Christian Bale as Batman, but let's be honest, Tom Hardy as Bane kind of steals the show on this one, right? Also, a bunch of fun cameos, little baby storylines with the Robin and, bringing back the Scarecrow character, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a bunch of fun stuff in there. I thought we'd talk about this movie, some of the stuff that happened in between it. That's a bummer, of course. Like I say, the other two movies are available on my channel. You can go to the Night Owl Movie Gallery. Night Owl Movie Talk. Jesus Christ. Sometimes that's a problem with doing these shows late at night like this, man. I'm a little Um, go to the Night Owl Movie Talk homepage and check out my lovely layout there. I've got everything real organized in playlists and subtext and tabs and whatnot. It's very user friendly. Go nuts over there. Anyways, speaking of going nuts, pinned to the top of the comment section, as usual, are the chat section, and then usually the comment section as well, is a link to buy Night Owl Movie Talk merch. Feel free to jump in on some of that. It's the hot new thing the kids are going to be wearing, or at least the kids 35 to 50, according to my analytics. Anyways, I see we got one person watching. Hey, it's Anthony and it's Ginger Ninja. And oh boy, I got all sorts of people pouring in here. So I'm supposed to start my movie here in a minute, but I'm going to talk to some of these folks real quick and then we're going to get started. I'm watching this one tonight on HBO Max, or Max as it currently is, but will be HBO Max again, apparently, because even though it was HBO Max before, it's a long, complicated story. So anyways, it's on there because it's a Warner Brothers property and pretty much everything's there. I think right now it's also maybe on Netflix. I don't know. People have their ways. I should be watching it on my fancy Blu-ray thing or whatever, but it's just so much easier to press buttons, right? Um, oh, let's see here. We got 59 Survivor of VHS, my friend. How are you doing, my cryptid loving friend? Excellent movie, but these days Batman Returns. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not pinning the chat. Excellent movie, but today the Batman is floated to the top of my favorite Batman movies. Michelle Pfeiffer can handle a whip. Yeah, Batman Returns is pretty much the modern day example of the Batman people really love. You know, that Jack Nicholson one was such a big blockbuster deal, so it's kind of the cool pick to go to the next one that's a little more dark, a little less for kids, you know, because that whole series goes so towards only for kids later on that that movie feels kind of special and weird. I dig it. So yeah, good choice. I can't blame you. Um, and welcome and congrats on approaching 1K subs. I thank you. If you're not, if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, I recommend that you do. I told my son I was going live tonight, and he made me a note here, and it says it's got the Night Owl Movie Talk logo, and it says like and subscribe to Night Owl Movie Talk, and then he drew a little monster, and it says, "Or I will eat you." So, but he also said, "I love you." So he's a sweet boy, obviously, and he knows to support his father's love of monsters and his horror movie stuff. Speaking of that, after we finish up this Batman trilogy, geez, sometimes you got to enunciate, get back on track. After we finish up this Batman trilogy, then we're going to move on to No Theme Thummer. So I'm just going to do a bunch of whatever I want. I'm not going to be handcuffed to just doing Batman movies for a while because Batmanuary turned into the Cape Crusader Brill. Sure. And so it's gotten ridiculous at this point. So, yeah, time to move on to some other things. It'll be nice to wrap up this series, and maybe I'll do some more Batman later on down the road. Lots left to do. Let's see here. My friend Anthony Chabot is here. How are you doing today, by the way? I'm to 2012 in my memoirs, and I'm seeing Karate Kid Legends. Yeah, I'm intrigued by Karate Kid Legends. When they made that Jaden Smith, Jackie Chan one, I was like, you know, predisposed to not like it, right? The Ralph Macchio, Pat Morita one, that's the classic. So, when that one came out, I never saw it. So now that they're combining both worlds, I'm intrigued. You know, let's bring Hilary Swank back. Um, but congratulations to me up to 2012 in your memoirs. You're really cranking those out. Oh, there's the T-shirt. Never mind. Hold on, I don't want to talk. Hello, Ginger Ninja, Jason, my friend from down under. And I mean, he's like from Australia, like he's not under the frame, you know. I guess maybe he is. I don't know. I'm bad at geography. Let's see here. Hey, buddy, by the way, up to 25 memoirs and Seam Curriculums on Tuesday. Okay, nice, nice. Um, I talked to Jessa. She said hi to me and she was super nice. Oh, I did hear that. Yeah, on another friend's stream. That is cool. Um, I saw this at my program in 2012. Oh, you did? Yeah, 2012 was the year this came out. Nanette, welcome. How are you and Jack tonight? I hope you guys are good. Glad to see you here. I'm up to 856 on his YouTube subs, so be sure to check out Anthony's YouTube channel. He's cranking right along. He's a really cool, nice guy, and I support him. Just got accepted into a job training program shortly after July 4th. Nice. Are you going to do the Bane voice doing this? Oh, you know I'm going to. That's the only reason I'm doing it. Like, I did those other two movies before this, and I refrained from doing the Batman voice pretty much the whole time. Like, occasionally I would do it, but very limited. But the idea of talking like Bane the whole movie, most definitely going to happen. There goes everybody just left the little how many people are watching. It's like I'm negative numbers now. Anyways, but at least the I was raised and molded by the darkness scene. You you're also great flex dead. Yeah, I love that. Let me see here. Saw Final Destination Bloodline. It was awesome. Sad that Tony Todd final movie. Yeah, I really enjoyed all those Final Destination movies. I dig those. They're a fun kind of crazy weird twist on a horror movie, and I like them all. And then it was sad that the Tony Todd thing happened, and then he has like that kind of final soliloquy at the end. I hear that's very like touching, you know. So I haven't seen it yet. Anxious to. I'll probably catch it when it's on streaming. I don't get out to the theater much. I got kids, and I'm boring before I had kids. Let's see here. Hey, Net. Hey, everyone. What's up? The View with Drew, my friend. Drew makes all sorts of awesome, like Lego videos and super cool superhero videos. I often show his Lego videos to my son. He digs them. So if you're into that type of thing, be sure to check out Drew's channel. He's always a real cool, supportive guy. Hi, yes, we want more Bane. Hello, Anthony. Hey, Drew. Hey, Nan. Everybody's saying hey, as you can tell. I went to Liberty game. It was fun. Oh, yeah, I've never been to a WNBA game. That's cool. All right. Well, let's get started. We're past my 11:45 mandate of trying to get things on track here. You know, part of good leadership is keeping the trains running on time. This one, like I said, is on HBO Max, but I also own it on Blu-ray and 4K, and actually, I think I have it on DVD maybe as well. I got a hand-me-down copy. Why are you so loud? There we go. Shh, 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 shh. Be cool, my baby. I can't have all that noise going on here. All right, so now we're starting. Um, I love every time an HBO movie starts and that little fanfare plays because I can hear it in my head. The right? Let me see here. Hello, Don. Hi, Nanette. Glad to be here. So this one starts off in black and white, or with the black and white logo. So it's supposed to show like it's kind of a darker, which is crazy, or to be darker than the Dark Knight, right? But after the whole thing with Heath Ledger passing away and all that, this feels like a darker movie. Nolan didn't even really want to do it, supposedly. After Ledger passed away, he was like kind of wanted to wash his hands of all this because it was too painful and a lot of memories and ghosts and stuff. So he kind of did this like begrudgingly, and it shows at times. Like he said, they intentionally never mentioned the Joker during this movie out of respect to Ledger. But for those of you who don't know, the guy who played the Joker in the Dark Knight, the movie in between this, he passed away from an OD. Like him and Christopher Nolan were relatively good friends, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a big tragedy at the time, and it opened people's eyes to opioid addiction and stuff like that. But um, this movie felt like it had kind of a dark cloud over it, like The Crow or Rust or one of those other movies where somebody who was supposed to be in it died. So we open up on Harvey Dent's funeral. That was supposed to be the original plot of this, that Harvey Dent's death ends up causing the Batman and the Joker to have like mixed public opinion, and there's all this like battle over whether it was Batman's fault that he died and stuff. So it was kind of a psychological games thing between the Joker and Batman. And then after Ledger died, they just wrote in Bane later on. Um, and it's interesting because, like I say, Nolan was hurting when he made this, and the whole end, even though people criticize it, is about like healing, pulling yourself back up physically and metaphorically. So here's this cool part at the beginning where these people are getting on this plane. When The Dark Knight came out, they released the 10 minutes of the first 10 minutes of the movie before the title card, and they released it, to IMAXs and everywhere, so people could just get an idea of what this thing looks like. And it was like all over the internet, and people loved it. It was huge, and it caused The Dark Knight to be one of the highest grossing movies of all time. I think at one point it was. I don't know if it is anymore. Um, but so they did the same thing with this one. The first like 5-10 minutes, this whole scene where they're up on the plane and they're um you know th- pretending to kill hostages, or like some torture and enhanced interrogation, that's the word I was looking for. That whole bit of business. And then it turns out to be this big swerve by Bane, and he shows up, and um when the test audiences saw it, of course they were wowed, but everybody hated Bane's voice. They're like, you can't understand what he's saying. Not only is he talking like Bane, but his voice is muffled. He's talking like Bane. So folks were like, before this even came out, they were hating on the Bane voice. So they went back, I guess, and dubbed a lot of it over again, or maybe they adjusted it with computers in post or whatever. But I know they cleaned up the Bane voice because so many people came out hating it, which is funny to me now because it's so awesome. It's like part of the classic, the whole bit of this movie. And here he is, the big reveal. He's got the prisoner hood on, and they pull it off, and it's supposed to be someone else. And then there he is with the big mask and everything. Let's see here. Nanette says, I'm glad to be here. My grandma's broke her hip, and I'm taking care of her now, and I feel like I'm a parent because I have no time to myself. Yeah, I've been a home caregiver. It's difficult, Nanette. I understand. My better half right now is currently spending a lot of time taking care of her grandma, and it's just like, yeah, sometimes it's exhausting and draining on everybody. Um, but we love the people we love, and we want to take care of them. Everyone needs to speak in vain voice every day. Hello, welcome to the store. Can I show you something you'd like to see? Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess they say Hardy put on 30 pounds to play Bane in this. which, I mean, that sounds like massive steroids, right? But he's swole. Um, it was funny, I guess he thought that he got the role because of the movie Bronson. He thought Christopher Nolan must have saw Bronson and thought he was cool. And I can't remember what it is he saw, maybe Legend or something else, and that's what made him think that he would be good in this. Supposedly they got Bane as a character because they wanted someone who would be like physically could stand up to Batman as well as mentally, like the old Bane that's in Batman and Robin with Uma Thurman and all them. That Bane is just nothing but like a dumb muscle man, all bloated and huge. Like this Bane is more like the comic book Bane, where he's a general and stuff. Um, in the comic books, he wears like a luchador mask. It was kind of like Spawn almost or something. But here he wears this kind of like weird, I don't know, funky metal mouth. It looks almost like a shark's mouth, like he's got these crazy teeth in front of it. So he's sort of this like Darth Vader character, but you can also see his eyes, so the actor can emote. That's one of the problems with superhero masks. Once they get hidden behind it, you can't really act. You can't show if you're sad or angry or whatever because your face is covered. So now here's this crazy bit of business where they fake this dude's death by giving a corpse a blood transfusion, and they cut half a plane, and then everybody skydives out and they're pulled out by like, holy crap! Like who writes this and thinks it out? You know what we need to do is just have a bunch of people on an airplane that cracks in half, and then have another airplane pull them out by like mountain climbing ropes. But it's amazing way to start a movie. That's how you should start any movie, especially an action movie with a big, huge set piece like this. Get people excited and ready to watch. Um, he bulked hardcore, yeah, right. Like I say, in Bronson, he's pretty swole, and he's average size and things like Mad Max and stuff. But for this, he's just like so like bulky, and I don't know, it's a lot of creatine and milkshakes and steroids. Um, I still need to see Legend. Legend's very good. I recommend Legend. There's another one, I think it's called Lock, something like that, where he just drives around in a car the whole movie. I mean, that's basically Mad Max as well, but still, like he's such a good actor. You can just sit with him in a car for an hour and a half, and it's entertaining. Thank you, Ninja. That's why Spider-Man's eyes move narrow to show his emotions, right? Like that's one of the things that always bothered me about like Power Rangers and some of that stuff of that corner of the entertainment world. The fake, the masks, like even Green Goblin and Spider-Man, it just looks absurd. Apparently, here's Anne Hathaway. She's uh like a cocktail waitress at this big like rich people benefit thing or whatever. So of course she's casing the place. Um, but apparently, I didn't know this when they were going to make a Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi's set of Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire. When they were set to make 4 before they cut it off at just a trilogy, they Anne Hathaway was supposed to be like Black Cat or something. Um, because they decided I think Vulture was going to be in part 4 or whatever. So yeah, Anne Hathaway like basically already had a different job in the comic book world that she never really got around to and got it taken away from her. I don't know. I don't dislike her as Catwoman, but I don't really think of her as Catwoman. Like Julie Newmar, that's Catwoman, or Michelle Pfeiffer, like that feels like Catwoman. Even Eartha Kitt, because I know she's Eartha Kitt, and she did all that when she talks. She did like a purr, but I don't know. Anne Hathaway just I don't know seems like a lady. Um, although I think of her more as Catwoman than I do uh, Zoe Kravitz. I thought Zoe Kravitz was a fine Catwoman. I didn't really dig what they had her doing in that plot. Sometime we'll watch that movie and I'll explain why I don't totally dig it. I like so much of it, but some of the plot points are like, this is false. So here's Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon. He's by far my favorite Commissioner Gordon. He feels like Commissioner Gordon, even more than some of the comic book portrayals of him. Like, just, I don't know, he looks like it. Let's see here. When you say legend, you're talking about the movie with Tom Cruise? No, no, no. We were talking about there's another legend. It's one of the problems with movie titles. You can't really copyright them, so some movies just have the same title over and over again. Legend is the one we're talking about. It's about the Krays brothers. They were these twin mobsters. They made a movie in the 80s or 90s called The Krays, Krays. And they're like these British mobsters, and they're like total, crime kingpins. So you get that whole thing. But then, like, one of the twin brothers is a gay dude, and it's secret. So there's all this underplotting about that. And Tom Hardy plays both characters. So it's I recommend it. It's really good, especially, like I say, Tom Hardy's performances in most things are pretty outstanding. I recommend Peaky Blinders if you like Tom Hardy. Obviously, Mad Max, Fury Road. Here's Marion Cotillard, or however you say her name. Where did she come from? Just like one day she showed up and they were just like, "Here, she's in all your movies now." It's like, okay. I mean, she's cool. She's very competent, but I don't know. Other than the fact that she has an accent and an interesting mole, she's kind of, I don't know. I don't. There's not that much to dig about her that way. She's obviously a very good actress, and I bet she has a very impressive line of like dramatic roles that she's done. But in general, she just doesn't. She doesn't pop in this to me. Um, I first thought it was a movie about me. A legend. You are a legend, my friend. Howdy, Ninja Ninja. Hello. Um, yeah, I don't know. Here's she is kind of doing the Catwoman thing. She's lurking around the house, and we see the first appearance of Christian Bale. The reason I like this is over the three movies, you get to see a good progression. In the first one, he's young. We see him traveling and learning and all that, and he trains with the ninjas and stuff, and gets involved with the League of Shadows and all this stuff. So there's this like interesting like early like development stuff. And then later on, they move on to the second one, where it's like a full blown like second act. This big Empire Strikes Back. You know, uh, like pivotal crux of this trilogy. And that movie is just amazing. I could watch that over and over. And in that one, it's all, him full fledged as Batman handling his business. So now you move into this one, and he's, he's the older aged guy. He's got the bad legs. He can't walk. He's, needs the cane. So it sort of tells the story of a man's life, or a person's life, I should say. Shouldn't be so sexist. Shout out to all the Bat women out there. Um, I'm more of a Spartacus than a Batman. There's a lot of Spartacuses from what I hear. Glad this is on at an earlier time. Yeah, yeah. Tonight's slightly earlier. Um, Traditionally, up until I don't know, probably about fall of last year, I lived in the Central Time Zone in Wisconsin. So now that I'm on the Eastern Time Zone in Florida, I'm a little ahead. So my show starts somewhat earlier for folks than it used to. I don't know. I buy Anne Hathaway as like this like sassy, kind of fit in both with the rich folk and with the poor folk. And, she I don't know. I don't really totally buy her as a cat burglar. Anne Hathaway, I believe I said, I don't know. Let's see here. Where was I? What did I think of Michael Keaton's return as Batman in the Flash? I was super stoked when it happened, and even in the movie, it's the best part of that movie to me. Um, but it's that movie's so lackluster. I don't really have a desire to be like, I need to go back and watch that. Like I was I had watched it my for the first time ever as but the first live stream I ever did was The Flash on this channel. And in that one I remember thinking like there's just not enough here other than to make fun of, like to watch it again. So the Keaton stuff and the Supergirl stuff and all of that in that movie is really cool. But in general, yeah, that movie's a hard one to watch. I was happy to see him back. I felt like Birdman. If you ever saw Birdman, that's like a weird dramatic version of Batman. Like Michael Keaton has to reflect back on his life portraying a superhero and all that stuff. So that felt like a weird Batman movie that I enjoyed more than The Flash. But it was cool to see him back in the outfit and doing all that. I'd realized today that when I was doing those, trying to find out stuff about this movie, that Christian Bale, when he did this one, this was the third time anybody played Batman live action in a movie. Because before that, Michael Keaton had played it twice. So now with The Flash, Michael Keaton's played it 3 times, Bale's played it 3 times. The person who's played Batman on screen in movies the most is Ben Affleck. Like, that seems just wrong to me. My brain couldn't totally wrap its head around it. You know what I mean? Like, because he's in the Suicide Squad, Flash, Justice League, and Batman versus Superman. If you cut as a different movie, that's 5 times. So somehow Ben Affleck, who I don't even think of as Batman, he's like an asterisk Batman, is somehow like leading candidate of all, like, on screen. I don't Kevin Conroy, because of those animation films. Obviously, he's the real Batman. Um, I'm with you. How you doing, Gary Gold? I'm with you. How you do enjoy Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon more than any other Commissioner Gordons. Well, a lot of times, like in the old Adam West Batman show, Commissioner Gordon's not really like, he's not a viable crime-fighting character. He's sort of an old man goof. Um, uh, and then, well, a heavy-set goof. And then because of that, he influences Pat Hingle being Commissioner Gordon in those Tim Burton ones. And in the comic books, Commissioner Gordon isn't like a heavy-set dude who's sort of like older on in his years. He's like, still kind of an ass kicker. So to see Gary Oldman, like, Gary Oldman looks like he could punch somebody to me, you know? Uh, Never mind, I was gonna make a fucked up joke. So a sporked up joke. Um, but then, yeah, that whatchamacallit, the Gotham show, I enjoyed a fair amount. That whole thing's about young Commissioner Gordon moving in and doing, before he meets Batman. And that one, what's his name? Ben McKenzie? Is that guy's name? I don't know. He's like a TV actor that's on A Million and One Things. Um, that's a pretty good Commissioner Gordon. I wasn't really digging uh, Jeffrey Wright, right? Yes, Jeffrey Wright. I always get him and Jeffrey Rush confused. Jeffrey Wright, the dude from the new Batman. And what's his name? J.K. Simmons. What? How did he end up in there? Like, what? That's a J. Jonah Jameson. It's like he already has like a comic book thing he does. So it's like, how are you going to show up as this too? Like, I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. Um, let's see here. Beetlejuice, and then Blood Rose or Nightmare of Batman. Yeah, good question. Let me know in the comments of the chat, Batman or Beetlejuice, what you like more. I'm more of a Batman '89 guy, but Beetlejuice is pretty awesome and pivotable. There's a new word for you. Um, it's a pivotal type thing that I dig. That and Edward Scissorhands, Pee-wee, Big Adventure. The early Tim Burton stuff is some of my favorite influential films of my childhood. So, but I'm gonna have to go with Batman because that was like one of the first blockbusters I ever saw. I was too young to appreciate Jaws, and Return of the Jedi was when I was a little kid, but like I didn't really get to grasp like the magnitude of like what these big movies could be. I don't know if I've seen one as big since. Let's see here. Um, Ben Affleck, I think I saw him in a missing persons milk carton South Park episode, all right? Matt Damon is a nemesis of mine and my celebrity fight club choice. I Damon's one of those people in my mind I'm like, don't like. But then whenever I see him in movies, it's like, he did fine. So I don't know. I'm in between on him. The vote's still out. Gary Oldman would not mess with, right? I wouldn't mess with Gary Oldman. In the comics, Gordon became Batman for a while. He had a robotic suit, though. That makes sense. Wild robot suit. That is awesome. I'd like to watch a movie about Robo Gordon, Iron Man, Iron Bat. Oh, I do remember Iron Bat. I remember like hearing of it, just never reading any. After a while, I wasn't keeping up with the new stuff. Once they got into like Batman Incorporated and a bunch of that other stuff, I was like, you guys have prostituted this property too much. Batman, yeah, but Tim Burton is a genius, the Disney black sheep. From the two movies, I like Beetlejuice more, but my favorite Michael Keaton movie is neither one of them. What's your favorite Michael Keaton movie? Pacific Heights? Um, Damon Joel playing an evil angel in Dogma. It was convincing. Yeah, You can tell Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were friends with Kevin Smith because that's a weird turn up for them to be in that movie. But it's funny that they're together as like buddies. You know, it's one of the few movies they're actually in as buddies, even though people think of them as like attached. Goodwill Hunting and that pretty much. So here in this movie that I'm not watching or talking about, no, I've been watching it as I talk to you because this movie is awesome. Uh, Well, I remember when it came out, people were against it already. Like people were giving it bad reviews before they even saw it. And I went and saw it on the Friday it came out. I didn't go to a midnight screening or nothing. I went in the afternoon. Theaters are quiet. And I sat there and quietly watched it, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. And then, like about within the next couple of weeks, I kept hearing, "Oh, it stinks. Bane's voice is stupid. It's not as good as the Dark Knight." And it's like, well, of course not. The Dark Knight's amazing. It's hard to live up to that. That's why I called it Empire Strikes Back before, because people are like, "Well, that's the best. Return of the Jedi sucked." It's like, well, it can't keep up with something that amazing. I often say that about Endgame and Infinity War. Trying to follow a showstopper is really hard. And The Dark Knight is, most people say the same thing I say. It's not only one of the best comic book movies ever, it's one of the best movies ever. So to try to follow that up, plus the lead actor dying, it's like, holy crap, that's a lot to try to turn chicken salad out of chicken crap, chicken spork. Speaking of sporks, you can get your spork t-shirts available at Night Owl Movie Talk merchandise store. The link is up in the corner or probably down in the comments. A good time to take a commercial break there as I try to figure out what the heck's going on. Old buddy from Rogue One and Anne Hathaway are having this big convoluted thing about there's this plot where like she can get her history wiped from whatever, and there's just all this stuff in here that doesn't need to be in here. That's one of my issues with this. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes long. A Batman movie don't need to be that long, bro. At a certain point, like, what are we doing here? Like, yeah, where are we at in this? Speaking of that, I'm at the 21:31 mark. There's 2 hours and 23 minutes left. I mean, that's just absurd. It happens to all great filmmakers. Once they have a huge success and they're not like really limited by the studio or the studio like oversees their edit and stuff, they start going nuts. The average Tarantino movie now lasts 2 days. And Christopher Nolan's super guilty of that. It's like the Francis Ford Coppola disease. Once you become big time as big can get, you start making 3 and 4 hour movies. Scorsese does it. Drives me nuts. You don't need a 2 hours and 45 minutes for a Batman movie. You don't need 3 hours to tell King Kong. Um, and it says her favorite Michael Keaton movie is Pacific Heights. Got it. I know that. I kind of know your tastes. I know you like a good horror thriller type thing, and Michael Keaton's really good in that. So that was just my guess. Stormtroopers 2, the Horrocks did give us that in the Jedi. We did get auto spell evil. Okay, there we go. Would you have liked to have seen the Joker if Heath didn't, continue on more Nolan Batman films? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would have liked to seen what they had planned for the third one and what they were building towards. If the second one was kind of a setup to the third one, I'd be interested to see how that was going to play out and all that. As far as like Heath Ledger in like the Joaquin Phoenix type movies, I wouldn't be interested in anything like that. Or if he was involved in any of the, you know, uh, um, Zack Snyder version of the DC universe. Now that we're moving on to the James Gunn universe, I don't know what we're calling each of these segments of DC history, but so here they're down in the sewers. I kind of dig all this stuff about the sewer. They show the underground uprising, and for Bane to have the whole thing where he lives in the dark. So of course the sewers suit him, and they're kind of like a bat cave in their own way. Give me a 90-minute movie any day of the week. Right? That's what I mean. I love a good movie. If you can hold my attention for 2 hours, that's awesome. And I appreciate it. But if you anything more than 2 hours, you should be trying to wrap it up and things just went long. Once you're into like 220, 230, you're not even trying. You know? Why are these Planet of the Apes movies so long? I shouldn't ask that question. I should be like, saw a Planet of the Apes movie, it was fun, it was done. Netflix even has like a little bar when you're scrolling where it says like 90-minute movies. because they know folks are just like, could I just watch something real quick and be done with it? I'm not trying to commit half a night to this thing. And I'll never understand that either. Like movie theaters, the reason they charge so much for popcorn and candy and yada 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 is because they don't get a very good cut of the movies. So obviously, after the movies have a certain shelf life where the theater gets their big take, which usually sometimes 100%, then the theater starts getting their cut. So you would think to sell more tickets and do whatever, they would want shorter movies to get more movies in a day. These big 3 hours. That's why movie theaters end up having like 8 of their screens chewed up by one of these movies. It's almost like predatory. There's no room for independent films to be in the theaters because they're showing, 9 screens have Iron Man 5 on them. So here's our first glimpse of Bane swole. He's got his shirt off with his back to us, and there's all this like scarring on his back, presumably from that whole venom, whatever it's called, the toxin he took to get all swole. Yeah, that's got to be chemical enhancement on Tom Hardy's part. I mean, I know he's naturally kind of built, but he's almost like WWE size there. Oh, let's see here. Uh, Michael Keaton, investing in Pacific Heights, real estate license 101. Yeah, I know. That's one of the things. It's like that's a crazy movie to have a scary thriller about. It's like, well, we rented out a room to a crazy guy and he destroyed it. Oh, but that movie's entertaining. You think darkness is your friend? Yeah, Kal-El, welcome, son of Jor-El. Glad to have you here, Superman. Uh, yeah, the whole I was mentioning that earlier when Bane gives that whole speech to Batman before he breaks his back. That's one of the more memorable m- film moments in the last 20 years. Uh, Movies were made for 90 minutes, but Kubrick and David Lynch, Coppola get a pass. Yeah, I've mentioned it before. I believe in Alfred Hitchcock's philosophy that no movie should be longer than you can hold your pee. Like if you pee before you go in, you should be able to hold it till the end. If you have to get up and go, your movie's too long. So like some of these big giant movies, unless they have intermissions and it's supposed to be like an event movie, I don't know, like I never saw Apocalypse Now or any of those Godfather movies, anything in the theater. I imagine they would have to have the intermission and all that because otherwise, who can sit still for that long? You need to get up and stretch your butt. Um, 8-hour extended edition of Beneath the Planet of the Apes. Oh, what an alpha nerd that one. Yeah, yeah. 3x 30 minutes, perfect. Yeah, that's. I mean, basically, you just get the a 2-hour movie is fine. But if you can get it trimmed down to like 145, or even if you get it tight, like a 190, like a Roger Corman movie, all those old Universal monster movies, that's one of the things that jumps out at me every Halloween. It's like, oh yeah, this is only 65 minutes long. Oh, this is 72 minutes long. Ganja, ginger. I like both. I like my long movies. I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy a miniseries and I enjoy, especially now that the series is so popular, like, the 8 episode stuff on Netflix or Prime or whatever, 10 episodes of this little micro series. Like, I don't think there's a need for 3-hour movies anymore. It feels like a mini series that you're forced to sit and watch at once. You could watch 3 episodes of a 1-hour show because a 1-hour show is usually 48 minutes. You can watch episodes in less time than it takes to watch some of these movies. You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark, right? Your arsenal gratefully accepted. First movie I saw with an intermission was Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and most of that was due to the Bryan Adams song. I didn't realize that that's actually a good way to sell that. You put the CD now available. You play that song, and it gives everybody time to get up and go get something to eat, more popcorn, take a leak, stretch your legs, come back and be ready for the second half. I never saw that one in the theater. I remember they were trying to make that a big deal, though. One summer, that was like, I think maybe they had like McDonald's meals, and that video was everywhere. I think it might have been all around the same time as like Batman Forever or something. Let's see here. Who else we got going on in the chat? A funny thing is, the Snyder Cut was great, where Batman feels too long. Um, yeah, well, the Snyder Cut, especially after they recut it and stretched it out, it almost feels like that needs to be watched with an intermission. But yeah, that new Matt Reeves Batman, directed by the same guy who did the Planet of the Apes, um, it just feels too long. Apparently, he was supposed to do a part two, and they've been waiting forever on that. And news came out like a week or two ago that he's maybe not going to direct it, or at least some of the new marketing material goes out doesn't list him as director any longer. So maybe he'll do a thing where he produces it and someone else will try to mimic his style with their direction or something. But yeah, apparently as of now, it seems like Matt Reeves isn't going to do a second The Batman, which is good because that whole thing was messing up James Gunn's universe. Like it was supposed to exist separate away from all the new stuff James Gunn is doing. And then it exists separate from the Joker, the Heath Ledger stuff. So it's like, how many separate DC universes are up and running at once? So it'd be cool if they could get all those like kind of ends closed and move on to whatever James Gunn vision is. So here's where old buddy from the state um, tells us that Batman's knee has no cartilage in it whatsoever, and that's when they kind of show this mechanical knee brace thing. But it's also a ruse. This is how he's, gets out the window and scales to, I believe it's what Gordon's hospital room. Oh, Batman, you're always up to some shenanigans. That's what I love about you. And once again, here's Gary Oldman looking broken down in the hospital bed, all hurting. Like, over the course of this movie, we've seen him as like new on the job cop and then like, tough guy running things and him and Batman damn near being like side by side. And now here you see Gordon all laying in bed, hurting, trying to suck on the oxygen. Batman's got busted knees. He's not supposed to be doing any of this. It's a good arc. I like it. I like the end personally. I think a lot of people thought the end was kind of sappy and corny, but I like to see Batman get away and live happily ever after. I would wish that for Batman. Let's see here. Um, Monty Python and the Holy Grail may have been my first intermission at 11. They have one in that? I didn't know that. Or was that isn't there a fake intermission in it, right? Because I didn't think that's a 2-hour movie. I took the day off work to watch the Snyder Cut. Yeah, I remember when the Snyder Cut came out. Has anybody watched the black and white one? I put it on for a little bit. That's when I was saying, with all this stuff with Ben Affleck playing Batman, if you include the black and white cut of the Snyder movie, that's even more. So it's like there's somehow Ben Affleck has become the most on-screen live-action Batman, and I'm still can't totally wrap my hand around it. You guys are here to help as therapy. If you can watch a baseball game, you can watch a long movie. I think I would always agree with that too. Baseball, the reason I quit watching is because it took so long; it was very slow. But now they have like a pitch clock. I think they started a year or two ago, and so like they have to speed it up. So some of the games are like an hour and a half now. I wish they would do that with all my sports. And a day off to recover. Well, how much did you drink during the Snyder Cut? I like both kinds of movies. What's wrong with baseball? It's American pastime. I think he's really ill, and they want his Batman to be part of the Gunverse. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Matt Reeves. I've heard stuff where maybe he's sick. I've heard stuff where maybe like a loved one is sick, and that's what he's dealing with. But yeah, it's his movie's way past due. They thought it was going to be out like a year or two ago, and it hasn't even gone into production. So, um, you know, Robert Pattinson's supposed to play this young dude. And he's already like, I don't know, it's been what, almost 5 years, 4 years since his came out, something like that. 3.5, something. Um, Penguin did so well. I think they're going to keep Reeves verse going. Yeah, I don't know. There's also been talk about that too. Apparently, the Penguin was nominated for some Golden Globes, and it was nominated in the best limited series catalog or subject, whatever category. That's the word I was looking for. Jesus. So a lot of people think that it's going to be a one and done then, which I hope it's not. I love the Penguin. I wish that would be a couple more seasons. But it did throw me off because watching the Penguin, I went back and watched the Batman afterwards, and the mobster that plays whatever Falcone in the Penguin show is a different guy because it's like, oh shit, John Turturro's playing this in this one. So that threw me off going back. I should have watched Batman before I watched the Penguin. Although the missus loved Batman very much, or the Penguin very much, and then when I tried to show her Batman, she just wasn't feeling it. She's like, I can't buy the Twilight guy as Batman. So the movie's mixed reviews. I love the quiet, calm, scary Seven serial killer police procedural bit of it, but I also thought some of the stuff about Batman and Catwoman's relationship was weird and kind of false. I don't feel like Batman uses other people, but really, there was a remake of the old Alfred Hitchcock Notorious, where Cary Grant sends Ingrid Bergman in to like undercover to spy for him, and it's supposed to be that kind of thing. I don't know, it just didn't feel right for me for Batman to be doing that. James Bond, yes. Batman, no. Let's see here. The Colorado Rockies rose 8 win to 44 loss this year. Affleck for Batman Forever. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's already said he's done, but I think Ben Affleck is a gun for hire. If they wanted to pay him a bunch of money to do some sort of Batman, like how they did in the other um the Flash movie where they have all these universes show up, I could see Ben Affleck showing up as a Batman once again. The end was excellent, and Nightwing should have gotten a trilogy. Yeah, I kind of wondered why they didn't have Joseph Gordon-Levitt have something, an HBO show, something. I don't know. Movies are therapy here done right. Yeah, correct. Jamie Hart, hello, nice to see you. Welcome. Jamie, are you a fan of the Batman movies? You always have good taste and stuff. I don't know if you dig this one, but I figure you probably like Christopher Nolan. One and done was originally one and done. Hey Jamie Hart, hey Cal. The Batman is the only movie I haven't went back and watched. Yeah, like I said, I saw it in the theater and I thought it was all right. And then I kind of watched it half-heartedly one time when it was on TV. And then we tried to go back and watch it after watching The Penguin. And yeah, Kayla was not interested. Twilight Dude became Batman. This is why I live with VHS. LOL. Ben Grimm is here. Welcome, Ben. All some of my favorites: Jamie Hart, Ben, all sorts of smart, knowledgeable people. I love to see their faces pop up. They asked him recently, and he never say after Keaton return. I won't rule it out. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I saw he sort of did a press tour saying he wasn't going to be Batman anymore, but you know how these things are. Everything's negotiable. I saw this in the most packed theater I've ever seen. I saw it. I dressed up as Commissioner Gordon cosplay. There's actually a video. I came right home from the theater and afterwards, so I dressed up like Commissioner Gordon to go see this, and it was pouring down rain. So it was like something out of a real Batman movie. And I remember going in there, and it was kind of half empty, and then the theater slowly kind of filled up, and I really thought it was pretty damn good. And then afterwards, I went to Little Caesars and got the Batman-shaped pizza and came home and ate it and made a YouTube video of me eating the Batman pizza as I talked about my thoughts about Batman. Um, but it was too long. I'm just going to keep harping on that. Too long, too long. I would have liked it a lot more if they would have trimmed 45 minutes off it. Uh, Jamie says she loves the Batman movies. I saw all the Burton's Batmans in the theater and the Nolan trilogy rules. Yeah, I saw the all the Burton movies. I saw that whatever that quadrilogy is. I saw Forever and Batman and Robin in the theater as well. Um, when Batman Begins came out, I didn't even know there was a new Batman out. Like I was busy working at that time, and I had a job that chewed up a lot of time. So I remember seeing when it came out on video, there was a new Batman, and the American Psycho was playing Bruce Wayne, and I was like, "This sounds insane." And then the whole stuff with the Scarecrow and all that, I was like, "These movies are great." So by the time the second one came out, and the whole stuff with Heath Ledger and all the publicity, negative or otherwise, around that, I just loved that movie. That movie kind of blew my mind. Like I say, the crime drama aspect and some of the like tension and dialogue, and they make such a stupid thing so believable, you know? One version of Batman is the Adam West Batman, and the other version is the Christopher Nolan version. It's like take things very seriously, make them awesome, kind of make fun of them, and do a spoofy thing. So to see this movie just feel so real, even though it's sort of mildly absurd, blows my mind. Um, but welcome, Jamie. Thank you for contributing to the conversation. I love that you're here. I hope you're feeling better. Last time we talked, you were still dealing with health issues. If you're hanging out with me, I'm assuming you must not be experiencing any nausea. Don's always making me throw up. If Superman doesn't do well, I have a feeling they'll try to bring back the Snyderverse. I don't know. There's no telling what they'll do. That's DC is a wild card. I would assume they'll let James Gunn set up a whole thing and at least, the man made Guardians of the Galaxy and Suicide Squad viable. Like Suicide Squad after that first one, I wasn't as interested. And then when his came out, I was like, James Gunn can do anything. Um, Tim Burton should remake the third, LOL, and get Keaton on that. Yeah, I'd be interested. Um, Old Batman. The Catwoman stuff made it longer. Yeah, I agree. I said that before. Actually, I feel like they could have left Catwoman out of that movie. Like I think Batman could have kind of went in and beat up everybody in that nightclub, and they could have just left Catwoman out of it. But of course, studio executives and test audiences and stuff would like to see Batman in a love story that helps make things a little more interesting. It's a little too much hard, gritty, whatever without that. Like even this one's got the whole Anne Hathaway love story, and then the other one, it's got the Rachel Dawes, is that her name? That whole love story thing. The Tim Burton stuff, they managed to squeeze in Vicky Vale and Michelle Pfeiffer just fine and not make it 9 years long though. So I don't know. It's hard to play both sides of the fence on this one. Yeah, he made the characters no one cares about, which is all easier also if I don't handle the whole universe. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I found, anybody who can make Polka Dot Man interesting, I'm willing to listen to. You know. Happy birthday and praise, Jamie. Yes, keep the pressing. Jamie says, Sunday is her birthday. She's turning 52. Means way more this year because I survived a stroke. Couldn't have turned out very different. Well, I'm glad that it didn't turn out very different. As I recall, I think it was your son maybe who discovered you. But yeah, a family member acted quickly and Jamie was able to get the medical care she needed right away. So, make sure you kind of keep a side eye on your loved ones. Jamie's obviously very beloved. We would be very sad if anything happened to her, and we're glad that she's recovering. And early happy birthday, my friend. Um, let's see. Mulholland Drive is amazing. Yeah, no, Jamie's a big Lynch fan. I'm in between on Lynch. I'm not as artsy as it kind of takes to totally appreciate a Lynch film, but I can appreciate just the idea of a mood, setting a tone and writing it out, and less like uh, linear storytelling and things like that. The Lynch films are more of a artistic experience. Kubrick is a lot like that as well. I think Lynch is kind of almost a descendant of Kubrick. So here's the part where, and this part blew my mind as well. There's like this Occupy Wall Street thing. In the summer that this was out is when Occupy Wall Street was going on in the news. If you're not familiar with the concept, a bunch of angry young folks went down to Wall Street, just kind of like sat on the steps and mucked up the system and made people hard for folks to go in and out of their buildings and their banks and stuff. It was kind of like a strike of the population. A lot of people thought it was stupid. A lot of people thought it was like, their hearts were in the right place, whatever. So this movie's got this like Occupy Wall Street thing going on, but it's out at the same time the real thing's going on, which means they wrote it and shot it way before the real thing ever happened. So how did they know? Like it's just, I guess, timing. I mean, I guess Nolan saw that there was getting ready to, the economic collapse was getting ready to happen. They call that period in history the Great Recession. So obviously, picking on financial institutions is kind of a safe bet, but it sort of blows my mind that whole scene's in there. Um, Jamie says, it was her husband who found him. Thank God. Yes, I agree. Thank your husband for all of us. Uh, Let's see here. Ben says he trusts in Gunn, made a better Marvel movies and DC movie. Every movie he's made, I like. Yeah, that's why I say that his ability to take stuff that I shouldn't like and make me like it. Like, I remember Guardians of the Galaxy as a kid and Ron, Space Knight, and all that stuff. I wasn't really all that into those. Like, it was eh. And when I saw that Guardians of the Galaxy movie, I thought it was fantastic. And then the second one, a lot of people didn't like. I thought it was really good. The third one, eh. But just those characters and making me care about stuff I shouldn't care about, and then same with the Suicide Squad. After that first one came out, it seemed like they burnt up the property and ruined it. Instead, James Gunn just came right behind it, added the word "the" or whatever, and suddenly made like a different, much better movie, a really interesting one. And like I say, just the character of Polka Dot Man is should be something stupid. It looked like something out of Mystery Men, but instead it's like this very heartfelt, emotional, kind of amazing thing. Uh, The sequel to Batman Returns was next up after Batwoman. Michelle and Keaton were ready from there. Batman Beyond, I honestly wish they did not. They did that. The sequel to Batman Returns was next up after Batwoman. Michelle and Keaton were ready from there. Batman Beyond, I honestly wish they did that. Yeah, I mean, I think that whole debacle where Tim Burton just went a little too dark and kinky and S&M with his characters and stuff for the second one, and they were like, we're trying to make a bunch of money. We realized that there was a lot of money left on the table in merchandising with Batman 89, and they wanted to recoup it, you know, threefold. Like they said, what Joel Schumacher talks about all the time. It's like they would just tell him, try to have scenes that include things that can become toys. So Tim Burton was more into making like kind of weird Edward Scissorhands, leather people and all this stuff. And I don't know. I could see why studios looking to make big money might not be as interested in him, even though the fans love it. Let me see here. Mulholland kept making me think of Judy Garland, twisted as Wizard of Oz in Hollywood, also Alice Wonderland vibes. Yeah, I mean Mulholland Drive's masterpiece. I would actually like to watch Mulholland Drive with Jamie sometime. I remember that we had a few people here doing a similar thing, Occupy Wall Street, but there is no Wall Street here. Yeah, I mean, I know Rupert Murdoch and other. You guys got your fair share of famous rich folks and systems to muck up. Um, and they were doing it across from the pub I was drinking at. Yeah, sometimes, like, I think, like, several times they would show up at, like, federal buildings that weren't even in use, and we're trying to, like, sit out in front and protest and stuff. It was real there was a lot more emotion than there was thought that went into that. I mean, what were they gonna do? We're gonna sit here and be annoying until you guys stop messing with Wall Street, stop messing with the housing market and whatever else they were mad about? Suicide 2 was asked you are nuts, Cal. I love you so much, dude. You are a good man, but you are nuts. Suicide Squad 2 was awesome. That first one was relatively garbage. It was okay. I liked that it ended like Ghostbusters, and I liked some of the stuff with old boy, the Flame Man, and all that. But in general, no, that movie was rough. Um, but the second one, I expected nothing from. Although I did feel that Stallone's Shark Man thing, was it King Shark or whatever his name is? Um, I felt like that was kind of a generic ripoff of Groot. Just this cartoon CGI character that just says one thing over and over, and he's supposed to be sort of charming. I'll watch Mulholland Drive with you anytime. Thank you, Jamie. I need Batman versus Shredder after seeing that animated movie. Yeah, I'd like to see a lot of those cool crossovers. Like I remember I was done reading comic books by the time they started doing like Batman meets the Ninja Turtles or a lot of the DC Marvel crossover stuff. And when I was a kid, just the Marvel crossover stuff was cool. They'd have like Spider-Man versus Wolverine or Wolverine versus Hulk and stuff. It was super cool. Fantastic Four versus the Avengers stuff. So here's one of the chase scenes, and Bane's on the motorcycle, and they're driving through the streets and like going all through these highways and tunnels and whatnot, and then that's where you see Batman kind of back in action, and he's back in the news again. He's been gone for so long, and now all of a sudden he's showing back up on the news like a mysterious figure we think is Batman. So it worked good from a plot point standpoint because it gives you an idea of how long Batman's been gone. Oh, where are we? Dude, Margot Robbie, say no more. Yeah, she's very good in that Harley Quinn role. Is there anybody in the chat or in the comment section on the replay who likes Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn more than Margot Robbie's? I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say there is. I didn't really dig Lady Gaga's version. I thought that movie was interesting, but that sold the movie for me. Yeah. Lynch watch parties I will make. Yeah, Lynch is a interesting. Like I say, it's more about tone, so that's a good one to have watch parties with. Like, what do you think is going on here exactly? Okay, it was Asgoop. Oh, Cal. 59 Survivor says no Gaga for him. Cal Els's Birds of Prey was pretty fun. See, once again, I thought that was booty juice. I hated that one. Um, just some of the like, I mean, it had like this girl power vibe to it, which I sort of understand. That was very popular at the time, a lot of marketed stuff. But it was just like these crazy psychopathic women who, like, at one point, one of the Birds of Prey stabs a dude to death while she's riding him down like a water slide kind of thing. And I was just like, I think you're making our heroes too unlikable. You know, there has to be a certain sense of justice, not just insanity. And I know that's the whole point with, Harley Quinn, but that's why Harley Quinn is kind of flawed as a lead character. She works well opposite Joker to tell a story about just her, unless you're trying to figure out like her coming to grips with being normal again or something. It's too hard. I've never understood the logic of the Bat Pod, I think it's called. Like it's like a motorcycle, but then he can turn 90 degrees and the wheels will do like a tumble thing. That's gotta crash every time, right? That can't really work in real life. I think that was the best by played the role. Um, I think it was the best that Margot played the role. Yeah, I didn't. I love Lady Gaga. Margot Robbie Harbour Close so good. Yeah, I think she does just enough of the voice, like because you can't copy, the voice from the cartoon completely, but you got to do it a little bit because that's kind of become part of Harley Quinn. So I thought Margot Robbie did a good job of like, you know, eh, keeping it. I don't know how you would describe that, like a New York accent or something. She's kind of got like a silly, almost ditzy accent, but she does a good job of making it her own. And she felt like she was tough. Like when she would punch dudes and stuff, I didn't feel like, oh, give me a break. Sometimes very small actresses punch people and they fly like 4 feet. It's like that's not how physics work. But Margot Robbie seemed like she was nuts. A bat pod on level of Jurassic World human hamster balls, right? In the theater, I remember thinking that was kind of a weird thing, just the tumbling wheels. And I really dug the whole explanation of the Batmobile slash tumbler in the earlier Batman movies. The idea that it was this military weapon used for jumping canyons and setting up bridges. Seems like an old G.I. Joe toy I had. But that idea is really cool. And it's like, oh, that makes sense. That would explain why this car can do all that. It's military weaponry. But I don't know what military would need to have those 90-degree turns so you can turn like a light cycle in Tron. I'd like to see them do Injustice as a live action movie, Evil Superman versus Batman, Harley Quinn as a hero. Um, I'd be down for that. The only problem is though, I have this issue with with the Joker movie. I don't like where they try to make our villains feel sympathetic to us or that we root for our villains, like the whole Star Wars prequel, the 90s stuff. All of those, it's like you're trying to justify why Darth Vader's so rotten. And I kind of enjoyed that he was just rotten on his own. Like my kids were watching Wicked, and I was like, I don't care that the Wicked Witch of the West was bullied. I just like that she was a villain. I don't need Hannibal Lecter's deep-seated roots of why he's eating people. I just like to know he's eating people. So, something about the Joker, especially Heath Ledger's Joker, where he keeps changing his backstory, that to me is extra interesting because it's like, oh, he's nuts. There's no telling what's true and what isn't. But when you make it like, oh, it's, a nice guy, he's got mental illness, his mother was abusive, yada, yada, now suddenly I like feel bad for the Joker. I don't want to feel bad for the Joker. And when you do too much of that, the point I was getting at is when you do too much of that, I feel like you kind of sort of undermine your universe. Like to me now, The Wizard of Oz is less interesting the next time I watch it because it's like, oh well, you guys are starting from a flawed premise to begin with. She does Harley from New Jersey. Okay, that's what I would guess it. Haven't watched Joker 2 yet. Very weird, surreal, kind of like a someone's lucid dream state, kind of drugged out thing. It's a musical, but I don't know. It was interesting. Um, my wife was watching A Star Is Born, um, and right after that we watched Joker. So we had like a Lady Gaga double feature, basically. And yeah, I don't know. I was gaga'd out by the end of the night. I was like, I've had enough Gaga. I like her music, but on screen she doesn't do it for me that much. Ben Grimm Don't Bother Seriously is the only film I've seen people walk out of. Joker 2, yeah, it's. I mean, I enjoyed Joker 1 a fair amount. I thought it was really kind of cool and interesting, but Joker 2 was like too experimental. I don't know. Uh, Crazy 80, it's mascot right there, Margot Harley Quinn Dangerous. Stop bullying. Um, Everyone has a backstory. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, but I don't really, I don't want someone to explain why bin Laden is actually a decent guy. It's like, no, no, you got them all wrong. Here's where, it's like, so I'm fine with just some villains being villains. I if you do a movie about a villain, it kind of has to be like a Scarface movie where you're following the villain and then sort of along the way they know they're bad and they know it's going to end badly and then it does end badly because crime shouldn't pay in movies. I believe in the old 1930s Hollywood production code. It's like, don't show people getting, benefiting from crime. Don't show people getting away with murder. Don't show people getting away with stealing and robbing. The point of the movie should have some morality to it. These are mostly morality plays. So they're Batman and Catwoman are alone on the roof, kind of talking. And I don't dig all this either. This is one of the things that does rub me wrong way. Is like I don't know what you call it, a helicopter. It's the Batwing, except it's not the Batwing. It looks more like kind of a one person hovercraft deal. Uh, but it once again looks like military weaponry, so it's believable. But it just doesn't have like that the Tim Burton Batwing. That's the Batwing. Um, I heard Joker 1 is great. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was really good. Little taxi driver fight club kind of thing there about living in the city and mental wellness and all this stuff is pretty good. It's like Aliens, Prometheus, and Covenant. I don't need to know where they came from, just that they are there and badass. Right? That's what I mean. The xenomorphs are so just kick ass and metal. I don't need to know kind of their whole DNA backstory thing. It's interesting, I guess, but I'd rather you just go forward and tell me more cool, you know, Romulus wasn't perfect, but that's like how most aliens movies should be. Like that, I'd rather see that. You like to be uninformed about your villains, pretty much. You know what I mean? Oh, you crazy owl, right? No, I don't need to know. Like, I feel like bad guys should feel like they're in the right. They should be like, "This is why I'm doing this." Mr. Freeze or whatever. My wife, I want to bring her back to life, so I'm willing to do whatever I have to do to pull that off. Okay, so he's a bad guy, but he's got a reason. But if it's just like life's been hard on me. I hate people, so now I'm a terrorist. It's like, oh, okay, well, you're still an asshole. Like everybody's had a hard life. Not all of us become supervillains. I mean, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to slip like that. Um, Any summer goals for the channel? Yeah, I'd mentioned earlier when the stream started. Once I wrap up this, I'll have done 4 Batman movies for my last live streams. Did Batman 67? What is that? 66, 67, whatever. The Adam West one, Batman the movie. And then I'd already done Batman with Michael Keaton, 89, with Horror Cat Dad a few months ago. And then now I just cranked out the trilogy of the Nolans. This will wrap this up. So I got to take a Batman break. So I'm going to have no theme thumber. And I'm just going to watch whatever I want when I can. And I won't be obligated to do any type of theme. So here, the whole point, I think this is where Michael Caine explains to Batman the whole, um, Basically, you need to pull your shit together, dude. That's one of the things about the good Alfred character is he works as like a father figure for Batman. You know, I don't know if you've all have heard Batman's an orphan. His parents passed away. That's it's one of the most frustrating things about Batman on screen. It's like if I see Martha Wayne's pearls fall off and break to the alley ground one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. LOL, still an AO. Um, I like them to have an air of mystery. I don't want their entire story. Yeah, I mean, well, like I say, when I was watching Wicked is when it occurred to me the most. Like, they're telling how the Wicked Witch of the West isn't such a bad person. She was bullied by all these like rich snobs or whatever. So when Wicked was written, there wasn't this big dearth of like villain is sympathetic heroes movie like there is now. But I feel like it undermines Wizard of Oz, just like I feel like the Star Wars prequels undermine how badass Darth Vader is in episodes 4, 5, and 6. I kind of like him as just this. I thought he was a robot till I was like 9 years old. I didn't know there was a man in there. The mystery kind of helps make it. Look at Boba Fett. We know nothing about Boba Fett for years, and he was the coolest. Now we got more Boba Fett than we ever care to know about. And it's like, we're good. Can someone turn off the Boba Fett, please? Um, Anti-heroes, Brandon Lee, The Crow, or Clint Eastwood and High Plains Drifter. Well, yeah, I mean the Stone Cold Steve Austins of the world, the badasses who will do the right thing when pushed to the limit. That's a trope, and I appreciate that. But it's like if they're just villains for the sake of being villains and they get away with it. I mean, here I'm looking at one right now. I'm looking at Christian Bale in American Psycho. I mean, the whole point of that is that he gets away with it. But that's a classic. It's like he murders a bunch of people and just gets away with it at the end. Spoiler alert. I remember seeing this in the theater and thinking this was really cool, where they go into this uh it's like a trailer on the docks, and then they walk in, it's got this wood paneling or whatever, and they press a button and it becomes like this super like freight elevator that goes down, and it's typical Batman hidden room and secret elevator stuff. I love all that. The mystery. I've always wanted to go in an old house and pull a book on the shelf and watch like a sliding shelf open, and a bookcase slide open in a little room back there. Not enough of that in the world today. So here's this whole subplot about this nuclear power energy thing. I wish they would have got rid of this in this movie. Um, it's a whole thing where they got like this kind of cold fusion nuclear power dealy, and that's what the scientists they try to capture it up front is. Then later on with the football game, that's all about him and uh, uh, Talia al Ghul, whatever the heck her fake name is in this. She's trying to get it, and she's using her influence to get into where the secret room is. It's all just like silly MacGuffin espionage nonsense. It's like we don't need it. Have Bane take over the city and have Batman get his back broken and have to fight back and rescue us all. That's all we really need out of this story. Ginger, you and me, Resurrection Walk Song will happen. I'm down. Well, this has been fun, but I need to get to sleep. All right, Nanette, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you dropping by. Is Jack with you? If he is, tell him hi. Um, so you want Dress to keep the helmet on? To keep the helmet on. Darth Vader, you assuming? I make Boba Fett look like a Disney character. Oh, he is a CBS Fox. Oh, well. Um, Daredevil versus Batman. I'm obviously a Batman guy, but Daredevil was always one of the main dudes I also collected. As a kid, I liked X-Men is when I was a kid, I liked all the DC ones, the Mego superhero guys. I liked the Justice League, Super Friends, whatever you want to call them. So it was Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Aquaman, that whole thing. Um, but then later on, when I got back into comic books, that was when Frank Miller's Dark Knight got popular around the time the X-Men really started getting good. So that got me into comics, and Daredevil was one of the first things I started reading. I like Daredevil over Spidey. Punisher, I read Silver Surfer. I tried to get into, but it just never really held my attention like I wished it would. All the art was so cool, but the stories were too whatever. So to answer your original question, yeah, I would say Batman over Daredevil, both in the comics and on screen. Even though that Daredevil TV show is awesome. the used to be on Netflix, now on Disney Plus or whatever. I haven't watched it since it's been on Disney Plus, but that whole stuff with uh, Vincent D'Onofrio as uh, Big Pun, whatever the fuck his name is. um, Sorry, I'm distracted here because here's the part where old buddy from Rogue One, I can't remember his name, and Bane are having this like discussion, and he starts yelling at Bane like it's just his little like lackey. I was like, "Are you insane?" I like that they've. I think what's his dude's name, Christopher Mendelson or something like that. Um, he's another one of these guys. He must have been very popular. I think he's a British actor. He must have got very popular uh, from something he did because he was in everything for like 5 minutes too. He was showing up in all, like I say, he's in um, Rogue One. I believe he shows up in like I don't know. I think a James Bond movie. I think he shows up in some of those Sherlock Holmes stuff. Like he's just all over the place for a quick minute, and then he fades back out. A lot of actors like that are floating around Hollywood movies. Patrick Bateman, did he really murder all those people, or was it some sort of vivid, bored imagination? I'm not so sure he killed all those people, just some of them. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's why I kind of said spoiler alert and laughed. I mean, that's you can discuss whether or not he's just a total crazy person having delusions. Um, Personally, I like to think that he's, and he's emblematic of a problem of that era, which we also have a lot of now, which is like corporate greed and the heartless caring of the people who handle our money and do our day-to-day things, as well as the fact that they're all just sort of interchangeable and faceless. They're sort of like generic handsome guy A, generic handsome guy B. That's why they get him confused, Jared Leto and all that. But anyways, we'll watch American Psycho sometime and we'll discuss all the craziness of it. But yes, I do agree American Psycho is great. Did you ever see part two with Mila Kunis or whatever? Jack heard you and wagged his tail. Oh, thank you, Jack. Good night. Aussie Ben Mendelsohn, Aussie. There you go. Okay, because yeah, he was on. Oh God, that Netflix had some family drama with him. He's in the Rogue One. Um, I'm trying to remember what else he's in for like 3 year period there. It was like here he is again. Show up in movies like Rob Schneider since circa 2000, corporate greed and dumbassery. Right? Hello, Echo. Welcome, my friend. Cha 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 cha. Welcome. It's always nice to have you here. I am currently at the 106:52 mark of The Dark Knight Rises. I've only got an hour and a half left. Hour and 37. Once again, this would be time for me to stress these movies are too long. Um, I also dig in this. Matthew Modine turns up a lot, and he's like this kind of sniveling, politician cop. And I like seeing him in that role because I'm so used to him from all the stuff he was in the '80s, Vision Quest, and he's Loudon Swain. Um, but he was in that movie, and the band played on. Is that what it's called? The one about HBO film about the history of AIDS and the doctors who tracked it down and all that. I think he was in a movie like about some doctors in a foreign country. I can't remember. Was that Bad Medicine or was that Gutenberg? Anyways, Matthew Modine was all over the place in the '80s, and he just was like, I don't know. It's like when Patrick Dempsey resurfaced and stuff. It's like, oh, I missed you. I'm glad you're back. Let me know in the comments or the chat what your favorite Matthew Modine role is. Like I said, I'm a big Loudon Swain guy. Um, American Psycho 2 was utter trash. Yeah, I didn't dig it. Um, I watched it once just because I felt like I had to because I enjoy American Psycho so much. But um, so you're a fan of The Dark Knight? Why? I didn't know that, Don. I know, right? How would anyone ever guess? As you can see, my son's Batman over there in the corner. I made sure to shout him out, let him know I'm thinking about him. Shout out to Nino. Hey, Cal, how's your Supergirl? Is she still single? Modine was great. Full Metal Jacket. There you go. There's classic Modine. 59 Survivor VHS. Do not know American Psycho had a sequel. Yeah, they might even have a third one. I don't even know. But yeah, the second one was like Mila Kunis at college, and I think maybe she was inspired by him. It's all very fuzzy upstairs for a lot of reasons. Patrick Dempsey probably be the killer in the next Scream movie. He's just going around to all the horror franchises killing people. Well, that was my only knock against him in Thanksgiving. As soon as he shows up, I'm like, he's too big of a star to be this small of a role. And then when he turned out to be the killer, it's like, yeah, see, his role had to be bigger. Spoiler alert. Echo, you're harassing her, dude. Oh, what are we going on? Yes, Full Metal Jacket, but Pacific Heights is circling back. Oh yeah, I forgot he is. That's what he's married to Melanie Griffith, and is that who it is? The two of them, and then Michael Keaton's the guy that moves in. Yeah, I'm Team Modine. Come on, Cal, hook us up. We could all end up as family. I don't even want to know what this is in reference to. So here's the stuff where Bruce Wayne and Talia, however you say it, Talia al Ghul, um, they're getting down in the Wayne Manor, which has no electricity and stuff. So they like have all this fire on in there, and it's they're like rolling around the ground in bearskin rugs and stuff. So I like to think this is where Damian Wayne was conceived, even though that kind of gets wrapped up before this movie ends. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the concept of a Damian Wayne. It's very frustrating. It's like somebody said, you know what? Jason Todd was terrible. Let's do that again. Um, For those of you who aren't Batman dorks, Jason Todd was this. After Dick Grayson got too old to be Robin anymore, he went on to be Nightwing. And then after that, there were other Robins that showed up. The most annoying was this Jason Todd dude. They killed him off later. They had a contest where, like, call in to vote whether or not you think we should kill off Robin. And everybody called in and said yes. They were convinced nobody would kill off a child. And they were like, nope, we don't care if he's a comic book character or not. Kill that guy off. Um, but in Frank Miller's stuff, what's her name? Carrie Kelly? Her name, something like that. Katie Kelly, whatever the heck it is, Kitty Kelly. She was probably the best since Dick Grayson. But there was a whole thing where Batman impregnated Ra's al Ghul's daughter, and I believe they had this kid Damian Wayne, and he's becomes Robin later on, and he's just this total asshole. Like he's always talking back to Batman. Batman will be like, "Wait out here, and I'll push him out towards you, and he'll go do what he wants anyways." Basically, Scrappy Doo. That was what my problem with Jason Todd is. It's like Batman doesn't need a Scrappy Doo. All right. Ben Grimm says Kingpin. Yeah, I called him Big Pun because I was distracted by Tom Hardy and Ben Mendelsohn having this big discussion. Speaking of discussions, all right, let me scoot over so I can see the um, subtitles here, the captions. Um, this is where Catwoman lures Batman into this caged-in area underneath where his arsenal is held, and Bane's waiting for him. It was all a trap. She set him up because she thought she was going to get free, yada yada, whatever. So she has this like torn, conflicted role right now where she wishes she hadn't set Batman up, but she did because she thought she was helping herself. And she's forced to just sort of stand in this cage and watch this fight, and Batman gets his ass whooped. Victory has weakened you. Yeah, these two are on this catwalk fighting it out, and Bane's just taunting Batman because he don't even feel his punches because he's just all jacked up, and Batman's been on the shelf for several years anyways. And even like that, where he throws Bane off the catwalk and he goes flying over, and Batman's cape sort of flails around as he spins to the ground like a paper airplane crashing to Earth. All of this is just amazing. The fact that it's in the like sewer system, so this rain is falling from the sky, this like water drop off, and the way they have Bane's like henchmen just sort of standing around with disgusted looks on their face, like Batman, you bitch, you can't do nothing. So here comes the big soliloquy. He throws like this like kind of dark thing. He's like theatricality, powerful agents to the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce? Members of the League of Shadows? And you betrayed us. That's what I need to do. Us? Gang of psychopaths. So this is great. He's choking out Batman. He's getting ready to throw him over the thing. I am the League of Shadows, and I'm here to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny. So here's where Batman shows a little fight. You know, any good fixed match, you got to have the person throwing the fight have some sort of shine. But now here's where Bane roughs him up. Admirable, but not enough. Oh, you think darkness is your ally, but you're merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light till I was already a man. And by then it was nothing to me but blinding. I'm going to start doing it this way. The shadows betray you because they belong to me. I like that version much better. The wacky cartoon voice. I'll show you where I made my home. This whole scene is just shot amazing, like panning upward into the rain, falling down, and here's the part where he presses the explosive device, and Batman's extra arsenal drops, and he's awesome. Your arsenal, gratefully accepted. I love all this shit. And then when he breaks the mask on Batman, you know, it's sort of this like crazy symbolic. Because they even show in one of them where they're hitting it with a hammer. You know, it's like, well, Bane is apparently stronger than that. I was wondering what would break first. You will? Oh, yeah. Although I don't like when he picks him up and does like the backbreaker thing, because it looks like wire aided. It didn't look natural. There's like a CGI look to it, but otherwise, yeah, there's where he picks up the broken Batman mask. And Catwoman, you deceitful harlot, you. And they drag Batman off to his doom. Fade to black. Wah wah wah. Now, a lot of people have issues, I imagine. See, we don't see Batman being taken from here and then taken to whatever that prison place he ends up. But then when he gets back, people often complain about that. Like, how did he find his way back? It's like he's Bruce Wayne. If he could make anywhere where there's a phone, he could probably, you know, rustle up some sort of help. Anne Hathaway is bad at being in disguise. She's like, I got the big over the top black hat on, trying to blend in an airport. Modine is awesome in Stranger Things too. I didn't realize he was in Stranger Things. I only saw season one. I don't remember if I remember him even being in there. Probably is. Um, Kingpin is hilarious. Second Robin, yeah. Drake. Um, I have a copy of Death in the Family that comes with a bonus showing what would happen had fans voted for him to live. Oh, really? That's cool. I have the regular Death in the Family, the like big, you know, looks like a year-end annual one or whatever. I did, I think it was originally out in like I don't know, like individual episode, like issues or whatever. Like, didn't it come out like two or three issues, and then eventually like they released the compendium kind of like three-story arc or whatever. Who's the better Supergirl? Helen Slater, Laura Vandervoot, Melissa Benoist, Sasha Cali, or Amelia Alec? I am not a Supergirl fan, as you can tell by the way I read all those names. I don't think the Helen Slater Supergirl is particularly a great film, but I've that's kind of the one from my childhood. Is which one is the one from the Flash movie? Is that Sasha Cali or Laura Vandervoort or Millie Alcock? I don't know. Like I say, I'm not as big of a Supergirl fan as much. The Helen Slater one was interesting, but it's more just like fascinating for all sorts of other reasons than super stuff. She basically a great Batman and Damian came out of it. Yeah, pretty much. Jason Todd and Titans was a good story. Yeah, I saw he showed back up, and I was very confused by that. Son of Batman trilogy is good movies though. Oh, really? I saw that first one with Damian Wayne, and I was like, brutal. I was mad at him. I was like, just let him die. Um, Let's see here. Vandervoot is Queen. Melissa was awesome, though. The original Supergirl. Speaking of Robin, anyone read Burt Ward's memoirs, Boy Wonder, My Life in Tights? He had a real rock star life. Yeah, that's what I'd heard too, that he was like out, very popular with the ladies or whatnot, invited to a lot of crazy Hollywood parties because he was Robin. Shout out to Helen Slater, though. Yeah, I knew Kal-El would cape for Helen Slater. What do you think of the Supergirl from Flash? Yeah, that's the Supergirl who was pretty damn good. I enjoyed her portrayal. Like I like the idea she was struggling with her rage and trying to control it. She was kind of like a Hulk. Her deal was getting herself under control so she could be a valid superhero. I like Sasha Cali as Supergirl. Interesting. Uh, I'm a superhero movie TV fan. Yeah, I've said it before. I'm so shocked at how much superhero stuff there is nowadays. Like for so long, up till like pretty much these movies, the Sam Raimi movies and the um, Christopher Reeve Superman and then the Michael Keaton Batman, those were kind of the big three superhero on big screen movies. All the other stuff, yeah, just not as much. It just didn't really work as well. But then after the success of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, all the money it made, that's when we got the green light out of this earth. And Disney acquiring Marvel was a huge step in all that. But DC, they dropped the ball for years. If you own Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and you can't make a movie every 3, 4 years or sell the rights to somebody to make a movie every 3, 4 years, there's a problem. DC Marvel is cranking out the product, right? This part always confuses me, though. Here's where they send Catwoman to, I'm assuming, Blackgate. That didn't look like Arkham to me. So they send her to prison, and they've got her in like General Pop with dudes and stuff. I don't know. Maybe maybe Gotham's very progressive is with their criminal justice system. Right there, Tom Hardy is so juiced to the gills. Like he's not just on steroids; he's on like horse semen or something. His neck is bigger than my thigh, and I have a pretty meaty thigh, by goodness. No, Joseph Gordon-Levitt is the Robin in this was a good choice. I thought it was a fun little reveal at the end. He's just sort of this do-gooder cop who's involving himself in all this stuff and sort of overstepping his boundaries. And at the end, where they mention, "Oh, I like your middle name, Robin," and it ends on sort of this, the idea of the hero that saves us doesn't end with this trilogy. It goes on in perpetuity. There's always going to be good people out there doing good things. Hopefully. So here's where Batman wakes up and he's in this crazy prison and all these like I don't know, just this whole thing with his broken back and he like builds his own I don't know, traction or whatever you call that, where like you pull yourself up so you can sit. This is all just insane and painful. It makes my back hurt watching it. But as I was mentioning earlier, the whole thing visually and metaphorically with Batman needing to pull himself back together and heal himself and rise up above the pit he's in. That kind of sort of symbolizes Christopher Nolan's depression after Heath Ledger passing away. So that's one of the reasons I think Nolan was able to throw himself at this. He was kind of telling a story that felt real to him. And this whole idea with the well that you can't really totally climb out of and you have to be able to jump and leap out, and it's this like Indiana Jones Last Crusade leap of faith type deal. It's pretty wild. Like I remember even in the theater being like, "Oh," and they tell it the right way where it builds up and you see him training and not getting it and not getting it and then finally doing it. And here's the whole thing where he explains to him that there was a little kid who escaped, and you assume it's Bane, and then later on they sort of break down that it's the Ra's al Ghul, the Talia al Ghul. Here's where all these like all the basically the police of Gotham are just pouring into the subways and sewer systems, and then they blow the gates and trap all the cops underneath the city. It's like you idiots. You didn't want to leave at least a couple people behind at the police station or nothing? Well, Cal says he's had finished Flash. I like Sasha Kelly, Supergirl. Uh, in Gattaca, the leg modification scene was unnecessary. Flashbacks of cringe there. I barely remember Gattaca. I'd like to see it again. That you're talking about the Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman. Who is that? Jude Law, maybe. Um, but yeah, that was a cool, interesting sci-fi one, thriller. If that's the one you're talking about. I'd love to see him bring back amalgam universe where DC and Marvel merged characters. I'd be down for that. Well, there're just certain like characters that line up so well. Like Batman and Superman or Batman and Spider-Man both kind of deal with stuff at the city level. Superman and um Fantastic Four and some of these other folks, they deal with things almost more like a cosmic level. They deal with big global problems, as where like Batman and Daredevil and Spider-Man are good at just like taking care of a city. So you can tell different stories when you mix those characters together. I always hate when they got like Batman in outer space. He's got like a weird Batman space suit on and stuff. Dark Claw was Wolverine Batman. Dark Claw. That's kind of cool. Marvel versus Capcom. We could have Hugh Jackman as Batman. Interesting. I like where you're going with this. No, I saw it once years ago, but that scene stuck with me. I love the Amalgam universe. Spider Boy was awesome. Super Soldier. Dark Claw. Look at you guys. Now you're selling me. And I'm going to go out and buy some run of a comic book that's been out of print for like 20 years. So we're coming up to the big, awesome football scene. That's sort of what I'm waiting from. This movie has like a whole bunch of set pieces in it. There's the scene on Wall Street, and there's the plane scene at the beginning, and all this stuff. And eventually we get to this football scene where like the dude's running back a kickoff or whatever it is, and the whole field is like exploding behind him and falling into the earth. Pretty damn memorable. The trailer was just like a little kid singing the American national anthem while this dude ran back a kickoff as the field just fell behind him. And I don't know, it's pretty amazing visually. Super Soldier was Captain America and Superman. Hmm, that's a good combination. I always dug those like what if type things, like what if Superman was a Russian or um what if like I think there's like a Marvel Zombies what if, and then what if Pepper Potts had become Iron Man instead or whatever. I always thought those were kind of interesting one-off stories, as long as you understand they're not like part of the main universe. I guess for this Joseph Gordon-Levitt, I always hate saying his name. I guess for this role or this part, they who all did they test? Leonardo was like the main one they wanted, and they passed on Leonardo because they thought he was too big of a star to have that role. Um, so they didn't want Leo in that, and that's why they used him for Inception instead. Um, and then who were the other ones? They were all like, oh, Ryan Gosling. Like, I mean, I guess at the time Gosling was still young, but it would be weird to see Gosling in that Joseph Gordon-Levitt role. If for nothing else, it'd be way easier for the tongue twister on my tongue of trying to say that. All right, so here's the home of the Gotham Rogues. This is really, I think, Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. Um, and then some of the Pittsburgh Steelers at the time are in here. So, like, I think we see Ben Roethlisberger, and then later on, Heinz Ward runs off the kick, is the guy that runs back the kickoff. I believe one of the players has like the name of the town's mayor, like on the back. You can see it real big because they were thankful that the mayor allowed them to shoot there without, all the tax penalties and all that stuff. Yeah, this is dope. Bang comes on this big, ridiculous, oversized winter coat with the high neck thing, and it looks like a vampire or something. And here's this crazy mayor who wears eyeshadow to work every day. I always think that's like, why does that mayor have mascara on? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's his choice. Maybe that was how he got voted. People were like, I like him. He's very freewheeling and progressive. Yeah, there's Roethlisberger. And it's funny that the Gotham Rogues just happen to have the same exact colors as the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, there's Heinz Ward. There's one of the Pounceys. I guess I don't know if they filmed this before or after a game. It looks like it's clearly the crowd is there. It's hard to get 10,000 people into a stadium unless they're there for something else already. So yeah, here's the part where they start blowing everything up and they trap all the cops underneath the city and they, explain that this scientist is the only man that can stop this tragedy that you're in, and then they go ahead and kill him right in front of everybody. Yeah, these movies are so gritty and complicated. It's hard to believe they're made, air quotes for children. They're supposed to be a Batman story. It's like, no, these are clearly for older. Like you have to have some knowledge of the working world for to appreciate some of the complex storytelling in this. So there it is. Here's where the whole field crashes down behind dude as he runs. And then we see all the cops get trapped in the mines and the subway shafts. Then they blow all the bridges. The bridge system is pretty much just like New York's. Yeah, I never really realized Gotham was an island, apparently. Since when? My problem with the first one is that they have like this big monorail like train system set up, and the end plays to be just like the end of Spider-Man. It's like we already saw a movie where you guys fight on a train at the end. What is this, like an old 1920s black and white western? Um, let's see here. Henry Cavill is Captain America. Oh, I'd be interested in it. I do have a Russian Top Gun VHS, but no Tom Cruise. It is on the MiG aircraft. Do you have a Russian Rocky Four? That I would like to see. um, isn't that just Iron Eagle? Yeah, Russian Top Gun. Yeah, kind of. I liked Iron Eagle. That's one of the best knockoff movies ever made. Oh, true, but mine actually says Russian Top Gun. It needs a short. Russian Top Gun. That dude from Lost. Yeah, I can't. I used to know his name. Francis Carbonell, something like that. The guy with his eyes just look like they're permanently have eye makeup on. I want that coat seriously. It's cold fuck down here. Yeah, right. That big Bane coat, and you can just kind of hold it like satisfied, like while you survey the scene of destruction. Lost seasons 1 and 3. I'm about to rewatch. Yeah, Lost 1 through 3. That's a good place. Once you start getting into the later seasons with metaphysical whatever, did we die? Didn't we die? Heaven and hell, battle for people's souls, all that stuff. It's too nuts. But those first few seasons where it's like, hey, there's a hatch. What's in the hatch? There's a guy down there. What's with the guy? Oh, there used to be a cult that lived here. Cool. Yeah, the first few seasons of Lost is fantastic. That was a good show mostly. Yeah, exactly. Towards the end, it became a problem, but when they did flash forwards and flash sideways, that's when it flashed the shark. I don't recommend Night Owl Movie Talk does not recommend flashing sharks. That's a good way to lose your stuff. It suffered from the writer's strike, Ginger. That happened around season 4. Yeah, there was a big writer's strike. I do remember that. And then, as I recall, like the showrunner from Lost left and went and did Heroes. And then later on, I think J.J. Abrams like wasn't as involved, and it became more about Lindelof and a group of different writers. I don't know. If you like Lost, also check out The Leftovers. That's a really good one from Damon Lindelof. Same with The Watchmen. If you're a superhero fan, obviously check out The Watchmen with Regina King. So here's the part where Bane informs the whole town, I control you. That mask, whoever designed that's gnarly. They deserve a raise. With the little tubes that look like he's got like this big giant like alien xenomorph mouth. And he just snaps the dude's neck right in front of everybody. Thank you. Good night. Uh, Same with Heroes. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Gotham is like Chicago or New York City, I guess now. Yeah, that's one of the things I always like. I always partly liked Batman is because as a kid, I grew up outside of Chicago, and I felt like Batman was kind of a Chicago superhero. Superman's in Metropolis. That's New York. That's the big, big city. So then Gotham's the more like dark, gritty, crime-ridden. There's all these like mafia backstories, Al Capone, and all that stuff. But then I don't know, they kind of sort of merge it, you know. That's one of the things I like over Marvel over DC is Marvel. It's all like in the place, like oh we're in New York or whatever, and DC has these sort of like fictional towns, Coast City and stuff. Uh, Nestor Carbonall, thank you. See how could I possibly forget that? Rocky Four CBS. I do have 1 and 4 and a second set of 1 and 3. Do you got the Russian version? If you like Lost, check out From. From is very good. Me and the missus were watching that laying in bed. I don't know, probably back during winter. And then about season 2, we're like, this is good. And we realized that season 4 or whatever doesn't come out until like a year and a half from now. It's like, oh no, I don't want to get hooked on a show that's ongoing. But yeah, From is excellent. I recommend it. It's got Harold Perrineau or whatever his name in it. He was in Lost. Mob Chicago, yeah, Burton's architectural style. I dig yeah, Burton's Gotham. Um Out of all the Gothams, a lot of people really like that new one in the Matt Reeves version, the Robert Pattinson one. They thought that Gotham was maybe their favorite Gotham. I still like Burton's version because it's just cool to look in any direction. There's like statues holding up patios and like the street lights are architecture and sculptures and stuff. It's like even when they go to the art museum and the Joker destroys all the art in there, that art museum is cool looking, like postmodern industrial with all this like steam and I don't know. It's more interesting to me. It captures my eye more. Um, this one just feels like Chicago or in some of the scenes here in Pittsburgh. They filmed a lot of it in Chicago. I remember they shut down part of the highway outside of Chicago to film some scenes. But I think a lot of it was also probably filmed in Canada. That's where most stuff is filmed nowadays to save down on production costs. I don't know with tariffs now. That was the big discussion of the past couple of weeks is what do tariffs on films mean? Is it only on the finished product? Is it on actors going into over other countries? Is it about movies made somewhere else and brought here or movies that are made somewhere else, like made in that country and then sent over to America or America going to another country and making it? So that thing's going to be a big mess over the next couple of years of what exactly the tariffs of the movie making business do to the films we get and how much exposure we have to foreign cinema. I dig that Bane's Batmobile army that he has there. He has like 3 of them that ride together. They're still camouflaged. They haven't had them painted black like Batman would like quite yet. Makes him look more urban guerrilla. Oh, you mean Russian Pal 4? My goodness, I have to research that. I don't have that. Yeah, no, I was laughing because Rocky 4, it doesn't feel like that movie was probably allowed to be seen in Russia. You know what I mean? Like they really kind of just pee on the whole concept of Russia. Rocky goes to there, beats up their guy, turns their crowd. Steam Vent City, right? I watched From when it was on Amazon, but I'm not buying Epics to watch the rest. Yeah, what is it? MGM Plus or whatever, or is it Paramount? One of them two um, is where I watched it. I think MGM, right? I don't know. I can't keep track of these damn things or whatever streaming app. Exactly, right? I was thinking the other day that it's like I pretty much could pare it down to just Amazon Prime, Netflix, and Max and see pretty much everything I need, especially since Tubi is free. Tubi being free is saved my butt a bunch of times. Jason, Ginger Ninja, while I'm thinking about it, I watched Blackwell Ghost movie 1 the other day and then tried to look for the rest and like couldn't find them. They weren't anywhere on streaming. I was going to start checking Tubi in those places. Where did you end up watching them? I know Aussie streaming and Tubi availability and all that's different, but I was just curious what platforms you were able to catch those on. The first one was interesting. I really liked season 1 though. Yeah, that from season 1 was very good. Actually, I like I said, I think I'm up through season 3 or whatever they're stopped on now, and we're waiting for season 4 or something. It's really good. I've been enjoying it. It's scary, but it's also got like that creepy WTF vibe to it. All movies should be made in Australia. I invite all filmmakers to make their films here. Not an official invite. I can't provide any tax breaks. I I think you're an honorary ambassador at this point. So now here, all the cops are trapped underneath the town. Robin goes and sees Gordon, and Gordon basically tells him like he's given up. There's nothing we can do. We've lost this fight. And then this whole thing where the town just falls into like almost Escape from New York world or something. Like the villains run everything. It's all closed off. Everything falls apart. All the cars are just like crashed on the sides of the road. It looks like apocalypse. And then the thing where like they're Scarecrow is the judge, and they're like trying people and making them walk out on the ice and all that. This is like a cool third act of the movie. It takes an interesting development. And now all the people are being let out of Blackgate prison and given AK-47s the second they walk out the door. Dang, I forgot that the bad guys walk down the street like the mob and iRobot. We're angry at these robots and we're a mob. Yeah, the town, everything just starts falling apart. Everybody starts like just robbing the rich people and like just grabbing them and pulling their fur coats off them. It's like this total like anarchistic wealth redistribution fantasy with Bane behind it all. I watch them online for legit, not a dodgy streaming site where I might look at a movie. Oh, okay. Oh, well, you got me laughing good. Someone made a fake Russian Rocky Four sleeve. They saw a different version in Russia. The government must have butchered it, right? Like that's what I'd like to see the Russian Rocky Four. Like, yeah, Rocky loses in the third round. Gets his ass kicked. It's brutal. He goes there. He runs in the snow. The government has no problem following him. He runs up the side of a snowy mountain, and they're just waiting for him up there. What took you so long, comrade? The Gorbachev cut. I'm here. Pick me, brother Max. Welcome, brother. Nice to see you. My brother Max is here. Let's get time for what is it? Fun time in the shower. Party time in the shower. Um, yeah. So here we see Batman is beginning his whole. I got to pull myself up by my rope and my cage bootstraps kind of thing. I can't just lay here with a broken back forever. And the actors they get to be stuck in him, like down in this hole with him, they all feel like people who've lived in a hole for a long time. That's a strange casting call. Excuse me, do you look like you don't get out much? Yeah, here's the whole thing where they explain that this, soldier of fortune, mercenary guy, yada yada, and they show him from behind, and then you can sort of figure out that it's Ra's al Ghul by his facial hair. Is it Ra's al Ghul or Raish al Ghul? On the old animated series, it was Ra's al Ghul, and most times it's Ra's al Ghul, but sometimes you hear Raish al Ghul. I don't know. I want to hear your thoughts. Is it a Raz or a Raish? And if it's a Raish, just put a little lotion on it. You'll be fine. So yeah, we see the little kid who was able to escape, and then the big plot twist that later on that's actually a girl, not a little boy. That was clever. I don't know if I dig the whole Bane as her protector in the evil well prison or whatever. I like it better if she just hired Bane. Bane had a different adventure off in Corto Maltese or whatever. Mm, Howdy, Max. Yeah, everybody welcome my friend Max. Max is a cool dude. He often joins me when I hang out with the Boglin crew. Brother Max pops in. He's good late night folk. Speaking of late night, it's 1:34 Eastern time here in the US. I appreciate you being awake and hanging out with me or watching on the replay. So here's where, yeah, they kind of pull Bale up by this weird like rope contraption and crack his back, and then he just starts doing like push-ups, and that fixes everything. It's like, I'm pretty sure you got to do more than that for a broken back. Push-ups are not the answer to everything. Here's Liam Neeson reprising his role as Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul, potato, potato. He's such a weird actor. He has like this gravitas, and he's like this important guy when he shows up. It's like, ooh, Liam Neeson's here. This is a big deal. But he's also like the star of these low budget $5 direct to Redbox movies. Fascinating character, that Liam. Uh, Maltese dogs inspired the dragon from a never-ending story. I used to have a Shih Tzu when I was a kid that looked just like the Falcor, the luck dragon, like the same kind of haircut and everything. Yeah, this is all too long. This exposition of like him needing to like this should be a montage right here. What we need is a montage. Um, him getting himself back together and strong enough to get out of this damn well. They spent a little too long telling the story. I mean, I feel them. We don't want to rush through it, but at the same time, no reason to drag your feet. Gotham just straight fell apart. It's only been like 2 or 3 weeks, and it looks like I Am Legend. Hmm. And then I forgot that Anne Hathaway has like or Selena Kyle, whatever, has like a girlfriend in this. Because she does, the Zoe Kravitz one does too. They always got Catwoman leading an exciting life before she runs into Batman. It's hard to believe that you settled down and married Batman. I had to take it easy. I was living life too crazy. I like that Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I don't know why his name is a tongue twister for me. I like that old boy from Third Rock from the Sun is um like he's out doing charity work. Like he's bringing gasoline and stuff to the orphanage, making sure they have food and whatnot. It's like good for you, Robin. You're a nice guy. All right, so there's Batman doing his push-ups. His back's going to be healed in no time. Have you considered sit-ups as well? You could speed this up twice the time. Oh, pull-ups. There you go. That'll fix it. How can you get more strong, Batman? You are already Batman. You can't, you don't want to be overly Batman. Never go full Batman. I like that the people who live in this well prison also have like this little choir. Once or twice a week we get together. We're like, cha-cha-dum, cha-cha-dum, cha-cha-dum. That's how we pass the time. That and dominoes. I don't know why they all just jump. It seems like there's two or three more rungs they could be climbing on. And no, way short. Ooh, yeah. You're not exactly Jordan taking off from the free throw line on that one. Now he's just dangling there like a bat yo-yo. Hey, you tried, and that's all that matters. Uh, multi Redbox is dead. Yeah, there's one in front of the grocery store around the corner, and whenever I go there, I'm like fascinated by it. Like I look to see if it's getting traffic and stuff. All the Walmarts used to have them around here, but not anymore. So there's where we see a big crazy fight breaks out in the prison, and that's when the little kid escapes. And there you can kind of tell it's a little girl, like her the shape of her face and stuff. Hey, Don's Mart. Shop smart. Shop Don's Mart. Oh, I remember this where they send in like secret operatives to like bring leadership to the cops who are like they've met up in like the basement of a pizza place or something. I'm assuming that's a joke, but then like the FBI or whatever come and explain to them like, okay, do you have any weapons or guns? Da, 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 da. It's like we could have figured all that out with y'all. You're useless. Just a bunch of cops eating baked beans. The well people seems like the cast of Alien 3, right? That's what I mean. They it's weird to be have a call from your casting agent and be like, okay, we want you to go in and read for a part. You look like the type of person that would live your ass in a well. Yeah. You got sunken in eyes and a pale complexion. You seem like you've probably done weird things to people who are defenseless. I like the little chalk Batman symbol he draws. It's like a little V with like two little lines. And then they just mark everything like, okay, we're over here. And here's where the cops kind of regroup and pull themselves together. And as we see, Batman's also pulling himself together, and everybody's got their separate storylines, and they all kind of come, meet at a pinnacle and overthrow Bane and what have you. But it just takes so damn long to get there. My goodness, how much longer do we have? Uh, are you kidding me? We still have 53 minutes to go? This is absurd. You ought to get a free Buick at the end of this. At least a bowl of soup, or hat, or something. Commemorative cup. Free T-shirt? Something? But we haven't even gotten to the part where they try what's his name? Cillian Murphy's trying people dressed as the scarecrow, and we've just seen the downfall of Gotham. There's so much more to go. And approximately like 40 minutes of it should be cut. Get a tighter editor, Nolan. That's what people need is heckling in movie theaters. Your editing sucks. The pacing of this needs work. Not all problems can be solved with push-ups. That's not true. All problems can be solved with push-ups. So yeah, we're just dragging on. I kind of like Morgan Freeman in these movies. Like Lucius Fox in the comic books was kind of a interesting character, but not, that important. But here when he turns up, he's just such like I don't know, it's Morgan Freeman. It's like I said about earlier with Liam Neeson and Michael Caine who turns up. It's like some people just have gravitas attached to them. So to have Morgan Freeman just show up, it like legitimizes Batman. Oh, well, you must know stuff. You talked to Morgan Freeman. So Bane has killed whatever that FBI agent or whatever the hell they are. And he's just running the town for another 50 minutes. Will you get on with it? Oh, that is dope though, where they they kill those FBI agents and then they hang them from the bridge going into town. It's like on the news, just these people like hanging there, corpses. This is a movie for maybe children, right? Maybe. And if you got like a weird, funky eye thing, where maybe like one of your eyes is cloudy, you could probably get cast as a well person or an Alien 3 prison colony person. Uh, For a while, people were using red boxes getting discs and not being charged. Confirmed facts here. Um, Scully Mulder job security is donut cops. I believe that. How long is this movie? Too long. Morgan Freeman is the legitimizer, right? Pretty much. It's like, well, we have this silly Batman movie about a guy that dresses up like a giant bat and goes out and fights crime in the middle of the night. It's like, but here's Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine. Oh, well, never mind. This is serious stuff. But in general, these movies are cast amazing. So that right away, before you even start shooting anything or telling any kind of Batman story, it's like, well, we got Modine and Gary Oldman and the American Psycho guy and Aaron Eckhart, and even weak links like Katie Holmes. It's like, oh, we replaced her with Maggie Gyllenhaal. We want to tighten this up as we go along. And even like the side characters, like when I was mentioning Ben Mendelsohn or whatever, that guy for a very small role, he's a very like talented, recognizable actor to just give this film credibility. You know, oh Batman, could you lament faster? Like, I mean, I get it. You're going through like an emo goth thing right now. All is lost and whatnot. But let's just do it a little faster. So here's attempt two, where he packs up all his crap and he's going to climb up the side of this well and try to jump out. Rise, 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 rise. So he's going to go without the rope because by using the rope, you just already tell people right up front you don't believe in yourself. So if you go without the rope, that's how it's like. I mean, business. It's do or die, bruh. Is this barefooted too? Like it seems like you need like a good running shoe for this. Oh no, he's got some kind of Keds. Oh, I forgot about the bats. Jump scare. Free jump scare. Nice. I don't understand. It's like a 15-foot jump from one ledge to the other ledge, but it's like an 8-foot jump to just climb out of the well. Just go up, not sideways. Rise, rise, rise. Whee! Oh, we made it. And I like that the people in the prison were genuinely happy for him. Hey, rich guy we never really talked to that much because he was always doing push ups. We're glad you made it out. You seem like the best of us. Things just haven't been the same since that little girl from the ring jumped out and climbed out of that well. So hopefully you'll put some good back into the world. God bless you, Bruce Wayne. See, there's a big city right there. Batman just climbs out. He goes to the big city, makes a few phone calls, pulls out the American Express back card like Arnold Schwarzenegger or George Clooney had, and it's fine. He's back home. So here's the sort of kangaroo court with the Scarecrow as the the judge. I never realized he's got like 85 desks piled up on top of each other. It's like the bureaucratic version of Game of Thrones. I have all the desks. Uh, My uncle has the dual eye color going. We have a cast. Oh, I know, right? But the dude across the street is like a bald, kind of non-English speaking Cuban guy, and he's totally yeah. He's got the gray stubble and everything. He'll fit right in. My DVD of this was 45 cents, 153 minutes. So here's where, yeah, they sentence him to walk out on the ice. It's kind of a cool, like visually neat punishment thing or whatever, where they just, you know, try your luck at walking out on this ice. See if you can make it back. and down he goes. Bloop. Yeah, this all feels like Escape from New York to me. Like the world is just fall apart. The criminals are running things. There's like a hierarchy of the strongest criminals or the more powerful. Basically, what I'm saying is this movie needs Snake Plissken. Batman's busy. You just send Snake in, put those electric, explosive charges in his neck. Tell him he's got till 5 o'clock. Get after it. So yeah, Gordon goes and tells Modine, time for you to be a real cop. We're sick of you being a big puss. So Modine then later on shows up in like his military garb, police uniform kind of thing, and like has a redemption moment. It's funny because he's such a like a weaselly guy throughout this whole trilogy. So then there's part where like him and like other cops get dressed up in their like cop dress blues and go fight the bad guys, like this kind of I don't know chessboard. All this pomp and circumstance involved in the fighting. You know what I mean? You can go stab somebody with a pair of jeans and t-shirt. You don't need to put on all your medals. Hmm. Well, while we're waiting for something to actually happen, let's see. IMDb, this is rated an 8.4 out of 10. And if you guys are familiar with IMDb ratings, that's very impressive. The usual movie gets us high sixes. So some of the highest rated movies they have are like, 8.5, just under 9. So for this to be 8.4, time has been very kind to this movie and how people remember it. Rotten Tomatoes, 87% by the critics. So obviously, despite the early on kind of stuff where it didn't get a lot of love and people didn't like Tom Hardy's voice and all of that, it it found a home on cable and home video, and people really started to appreciate it. So here, Batman has returned to Gotham, and he finds Selena Kyle. She's like, "I thought you were dead," because he's Snake Plissken. I don't know. What do you guys are? You guys pro or con Anne Hathaway? Thumbs up, thumbs down. She was always for a while there. She was all over the news, and she was like a Lindsay Lohan or something. Like she was just people were always talking about Anne Hathaway for no reason. I was like, she's not. I mean, she was in the Princess Diaries, sure, but I don't know. Like lately, she's kind of faded away. She had a thing where she was sort of nuts and melting down on like public, social media and stuff. And since then, we haven't really seen as much of her. But I don't know. I don't really dislike her or like her. It's like, yeah, there she is. I would probably rather have a different actress in this role since Catwoman's like, an important part of it, but she's good. She's very average. Let's see here. I just watched the ending and fight scene. This movie is so good, top tier. Right? This movie is fantastic. I, it's hard to believe it could be as well made as it is. Like I said, coming off of the tragedy of the Dark Knight and all the stuff that run around it. But I find it to be a fitting third chapter to this trilogy. Like it's entertaining. Nolan is the man. Yeah, Christopher Nolan. I remember when I first saw Memento, and I that movie blew me away. It was one of my favorites, like from day one. Um, so many people were trying to rip off Tarantino and do that play with time thing. That when Memento came out, and he also played with time, but he did it in a new and interesting way. And I remember thinking that movie was fantastic. And then um, later on with Insomnia and um, uh, The Prestige and Inception and Tenet, and then I went back and watched The Following or whatever it's called, or Following. Um, real super good low budget black and white movie told like 1940 style or something. Very entertaining. Um, but yeah, I find Nolan to be kind of the modern day Spielberg. He's like a director's title, a name you can put above the title, and people will go see the movie just because it's him. Cabby Ernest Borgnine driving around chucking Molotov cocktails, right? Like I expected Bruce Wayne to get picked up by Ernest Borgnine or at least Steve Buscemi. Um, hard to top Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman. Make your own dirty jokes at home. um, thank you, Memento. I forgot about excellent film. Yeah, Memento is fantastic. I really loved that one. Um, Guy Pearce and uh, what's her name? Carrie Ann Moss and Joe Pantoliano. Um, I would like to see Nolan direct a James Bond movie. There's talk of him maybe doing the next one. I don't know. Because Tenet felt like kind of a James Bond ripoff. Uh, so I would be interested in seeing Nolan get a big, huge budget and get out there and make a Bond movie. So now we're having the classic gear up. Whenever the action hero at the end of the movie is going to fight the bad guys, he's got to like go to his arsenal and get geared up with whatever. Like, oh, shit's on, bro. So yeah, now there's this whole more just kind of like spinning our wheels with this convoluted plot about the unlimited energy source thing, yada yada. It's like just get on with it. You know damn well the police and Batman have to retake the city from the bad guys. That's all we're trying to accomplish here. And Gordon and the police officers are all walking across the icy river that we've just seen people crash through before. So there's this big tension scene. Nolan just shoots such a great looking movie. Like all of his movies, that's why I kind of compared him to Spielberg almost. Like whether you like Spielberg or not, like his movies look nice. Like he knows how to make a movie that looks good for the eyes. And that's what I find about Nolan. Like all his movies just look, they're pretty. This is a Batman movie and a dark one at that. And it's nice to look at. Every shot's kind of impressive. All those wonderful toys Joker talked about, right? The Arsenal gratefully accepted. So there, Batman helps the cops by knocking out a bunch of the henchmen and letting him. Thanks. I've been waiting for you guys to show up. And then here's that dope scene where they fire don't really work like this in real life, but like where they make the Batman symbol with I don't know gasoline or whatever, and then they set it on fire, and the top of the bridge has like a giant burning Batman symbol on it. And Bane knows, oh crap, oh spork, I'm screwed. So Gordon and Batman have reunited, and it feels so good. And there's 36 minutes left. So we are coming down the final home stretch here. It's been a long and winding road, as the Beatles said. I can't believe at a half hour I can see the end. So I'm feeling like it's coming to an end. So there, it looks like they're getting ready to cap Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Batman just drops out of the ceiling and beats up everybody. Much to his amazement, he didn't think Batman was real. It's like the superhero goth tooth fairy. too much talkity yakety yak. For an action movie, faster, faster. I will say that about Nolan. He needs to speed up. I believe his brother like helps him write most of the screenplays that he does. Like him and his brother kind of do the final polish on what's going to end up on screen. So yeah, I'm once again accusing Nolan of just being too precious with his own stuff. Like there's an old expression in art, like sometimes you have to kill your darlings. If you're a writer and you like that paragraph, but it doesn't really fit in the story you're telling, you got to get rid of it. Got to make it tighter. And I think a lot of these famous directors just fall into that trap of like, but that's a really cool scene. I don't want to get rid of it. We got to trim 40 minutes out of this damn movie. We got to get rid of something. Yeah, just a bunch of cops standing around looking at their watches. Can't we trim that and get like 12 seconds back? To my knowledge, nowhere in this movie do they call Anne Hathaway Catwoman. Like, I think they just call her Selena Kyle. And here's where she gets on the motorcycle. Admittedly, she has a little bit of sex appeal, charisma, whatever you want to call it, while she's on that motorcycle. And I like the whole thing where she has the goggles, the red goggles like Catwoman used to wear in the comic books, but she folds them up like sunglasses and wears them on top of her head. So the way the little like eye lenses sit, it looks like she's a cat. Like whoever thought of that, they were on their game that day. Like you said, this could be chopped 40 minutes, just like Avatar, but that needs 2 hours removed. Right? Avatar was too long as well. James Cameron is another one, definitely guilty of, you know, even Terminator 2, which is a fantastic movie. Isn't that like 2.5 hours long? These movies don't need to be this long. I'm serious. 2 hours is great. I feel like I got my money's worth. But if you got to, like, I don't know, plan a block of time because I'm going to need a big chunk of the afternoon or evening to watch, whatever, it's just too much. So here's the big face off in the street I was talking about, where all the cops show up and they're like in their military, like police blues or whatever. And then all the bad guys are all like dressed like, I don't know, Al Qaeda members. They all like have half camouflage and big scarves on for no reason. And then the two of them just sort of like clash. That looks like Gangs of New York or something. Visually, really cool scene. Like there's probably a couple thousand cops. Most of them are CGI, I would imagine. And then they're marching towards all the bad guys with big machine guns and stuff. There's probably whatever, a couple hundred of them. So it's this cool like face-off scene, but it's taken like 15 of your minutes of your movie. We didn't need it. There, chop 15 minutes, like bang. So here's Batman in the Batwing flying in out of nowhere. It's amazing how that thing is so super loud, but then like when something happens and it just appears out of nowhere, it's quiet. It's a stealth when needed mode. There, Anne Hathaway. See, one of the things with Batman is he's anti-guns and cannons and stuff. It's all about wits. He's a detective. So a lot of these newer movies, the Zack Snyder in particular, I really hated. They often have Batman using some kind of gun. Like even here, they have him use like this electric pulse gun to shut the electricity off in the tunnels and stuff. I don't like anytime Batman pulls out a gun, whether it's a rifle or whatever. And even there, it's like the Batwing's got these big like machine gun, cannons on it, and the Bat Pod has like a big gun that blew the blockade, keeping everybody from leaving through the tunnels. It's like, Batman's not supposed to have all this gun explosion stuff, man. And then here's the big melee, the Royal Rumble, and in the middle of it, Batman and Bane find each other. And I had the time of my life from Dirty Dancing starts playing. And they look each other in the eyes and begin punching each other in the face repeatedly. God bless them. It's weird. Batman is outside in the daylight fighting in the snow, which normally Batman in the snow looks really cool, like the comic books and even um, the Flash, where they have Batman in the snow there. Batman just looks cool in the snow, but here not so much. It's like a flurries. I don't know. It loses some of the charm it does in the pictures in the comic books. But don't get me wrong, for all my gripes about how long this movie is and for how some of the scenes are, just a little stretched or whatever, this is just a masterful movie. You care about all the characters. Everybody's got something to do that isn't stupid. Even Joseph Gordon-Levitt, he's been in this franchise for this one movie, and all of a sudden he's like taking over. He feels like a Robin. Apparently, Christian Bale, when he agreed to this, part of it was that he would never have a Robin. I think he worried about you know, the idea of Batman having like a young kid sidekick, how weird that is or whatever. So Bale refused to ever have a Robin. So they kind of just sort of shoehorned in this Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Robin stuff in the third one to sort of make the legend feel real. The thing I dig about this Nolan verse and the Matt Reeves stuff, in particular the Penguin TV show, um, I like how it feels like the real version of a legend you heard. It's like, oh, this guy, he dresses up like a bat. He's the Batman, and he fights this, muscled up dude with all this stuff. And then when you see it in real life, it looks kind of real and believable. Like even Catwoman there, it's like you could see how whatever's going on with Selena Kyle could be turned into, Catwoman when they retell the story. And then the cat lady did whatever. In particular, the Penguin, the whole thing where he's like, he waddles because he has a bad foot and one of his feet is like jacked up and looks kind of like a flipper. You can see how the legend gets born out of real things. It's kind of cool. So now here, Batman at the table's turn. He's beating the living crap out of Bane. And then that's when, what's her name, turns on him and reveals that she's Talia al Ghul or whatever. And there, Bane is just like totally weak and ineffectual. He's all curled up in a ball. Then you have my permission to die. That's more my complaint about Christian Bale's version of Batman. The scratchy voice doesn't bother me, but he sort of has a lisp too. He holds his lips in a weird way when he talks. But these close-ups here, where Batman's right up in his face and you can just see deep into the eyes, it looks like a demon. That was one of the things that jumped out at me about Batman Begins is like the way he looks in the cowl. Like he looks like a scary monster to criminals. Michael Keaton's Batman, not as much. Looks fun, but not scary. So there, Talia al Ghul is stabbed Batman in the ribs with a knife, and he realizes, oh, you a bad guy. I thought you was cool. That's usually how love works out, man. That's the way it goes, brother. It's what keeps the music industry running. He's like in total shock. How could I have been so stupid this whole movie? Probably too busy doing push-ups. And young Marion Cotillard or whatever looks like young Elijah Wood. And there's the only real shot of Tom Hardy we see in the whole movie where there's the prison riot in the well and they pull off the mask over, kind of see there's Tom Hardy. Let me check. All right, according to the tracker at the bottom of the screen, we still have another 3 days left. So there they explain, that when Bane got his ass kicked in the bottom of the well, that's where that whole mask thing came from to repair whatever damage they did to his face. And then once again, now they make Bane this like sympathetic the villain where they explain he was kicked out of it was excommunicated from the League of Shadows, and you see like a tear run down Bane's face and stuff. I don't care. Can't he just be big and evil? And there's the big crazy magnetic ball or whatever the hell it is. I was just think cold fusion. The MacGuffo ball. Right now, there's a giant MacGuffin outside. If you hurry, you can get it. I remember my friend was excited about Bane, but hated his voice in this. Yeah, that was a big thing with a lot of folks. They just didn't like his portrayal. It doesn't bounce me out of the movie at all. I find it kind of charming, strangely. Uh, Bale was smart with that, no Robin. Yeah, I mean, you're heading down a bad place if there's a bunch of like the whole story about a rich dude who adopts a young boy, and they run around in their underwear together. It's like, yeah, if you want to tell this story, avoid that. Batman is the Punisher, right? And Jinja says, and now I am back. He's the man from down under, and he's back with a plan. All right, Cuddlard, what are you up to now? So now there's the whole thing where he's reprogrammed the bombs or whatever the hell it is, and it's this big, complicated bait and switch, whatever. And it takes too long for Batman to eventually get in the Batwing. And then we go through the whole thing where he has to fake his death, and then we have to find her. All right, there's 11:35 on the bomb. Let's see how long it takes in real life. There's 23 minutes in the movie. Let's see how long they make 11 minutes. So now they're trying to cross the. Oh, well, that's right. This scene's kind of awesome. Robin is trying to get these orphans across this bridge, and the police have been told, "Don't let anybody cross, or we're gonna have to open fire on you." So Robin's leading like this group of children across the like into gunfire. I appreciate your high tension moments. Although I wouldn't drive on that bridge for 1 second. That thing looks like a rust trap. That's dangerous. Um, Penguin syndrome, villain sympathy, backstory of the Copper Pots, right? Ninja Gate 2. Yeah, Marion Cotillard is good. Like she has, like you feel the emotion coming off her. Like plays very serious and thoughtful well. I just don't know where she turned up from. Hollywood does that. They'll be like, here's 3 years where this actor is in like everything. And then after that, they just kind of turn up sometimes. Lasagna's almost ready. It takes a while, like this movie, 2.5 hour oven cook, right? That's a good way to do it. It's like if you got some sort of special dish at home that you cook, just base it around how long it takes to watch one of your favorite long movies. It's like, oh, I'm slow cooking the barbecue ribs. Let's bust out Goodfellas. Meanwhile, you're making spaghetti or something. It's like throw on First Blood. Perfect. So it appears that real time is going faster than the time in the movie. So we're about still less than 11 minutes, more than 11 minutes left on the bomb. It's hard to feel suspense across 11 minutes, right? Like suspense has to be 30 seconds or less. The counting clock, preferably under 10. That's when you start feeling suspense. Any action stuff going on with 13 minutes left till the bomb explodes. That's yeah, don't even worry about it. And here's where Joseph Gordon-Levitt explains to the cops, I was on a very successful television show as a child star. It was about aliens who lived in America after coming here from Mars. It was called, I look like a little girl kind of, but it's not important right now. What's important is that you let these kids across this bridge. And they're unimpressed with his whole Hollywood backstory thing. Damn, they opened fired on him. They must have seen Don John. I've never seen Don John, but the story about a compulsive masturbator just it didn't seem like a movie I was, anxious to get to. Got other stuff I need to first. Got Captain America: Brave and the Bold before I get to Joseph Gordon-Levitt banging one out to MTV or whatever the hell he was jerking off to in there. So now we're at 10 and a half minutes left on the ticking time bomb. Even your time bomb takes too long, Nolan. Shave 8 minutes off this bomb. Wake me when we're under 3. Wake me up before you blow. I believe George Michael said on several occasions. I don't know about the big turret gun on the Batmobile either. Like the bad guy's Batmobile had like a tank gun kind of thing. It's like I don't know. Once again, I'm anti Batman having guns. But once again, a crazy chase scene, like 2 different Batmobiles, the Bat Pod, uh, the Batwing. You got this big military vehicle with the MacGuffin in the back. It was very expensive. I don't know how you could make one of these movies for less than the national debt of like China, the gross national product of France. Oh damn! Now we're down to under 6 minutes. See, he took my advice. He was like, "Get on with it." Okay, orphans, we're gonna get back on the bus. They were unimpressed by my appearances on Third Rock from the Sun. Did you tell him you were in Brick? Oh no, hold on, I'll go back. Brick is good. If you haven't seen Brick, I recommend it. Oh, so there, the Bat Pod took out one of the fake Batmobiles, and now there's heat-seeking missiles chasing the Batwing through Gotham. We've got ourselves a real pickle here. Whoa! Are you gonna fly up in front of the moon and be like a bat symbol? Because Tim Burton beat you to it. Oh snap! He did the old confuse the heat-seeking missiles into blowing up their own guys thing. The classics never get old. Man, this is all very exciting, but at the same time, I kind of feel like, you know, it's hard to have tension and being on the edge of your seat when the edge of your seat's going to be like another 9 or 11 minutes. But they're driving through the explosions and then right through the median down to the next level underneath. Lots of trucks doing crazy stuff in these movies. I dig that. Ever since that truck did the end over end somersault in The Dark Knight, they just had to they set the bar too high. Now we just have to have trucks doing like somersaults and backflips and so there's where Talia al Ghul basically dying. And she explains, I'm still blowing everything up because I'm mean and I'm a bad guy, and that's what we do. And Batman's like, oh hell you're not. I'm gonna steal your MacGuffin and put it on my Batwing and go fly it away. And I may or may not have fixed the autopilot. The old Chekhov's autopilot. If they say in the first act you need to fix the broken autopilot, it's going to come back in the third act, you know? And by Chekhov, I mean the pilot of the Enterprise. Somebody's going to message me. It's like, that was Sulu. Chekhov was just a navigator or some shit. Batman is still just like staring at Talia al Ghul like she's a dog looking at a ceiling fan. He's just like, I can't believe you're a bad guy. And we had fireplace sex. I mean, I got the bearskin rugs out and everything. Oh man, I feel like a dope. I really wish I would have bought those roses. That's cool. I never noticed in this one, he's got that like, they had to fix the problem in the old Michael Keaton version where the cowl wouldn't turn. So in these ones, they give him like a helmet. And then here you can see kind of close up along the back of his neck, there's like platelets where a spine goes and it's like shiftable and adjustable. So it looks like he could probably get like hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and be fine. Pretty clever. All right. So now oh, Gordon explains to Batman, look, there's nothing we can do. This thing's going to explode. So then Batman picks up the MacGuffin and flies away with it. Like I said, we're going to reveal later that the autopilot on this is fixed. Not to spoil it. Kids, Batman's okay, I promise. I don't know. It makes me nervous when you've got like the big giant bomb and it keeps dragging along the street while you're flying real fast. That just feels like improper bomb care. It seems like we want to be gentle with the bomb. And the kids from the orphanage are all happy. Yay, Batman's back. That'd be cool if he was flying and carrying that big bomb like a wrecking ball and Miley Cyrus was hanging on it. That's a 20-year-old reference, maybe 15. Once again, they give us the big close up of Batman in the daylight, and you can see that he's got just like a whole bunch of like eyeshadow on underneath his mask. So it's like every time Batman goes and does a good deed, he's at home like, tell him to wait. Tell him to wait. I'll be there in a minute. I'm coming. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So there, Batman theoretically flies the exploding MacGuffin out to the middle of the ocean, and it explodes. And everybody's like, "Yay, Batman did it!" Except Batman died. So win, lose, positives and negatives here. There's a big old mushroom cloud in the horizon, so I would assume that Gotham would have been in big trouble had that MacGuffin gone off. And the police have captured all of the vaguely terrorist criminals. You know, a lot of scarves resembling patterns from the Middle East and what have you. And the kids look off in the distance and think, "We're gonna miss you, Batman. Thank you for blowing yourself up for us. You're the bomb." Sorry. Waka waka. And now here's Batman's funeral. Funeral. And Gary Oldman looks all broken up. I remember when he was a little boy, and now he's dead. What a mess. Wayne Manor looks stuffy. I bet it's expensive to heat, is what I bet. I bet Wayne Manor, your electric bill there is a couple thou a month. Oh, now Michael Keaton's ugly cry, or Michael Caine is ugly crying. Damn, nobody's got an uglier cry than Michael Caine. Oof. Get a Kleenex, pull yourself together, buddy. You were in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. So here we have this little epilogue thing where they're like, well, the day is saved, but Batman died, so this sucks. I know, big hugs. All right, everybody go home and be bummed out about it. Sit on your couch and eat ice cream or whatever you do when you're sad. And there we see in the middle of the I don't know, police station or a courthouse, there's a giant Batman statue in the middle of their foyer. And it's terrifying. Any child that comes into that building on a field trip or anything is going to have nightmares forever. And Michael Caine looks at the Wayne Manor one last time. That's kind of symbolic because it's like, yeah, this trilogy's done. You don't need to come back, Caine. So the last time you'll be working at Wayne Manor, you're good. And here's where Wayne Manor gets turned into the orphanage now, the one where Robin was at. That becomes Martha and Thomas Wayne Home for Children. For those whose idealism and generosity are for the world of good. Right? And then here's the little stinger button deal where Joseph Gordon-Levitt quits being a cop, and she's like, "Oh, I like your real name, Robin." And we're all like, "Oh, I know a Robin that hangs out with Batman." And you get like that little tiny goosebump thing, like, "Oh." I do agree with Kal-El. They should have somebody somewhere should have tried to make a Nightwing spin-off with JGL in it. And there's where Morgan Freeman realizes that the autopilot was fixed and Batman is in fact okay. And here we see Michael Caine at his little coffee shop thing he's at, and looks over and he sees Batman and Catwoman just drinking espresso, living that good life, listening to uh, Sabrina Carpenter. That's a dated reference. No one's gonna understand that one like a year. No one understands it now. And I like that we see that Robin knows where the Batcave is and where all the tools and stuff is, so he can just pick right up. Like I say, it leaves with a feeling of hope. Like Batman's not dead, the spirit of Batman lives on. And there Robin gets attacked by a bunch of bats. And you see Gordon rubbing his hand one last time on the bat signal. It's like kind of this nostalgic, like we've been through a lot with these three films. It's been quite a wild ride. And then we cut back to Michael Caine having his espresso, and he looks over, and there's Bruce Wayne and Ella Enchanted sitting there having a nice lunch. And then we see the big raising platform letting us know that Robin is now in the Batcave and everything is right with the world. Title card, The Dark Knight Rises, the end. Pretty awesome. Directed by Christopher Nolan, screenplay by Jonathan Nolan, uh, story by Jonathan or Christopher Nolan and David Goyer. I knew Goyer was part of the original writing. Goyer's all over the place, and The Crow and et cetera, et cetera. But because this movie is so dang long, I need to get to sleep because it is late. It is currently 2:28 a.m. in the Eastern Time Zone, and I need to go to bed. So I thank you so much for joining me and watching the final third film in the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy. The other two are available on my channel to watch, or most likely coming up here. If you're watching the replay, there'll probably be one of those little cards that says "Watch it here." Otherwise, the main thing I would do is thank you for joining me, and not only for this film, but the trilogy of films and all Batman experiences, as well as watching movies late at night experiences. You guys are a great company, and I'm very grateful for you. I say it once, I say it a million times. The co-host of the show is the chat. So I thank you so much, and I wish you green grass and high tides forever. Adios, amigos. Have a good night.